up dramatically going into the first week of April. Basically a 50+% recession that's now receded down into the teens, if not lower.
And some of the other stocks on the move, Deere, the big green machine from Moline, remember that? Surging to a record, earnings beat the highest of analyst estimates. Overall, the S&P 500, 9 points higher right now. That's up 0.2%. One on that is up about 0.1%.
Thinks bond rate yields are going up, but we're
The acceleration of already high food, fertilizer, and fuel prices has triggered a global crisis that could drive millions more into extreme poverty, magnifying hunger and malnutrition, while threatening to raise the global humanitarian caseload to new highs and erase hard-won development gains.
Food pricing is our number one problem right now as a result of all this perfect storm for 2022. But 2023, it very well will be a food availability problem.
What's the one thing that we all have in common? It's food. We need it, we enjoy it, and it brings us together. But right now, accessing affordable and nutritious food is becoming more and more difficult around the world. We've found ourselves living in a global food crisis.
Millions upon millions of people, in fact, 345 million people today are suffering from hunger at a crisis level.
Since early 2022, we at WFP already warned that this would be a year of unprecedented hunger. The pandemic's economic consequences play a huge part in hunger rising to unprecedented levels. At the same time, climate shocks continue to destroy lives, crops, and livelihoods, and undermine people's ability to feed themselves. Meanwhile, conflict keeps waging war on everyday life. As the biggest driver of hunger, currently 60% of the world's hungry live in areas afflicted by violence. In Ukraine, the war has transformed what was the breadbasket of the world into a major humanitarian aid recipient. Before the war began, Ukraine produced enough food to feed 400 million people per year. But when the war started, Ukraine's food exports all but stopped, trapping corn and wheat inside the country.
You know what is really interesting is that our markets for exporting food are highly concentrated. What that means is that less than 10 countries export 80-90% of total exports of crops like wheat, corn, rice, soybean. So when any shock happens to one of these 10 countries or less, we see a disproportionate effect around the world.
It's likely you're already feeling the impact of the crisis, whether that's seeing higher food prices during your weekly shop or finding limited supplies in the supermarket.
Before the war in Ukraine started, prices of food commodities were already at a 10-year high. Prices of fuel commodities were already at a 7-year high. And now on top of that, because of the war, things were not moving as they were supposed to out of the Black Sea. And this is troublesome, not only for the poor countries, but also for rich countries. Look at the United States, 8.5% inflation, hasn't happened in decades. Look at UK, 10.1%. So if our advanced economies are suffering as they are, what to talk of poor net food and fuel importing countries?
When it comes to the world's most vulnerable, the cost of the global food crisis will be counted in lives lost.
Almost every country in the Middle East and North Africa region have been hard hit by the war in Ukraine. This is a region that's highly dependent on food imports, and especially on the imports of grain from Ukraine and from Russia. 30% and more of the grain that comes to this region comes from Ukraine and Russia because of the geographical proximity. There are many countries in the region who have had a big burden in terms of food prices because of the conflict in Ukraine. To give you an example, a country like Syria, food prices have increased by 37% from February till April, and that's since the onset of the conflict.
Even before the global food crisis, some families were already living on the edge.
ما كانت تصرفني هيك أبدا. كنت أعمل مكدوس، كنت أعمل زيتون، كانت الأسعار معقولة يعني. الوضع أسوأ لأنه الأسعار كل ما عم ترتفع. يعني ربطة الخبز اللي هي ربطة خبز الشيء الأساسي بالبيت سعرها تغير. هلا كتير شغلات نحن حارمين حالنا منها، مثلا الفواكه ممنوعة تفتحي بالرادي فاضي مصفر. هلا غليجة صغير من المدرسة نتغدى وراحت للمسا ليجي بيو من الشغل لحتى نتعشى، وجبتين بنها.
The global food crisis we're facing is being worsened by the energy crisis and the fertilizer crisis that are also occurring, leaving millions of people at risk of hunger and unable to afford a basic meal.
What we don't want for sure is that today's affordability crisis turns into or becomes tomorrow's availability crisis. What I mean by that is that today, if you have money, you can buy food. But if you don't sort out a few things right now, tomorrow, even if you have money, it won't be enough to buy food. What are those things to sort out? We need to make sure that the next agricultural season is a good one. That requires agricultural inputs, especially fertilizer. And if that doesn't happen, our affordability crisis, which is bad enough as we can see around the world, turns into an availability crisis, meaning that food will be even less affordable for millions upon millions of people around the world. I like to say that when WFP is setting records, that doesn't sound great for the world. In 2020, we assisted about 116 million people. In 2021, we assisted about 128 million people. That's the highest in our 60-year history. And guess what? This year, we're planning to assist between 140 to 150 million people. But in order for that to happen, WFP needs funding because we are voluntarily funded. And two, we always need access. And when we have both of them, we can do the job.
Right now, WFP's response focuses on three key things: providing emergency food and cash assistance and nutrition support to prevent millions from dying of hunger, supporting national social protection systems, and strengthening food systems. It's clear we all need to work together and fast in the face of today's global food crisis.
And one where they were involved in a complicated scheme of sex trafficking. All the prosecution says at the
JP Morgan's Global Markets Conference in Paris. Walmart delivering another quarter of solid sales and earnings growth, but it's cautioning that tariffs and increasing economic turbulence means that the world's largest retailer expects to begin raising some prices this month. Walmart down now by 1%. Dick's Sporting Goods has reached a $2.4 billion deal to acquire Foot Locker. Shares of Dick's Sporting Goods down 13.8%, but Foot Locker up now by 85%. Recapping, S&P up 0.3%, the 10-year 4.45%, the 2-year 3.97%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, great to see you live in New York. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to Little Friday, Thursday edition of Balance of Power, live on Bloomberg Radio, the satellite radio, channel 121 on Sirius XM. And of course on YouTube, where you can find us now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. If you're like me, you can also catch us on the Bloomberg Business News app. Find us live on the app, plug us into CarPlay on your way to work. So many ways to catch the program. And I wonder, what will Charlie Pellet tell us on the day they cut a deal on salt? Could that be today? Do we get a rally the minute that's announced? Think about where all of these traders actually live in places like New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. And I bring this up because there's an important meeting happening today on Capitol Hill as we try to align the stars for a vote next week in the House. At least that's Mike Johnson's job, on reconciliation, to pull all together this big mess of bills and try to get something passed so it can go to the Senate. He wants this done before Memorial Day recess, but they can't get it done until there's a deal, yes, on Bloomberg's favorite story, SALT, the state and local tax deduction. And not everybody's getting along on this. You've got the salty Republicans. We've brought you conversations with many of them from, yes, states like New York, as I mentioned, New Jersey, and so on, California too. You've got the Freedom Caucus. They don't like this idea at all. They call it a blue state giveaway. Then you've got other members of the House looking for even steeper cuts, and Mike Johnson has to corral them all. Speaking of salty Republicans, we spent some time with Congressman LaLota on the late edition of Balance of Power, his view from New York, and specifically remembering it's a $10,000 cap right now. This idea of maybe 40-80, 40 for an individual, 80 for a couple. Is that going to grease the skids? Is that the final number? Here's his reaction.
Maybe 40-80 will be an ultimate proposal. So far, unfortunately, the Ways and Means Committee has not offered us anything anywhere close to that. Sadly, they've been stubborn and not give us anything that we could possibly say yes to. We got to go back home and sell this. And a low 30K cap, when unlimited would come at the end of the year if this bill expires, wouldn't be sufficient for my constituents.
Nick LaLota, 1st District, New York, Long Island. Is that your Congressman, producer James? It is. I thought so. And so they're all going to argue this out here, but nobody wants to show their cards, right? $30,000 is floated as a limit. Not acceptable, according to most of the delegation in New York and related states. And so where do we fall here? Jack Fitzpatrick is watching this very closely on Capitol Hill and joins us right now from his perch at Bloomberg Government. Jack, we just heard from the speaker here. We're very, very close to a SALT deal. We're still on path for the bill to pass next week. Is he just being optimistic, or did something happen?
He is being optimistic. It doesn't sound like there's a concrete development that has happened today. That's not to say they're not making progress. They're holding these meetings. They're continuing to negotiate. But we've heard a pretty positive, optimistic series of comments from the speaker over the last few days. And then when you check with the SALT Republicans, it's a little bit more skeptical. There's an increasing amount of frustration from the conservatives. So there was a meeting this morning where the speaker met with some Freedom Caucus conservatives as well as the SALT Republicans. We heard from Young Kim from California, who wants a higher SALT rate, who just said they're still negotiating. We heard from Chip Roy, who's an unhappy conservative, unhappy with the bill as it stands right now. he says he still has problems with the fact that the Medicaid changes wouldn't occur until 2029. He doesn't really think it's a conservative enough bill. So there's still some work left to do to get this together. As far as the possibility of a vote next week, sure, next week is next week. They're still working on it, but there is some work left to do.
Is Chip Roy ever happy? Just to digress for him, I mean, it's his job to be unhappy, right? That's the lever he pulls as a member of the Freedom Caucus.
That is usually true, but it's been unusual this year or so. The Freedom Caucus members have been much happier specifically with the leadership approach than usual. Mike Johnson is not in the position of a John Boehner. Chip Roy got a victory when they voted on the framework before it was an actual bill to increase the goal for spending cuts. Now, they're not wholly following through on that, but they have kind of played ball with Chip Roy, with Andy Harris, the leader of the Freedom Caucus. It's just a question of how happy or unhappy do these compromising figures feel when we're actually at the very end, at the finish line.
We're hearing more from Speaker Johnson, who's talking to reporters, Jack, as we hold you up here in the rotunda. If you do more on salt, he says, you have to do more on savings. This doesn't sound like we're anywhere near a deal, does it?
Well, that's the fundamental issue, is if you give more to the handful of holdouts from high tax blue states, it changes the math. If you create more tax expenditures, the conservatives are going to be less happy, and you're going to have a harder push, possibly focused on Medicaid, maybe bumping that 2029 date up a year or two. And then that raises questions about some of the moderates who are not very comfortable with the amount of Medicaid cuts. How does that do in the House? How does that do in the Senate, where Josh Hawley has been pretty outspoken against Medicaid cuts? So it's hard to change the pieces of this puzzle without just shaking it up entirely.
Yeah. Well, just to follow the bouncing ball here, and I know that you're an expert on procedure when it comes to appropriations, Jack. This needs to kind of get done by tomorrow, right? The House Budget Committee is waiting to assemble all of these pieces on Monday, so this can go to rules, or tomorrow rather, Friday, so it can go to rules on Monday. Are these dates about to change based on the SALT standoff?
They could change if this drags on, but they don't need a deal before going to the Budget Committee. They can really, the Budget Committee just packages these disparate bills together because that's its role in all of this. And then they can do an amendment in the Rules Committee, which is supposed to meet on Monday. So they still can work through the weekend if necessary and make changes as of the Rules Committee meeting before they take it to the floor for a vote.
Can you qualify what happened with Medicaid, Jack? We've heard so much about cuts to Medicaid. Republicans say they aren't cuts. We're just making the program more efficient and more strict when it comes to able-bodied men. Is this a cut to the program or a streamlining of Medicaid? Or is this just about rhetoric at this point? Where are the dollars?
The word cut is kind of a fraught term in Capitol Hill. It would reduce the trajectory of future spending. It would not spend more. It would spend less compared to the baseline. It is very significantly focused to able-bodied adults. Ultimately, that would lead to 7.7 million people who currently have health insurance not having health insurance, according to the Congressional Budget Office. But yes, the point that the conservatives have made, that this is not just taking insurance away from everybody who needs it. It's focused on able-bodied adults who are not working. That is true. That's the focus of that measure on Medicaid.
Yep. All right. And then we get to food stamps. Tell our listeners and viewers what happened in the Agriculture Committee. 29 to 25, party lines here to cut as much as $300 billion in food aid spending. Is that accurate?
Yes, as far as we know, and I think we're going to continue to see holistic numbers come out from the CBO and other think tanks. But the major change to SNAP nutrition benefits is a shift from fully federally funded to some burden being on states. Now, the baseline they laid out is 5% contributions from states, but then there's a penalty for states that have a history of not being totally accurate in terms of who's eligible for it. That could raise it up to 25% matching from states, and that would apply historically to about half the states in the country. So it's a significant shift towards the burden being on states for funding that.
Right. Of course, I'm now supposed to ask you if all of this is going to change when it goes to the Senate, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of it is. Jack, we'll let you get back to your coverage in the House of Representatives. Jack Fitzpatrick covering this process for us at Bloomberg Government, our Congress reporter. You can find him on the terminal, of course, and online, and as often as we can get him on this program. Jack knows what he's talking about. That is the latest that we have here. Remembering, budget tomorrow to assemble this thing before it goes, if they get it done, to a floor vote next week. If we get a SALT deal, the earth will shake a bit around here. We'll let you know as soon as it happens, and you know you'll have a red headline on the terminal. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll turn to geopolitics next as President Trump lands in Abu Dhabi. It's straight ahead on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Apple or Spotify, wherever else you get your podcasts. Watch us live on YouTube. Listen to us on the Bloomberg Professional app. And, of course, anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Missed the top headlines on Bloomberg Radio? Get the latest news when you want it. Updated continuously throughout the day with Bloomberg News Now. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
From May 20th to 22nd, world leaders and international CEOs will gather in Doha for the 5th Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg. Held in conjunction with our official partners, Qatar's Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Media City Qatar, culture sponsor, Qatar Museums, innovation sponsor, QRDI Council, and premier sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority and QNB.
What's happening in D.C.?
At the White House, a late news conference with Donald Trump.
Joe Matthew and Kelly Lyons speak to the insiders with the answers.
Nathan Deeb is joining us of Bloomberg Intelligence.
And bring you the top stories of the day from in and around our nation's capital.
The intersection of Washington and Wall Street has rarely been greater.
Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kelly Lyons. Listen live weekdays at noon and 5 p.m. Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Dana Dioria, Co-Chief Investment Officer at Envestnet.
You look at the market and you say, how many times can Lucy pull the football away and we're still going to react the way we do, but we do. And so I would say there's no changing the forecast based on this moment, nor would you have wanted to based on, the course of the last month. I think from the perspective of, hey, where do we land relative to something like recession? The risk is starting to come off. It's starting to look more like this was, in fact, a gigantic disruptive negotiating tactic. You can't bet on it, right? And so you have to be allocated in a way that sort of takes into consideration, I'm going to have to ride out some volatility ahead, and that volatility could be quite substantial and quite long. I think it's interesting, too, that the market is sort of pricing now that these Fed rate cuts will come later. The market has continuously kind of pulled forward these rate cuts more than what I think anything, in the hard data suggested that they should. And now the market's kind of coming to terms like, yeah, okay, the situation doesn't look as bad as we thought. The Fed's going to be cautious on inflation. They're not going to cut that fast. I think that was probably the case regardless.
Some of the tariff risk factor may be coming out of the market here. Does that impact kind of maybe where you're allocating capital these days? Or are you just trying to stick with quality and ride it through?
There's all different choices being made by these different active managers, 100,000 advisors kind of on the platform doing different things. Some of them certainly have pulled money off the table, and I think you're going to see that money kind of come back.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Canada's S&P TSX Composite Index up 0.7% right now. That is a record. The Qatar Wealth Fund planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 10 years. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. We got the S&P very close to session highs right now. NASDAQ, though, does remain in the red. Stocks rose as bond yields fell after this morning's economic data suggested the Fed may cut rates to prevent a recession. S&P right now up 13. That is a gain of 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 115, up 0.3. NASDAQ, though, in the red, down 21, drop there of 0.1%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares holding on to a gain of 0.1%. 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold up $43 the ounce, now up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude 61.69 a barrel. WTI right now down 2.3%, and Bitcoin lower by 0.4%, 103,141 on Bitcoin. United Health Group shares are plunging following a report that the insurer is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud, adding to a already tumultuous week. Shares of United Health right now down by 15.2%. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index higher now by 14 points, up by about 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, and of course, Balance of Power. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, YouTube. Find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. And a reminder, you can always listen to us live on the Bloomberg Professional app, CarPlay, and all the rest on your way to work and on demand as well. So he's still holding out the possibility of maybe going to Turkey. President Trump, now day 3. This is the final stop on the Middle East tour today. He's in Abu Dhabi and just arrived a short time ago, right around noontime Eastern here at the presidential palace, where he's enjoying another dinner. But could he make a turn for Turkey? You've heard what's going on there, right? This is not about peace in the Middle East. This is about peace in Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky is in Turkey for peace talks. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is in Turkey. There was a thought that we would have maybe even direct talks between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. That apparently is not going to be the case because Putin's still in Moscow. Unless, of course, he's working on something with Trump. Listen to President Trump before he left Qatar about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating, and I think that I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something because it has to stop.
If it was appropriate. Interesting idea. You wonder if something might happen here in the next 24 hours, and it's why we wanted to spend some time with Jenny Welch, Bloomberg Economics chief geoeconomics analyst, with her eyes on President Trump's travels through the Middle East. Jenny, it's great to have you. I have a lot of questions, but I want to just start with this matter of the meetings involving Ukraine. Will there actually be a formal negotiation? Who would be sitting on the other side of the table from Volodymyr Zelensky, or is this about lower level talks that somehow keep the ball in play?
Still tremendous uncertainty at this point. We're literally watching minute by minute for updates on whether talks have started, at least at lower levels, between Ukrainian, Russian, and American officials that are currently in Turkey. I would put my odds, though, on a higher level meeting at the leader level being relatively slim at this stage. Of course, there's still the possibility, as Trump is indicating there, that he could go to Turkey. And I think if he does, that would really put a lot of pressure on President Putin to show up as well. But realistically, for these leader level meetings to take place, there's a lot of work that has to happen in advance to set up even just the security protocols for that to take place. And if at this stage, they're still not sure whether something's going to happen, I think that points to a very high possibility that they're unlikely to have talks at that level, which for President Zelensky means that he's going to be leaving Turkey and allowing potentially lower level officials to continue conversations. But ultimately, a leader level conversation, I don't think it's in the books for this week.
Well, as Vladimir Putin strings us along here, Jenny, you have to wonder, why would he ever give the U.S. the win of successfully mediating peace in Ukraine?
I think both sides are really playing blame game shifting here. President Zelensky agreed very rapidly to President Putin's call for leader level conversations because he wants to make it clear that he is not the barrier to peace at this point in time. I think President Putin offered the idea of direct leader level conversations as a way of bypassing the pressure on a ceasefire and saying, no, instead of agreeing to a ceasefire, what we really should do is have a conversation about the larger peace process here and the deeper roots of this conflict. So sort of trying to pivot or spin away as a way of avoiding the question on a ceasefire, which at this stage, Moscow isn't interested in. They have the battlefield advantage. They think that they have the ability to weather this storm, essentially, and that the U.S. will eventually sort of turn away from Ukraine and continue to reduce aid to Kyiv. And as a result, time is on their side. They just have to play a waiting game and kind of kicking the can down the road. That being said, Putin still doesn't want to look like he's the impediment. So he's trying to portray himself as being conducive and shifting the blame back to Ukraine. And I think that's essentially where we're at, is just constant game of blame shifting, where I think Ukraine now has the upper hand because Zelensky actually showed up in Turkey and was willing to talk and is really shifting the onus back onto Putin for not arriving.
Really interesting analysis as we spend time with Jenny Welch from Bloomberg Economics. I want to ask you a bit about Iran. While I have you here for another minute, Jenny, the Trump administration has put forth what the president described yesterday as an olive branch. It's an actual proposal for a nuclear deal. This came from White House envoy Steve Witkoff, a written proposal to the Iranians who are sending messages through some lower level officials in an interview with NBC News to suggest that they're ready to make a deal. Is this really happening?
I think to say, as President Trump did, that a deal is imminent might be overly optimistic at this stage. I think there's probably a lot of details that the two sides are still working out, including on the enrichment question of whether Iran will be able to retain a civilian nuclear energy program, as Tehran certainly wants to, but as U.S. officials have kind of given conflicting statements on in the past. Another major issue that they have to reckon with, and which was a problem in the original JCPOA nuclear deal, and a reason why President Trump essentially tore that deal up, is the question of Iran's regional activities, its ties to groups like the Houthis, to Hamas, to Hezbollah, where Iran in the past has not been willing to make concessions there. President Trump has made quite clear that one reason he thought that prior deal wasn't sufficient is it didn't include terms on that front. All that being said, talks have been going more positively than I think a lot of folks expected, especially given President Trump's prior stance on JCPOA. So I don't think that's to say that a deal isn't possible at some point in the future, just that there's probably still a lot of details that are being worked out actively at the moment.
Seems like the answer to almost every question I can ask you right now, Jenny Welch. It's great to see you, Jenny. Thank you. Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst and the perfect voice for today. As we return to the question surrounding the tariffs, it's interesting. We haven't been focused too heavily since this purported deal with China was floated just days ago here. But the question, of course, was, is it the point to reshore industry and use as a negotiating tool, or is it to raise revenue? Remembering the Commerce Secretary, beginning of April, envisioning what he described as the army of millions and millions of human beings, screwing in little screws, he said, to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America. That was walked back a little bit, but based on what we're hearing from Donald Trump with regard to Apple, it does kind of sound like the White House wants to see this happen. President Trump asking Apple's Tim Cook to stop building plants in India to make devices for the U.S., saying Apple will be, quote, upping their production in the United States, unquote, as a result of their discussion. I have always wanted to get Mark Gurman on this program because he's a news machine and he knows more than anyone else when it comes to Apple. Bloomberg News managing editor for global consumer tech, with us from San Francisco. Mark, it's great to see you. Welcome to the political program that you've managed to avoid for all of these years. Now our lives intersect, and I wonder what you think about that vision. I wonder what Tim Cook thinks about that vision of an army of millions turning screws in iPhones in the U.S. Is this real?
No, I mean, maybe Tim Cook wants that. Maybe he likes that idea. I can't speak for him. Maybe he is completely aligned with Donald Trump on this being what both men want. But it's also, as Tim Cook would be the first to tell you, not going to happen. There is no reality in which Apple can mass produce or do final assembly on iPhones in the United States. There are many issues, cost being a minor issue. The bigger issues are engineering, education in this country, the ability to get the right number of skilled people to do the production. the way that Apple has to fill up city blocks worth of facilities in order to produce these iPhones. It's just too complex, and it's not going to happen. This is not something that is certainly going to happen over the next 3.5 years while Trump continues to be in office. So this is nothing more than a pipe dream. Of course, Donald Trump, he's enacting these tariffs because he wants things to be made in the U.S. Of course, there are many things that Tim Cook wants. He doesn't want Donald Trump to put new policies in place that is going to hurt Apple. He wants the DOJ lawsuit against Apple to be dropped. He wants all sorts of stuff from Donald Trump, so he's going to play nice too. Is there a scenario where Apple ups investments in the U.S.? Is there a scenario where Apple does more manufacturing of components and partnerships in the U.S.? Sure. But I think what we're all talking about here is a process called FATP. That stands for Final Assembly, Testing, and Packaging. Putting the iPhones together, taking them off the assembly line, put them in the boxes, and shipping them out to customers around the world. It's not going to happen in the U.S. anytime soon.
What would an iPhone cost built here in the U.S.?
I wouldn't even want to speculate, because the issue is far more than cost. It's scale and availability of the engineering resources in order to make it happen. So I don't think anyone who has an estimate of what an iPhone in the US would cost is doing anything other than pulling a number out of thin air. I would tell you that I don't believe Apple would even know. There are too many parameters and too many levers here to really understand what that price would look like at this point.
A great, honest answer. In our remaining minute here, Mark, you wonder, is there a tiered system? What if Apple actually said, okay, we'll start making a couple of iPhones here in the U.S. We'll bill them as made in the USA, and they're going to cost $5,000. We'll sell them side by side on the website and see how we do. Is that something Tim Cook would try?
No, because the amount of money and resources necessary to even get the plant up and running would be preposterous. Apple tried to do final assembly on some Macs in the US several years ago, and it completely backfired, and it was very difficult for Apple to pull off. And so imagine the scale differences. Macs, we're talking about thousands of units a year on this particular $6,000 high-end Mac. We're talking about 6,000 units an hour for the iPhone. Definitely this is not something that's on the table right now.
I love that. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm a big fan. I appreciate the straight scoop. Pipe dream, says Mark Gurman. What else do you need to hear? Bloomberg News Managing Editor, Global Consumer Tech, watching Apple for us in the conversation with Tim Cook. We'll assemble our panel next. You picked the right day to join us on Balance of Power. Rick Davis and Gidi Shanzano on the way in next. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News brief. The Trump bid to end birthright citizenship goes before the U.S. Supreme Court.
We will hear argument this morning in case 24A884, Trump versus CASA Incorporated, and the consolidated cases.
And at the heart of the issue is action by 3 separate judges to block it. Solicitor General John Sauer.
They operate asymmetrically, forcing the government to win everywhere while the plaintiffs can win anywhere.
Democratic lawmakers and consumer advocates characterize Trump tariffs and policies as a baby tax on parents. California Congressman Jimmy Gomez.
These are essentials. These are what you need. You can't get by without a car seat or a crib or diapers or baby wipes.
Well, CBS's Omar Villafranca says parts of central and southern Texas remain in a triple-digit oven.
Here in San Antonio, many chose to ride out the weather indoors in places with reliable air conditioning.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
Up to the minute market headlines.
We have a massive rally in the bond market. We have a massive sell-off in the equity market.
Along with in-depth research on more than 2,000 global companies.
Some of these big tech names, are these entry points?
When do you buy the dip and where do you buy the dip?
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Interest rates go up, bond prices go down. That's all I need to know, right?
Bloomberg Intelligence. Listen live weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Extraordinary films are found on Jolt. Available now for a limited time, Can't Look Away exposes disturbing truths uncovered by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville about social media's harmful impact on kids.
We are in the midst of a fentanyl crisis.
These companies have upped the stakes. They're now in your children's bedroom.
It's not a fair fight, is it?
Can't Look Away challenges everything you think you know about the dangers kids face online. Watch now at jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Dick's Sporting Goods is buying the Foot Locker chain for about $2.4 billion. that gets dicks into the nation's malls. Now, both retailers have been suffering a bit because of so many of the sneakers and apparel they import from China and Vietnam are affected by those Trump tariffs. Shares of Foot Locker surging this hour, up 85%, while elsewhere on Wall Street, stocks have mostly turned around some earlier losses. That's after softer wholesale inflation data from April and lackluster retail spending that same month, lifting hopes for a rate cut from the Fed, possibly as early as next month. Right now, it's got the Dow up 0.25%, so is the S&P 500. The Nasdaq is down just very slightly. After warning customers and investors that may have to start hiking prices this month, shares of Walmart are a little lower. And just in time for the summer backyard barbecue season, Kingsford Charcoal teaming up with Miller Lite to make beer coal. Charcoal briquettes infused with real beer. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, we visit Torrance County, New Mexico, a town that runs on ice. Host Sarah Holder speaks with Bloomberg's Rachel Adams-Hurd and Fola Akanibi to examine how private detention facilities across America are becoming key to the U.S. government's immigration crackdown.
ICE now needs a lot more detention space. So the federal government is finding new counties to sign the same types of agreements as the one in Torrance County.
It's happening all over the country. There are like well over 100 of these agreements. Like this is how ICE gets bed space. There are not very many ICE-owned facilities. And so this is how they are able to quickly get and fill beds.
And the numbers are only growing. Since Trump retook office in January, the federal government has arranged new agreements with about 30 U.S. counties to use their jails to detain immigrants. And ICE wants to spend up to $45 billion more on these detention contracts. For ICE, the arrangement in Torrance County makes its job easier. CoreCivic handles staffing. And working directly with county governments helps ICE move faster. The agency doesn't have to enter a competitive bidding process to decide who gets the contract or do all the paperwork that comes with that process.
The county government is sort of smoothing this process for both the federal government and for the private prison company.
The county has a reason to sign these detention deals too.
They pay taxes, they provide jobs. In some of these deals, there's an administrative fee that they pay the county as well. And in the case of Torrance County, they also get beds for their local detainees. And they say that without this, they would have to take people to Santa Fe, which is like an hour and a half or 2 hours away. It's a long drive.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ back in the green right now, higher by 14 points, up by about 0.1%. The S&P keeping it all in context, up now by about 0.3%. The Dow is gaining 125, also up by 0.3%. Again, the S&P very close to session highs. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Bond yields are falling after economic data this morning suggested the Fed may cut rates to prevent a recession. The 10-year currently yielding 4.44%, with the 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold up $44 the ounce, up 1.4% now, while West Texas Intermediate crude is lower by 2.1%, $61.79 a barrel. The Producer Price Index, a gauge of wholesale costs, posted the largest drop in almost 5 years. A surprise 0.5% decline. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Why now? Came inflation data with tariffs pending? Here's why. Slumping margins. Sign businesses are absorbing some of the cost of higher tariffs, not passing them along to consumers for now. Even so, consumer confidence in the U.S. economy is way down. There are also signs consumer spending is moderating, a tepid increase in April retail sales. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And one other economic note, busy day for economic news, by the way. Confidence among American home builders slumped in May to the lowest since late 2023. Among home builders, Toll Brothers up 0.6%. Rivals also higher. Pulte up by 0.4%. Lennar up now by 1.4%. And KB Home up by 0.7%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 0.3%, with a 10-year currently yielding 4.44%. Balance of Power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet live in New York here on Balance of Power. The early edition on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and YouTube. Search us out, Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll catch our live stream, and we always save a seat for you here in the studio as we follow not only President Trump's travels today, arriving in Abu Dhabi. As we told you, he is now inside the presidential palace for a dinner that was on the schedule, and we're waiting for news here on chips, of course, as we discussed earlier in the week. NVIDIA chips apparently cleared for sale in the UAE. But here in Washington, there's a lot going on in the Capitol. Not only the drive to reconciliation in the House and an important meeting with the salty Republicans and the Freedom Caucus earlier today did not generate a deal, at least not yet, on a SALT cap. There's also something happening in the Supreme Court and what many are seeing as the most significant case of the year so far, birthright citizenship, with a constitutional question that's being asked here by way of a procedural question. This is a little bit complicated, but that's why we have Greg Stewart, his great reporting on the terminal and online. Should lower court judges have the authority, and you've heard the White House push back hard on this, have the authority to block federal policies with nationwide injunctions? That's what the justices are seeking to answer. And based on their answer, we could have a way forward here when it comes to birthright citizenship. Latest from Eric Larson on the terminal, the Supreme Court's liberal justices, not a big surprise, indicating that the president's executive order restricting birthright citizenship is probably illegal. That's based on oral arguments a short time ago. As we assemble our panel, Rick Davis is with us in studio today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, a Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie Shanzano with us from New York, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst. Great to see you both here. Rick, when you're reading the tea leaves, I guess it really shouldn't be a big surprise that the liberal justices feel this way. How does the rest of the court feel about the procedural question?
It's interesting because some of the questions, and I'm certainly not a really great court watcher, but some of the questions by Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh indicate a concern for the same thing. In other words, if a lower court district judge can't make a nationwide ban, doesn't that result in thousands of cases being taken up by other courts all over the country to have the same effect? And are we really walking into a trap by saying, sure, notionally, a federal district court judge shouldn't be able to do that, except look at what the reaction will be if they can't.
Yes, right.
And so in this case in particular, there would be thousands, tens of thousands of cases challenging the ban on birthright citizenship. And yet right now, it's only the liberal judges who are saying, and by the way, let's talk about birthright citizenship, right?
Yes.
It is the law of the land. And so a lot of people are misreading this court case. It's not a ruling on the legality of birthright citizenship right now. It's really on the court's power to make these nationwide injunctions, many of which have been used to stop these executive orders that Donald Trump has been issuing. So this is a really new thing that the courts are having to grapple with.
Yeah, it's a big question for this administration, certainly. Jeannie, does Donald Trump have a point that any old district judge should not be able to stop a federal policy with a national injunction?
Yeah, first of all, I'm jealous that you two are together, and I'm very happy to be back on with you, Joe Matthew. It's almost as exciting as listening to the Supreme Court today. I have been glued to this hearing, which is now over. The reality is he does have a good point. The DOJ, not just Trump's administration, but going back throughout the modern presidency, has been raising the alarm on individual district judges issuing nationwide injunctions. The numbers of those injunctions have gone up dramatically, as has presidential use of EOs, in large part because we have a Congress that is not doing its job. And so you have a real conundrum here for the DOJ, for the president, and for these justices. You know, Rick was just talking, rightly so, about the chaos and mess that would occur if federal district judges can't use these nationwide injunctions. But the reality is there is also the other side of this, which is the power of the president to act, and to act without being thwarted by an individual unelected federal judge. So these are not easy questions. Remember, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, they complained about the same thing. One of the differences here is Donald Trump's rate of EOs, 200 EOs now 49 of which have been blocked by district court judges. So to Rick's point, this is not about birthright citizenship. It is a traditional battle of separation of powers and who is empowered in our nation under the Constitution to act and when they can do that and when they can be thwarted in that.
Of course, the ruling here could indirectly actually impact birthright citizenship here, correct? It's certainly if they knock this down, it kind of ends the argument. The Supreme Court, though, says it may eventually hear arguments on the legality of the actual executive order. Rick, you've been around Republican politics for a minute. Just frame this for us in the context of this conversation that's been happening quietly for a really long time, questioning why this is in place here, something that is, of course, unique to the United States. The idea would be restricting birthright citizenship so one of the parents would be a citizen, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we would have to look at how to make a law that would accommodate that, right? That is not a given.
This has been simmering for a long time.
It has. It's a fringe legal theory, right? And that, frankly, for the last 40 years that I've been involved, nobody has really taken seriously.
How about
and any sort of legal scholar of standing would tell you the law of the land is clear, right? Born in the United States, you're a citizen. And there's a lot behind that, right? We believe in, that opportunity is here in the United States for anybody who wants to come, right? It's based in everything that has built the country up until this point in time. So nobody really took it seriously, but Donald Trump embraced that sort of fringe legal theory back in his first term and talked quite a bit about it. And it helped fuel some of the MAGA movement and help get disaffected citizens from rural areas who felt like immigration was polluting the country, was taking away jobs, was crowding the hospitals, was changing the educational system. All of a sudden we're speaking Spanish in elementary school. And so it was a piece of the entire MAGA puzzle that Donald Trump was able to craft. And if not for Donald Trump, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. There's not a legal scholar and a judge on the Supreme Court who felt we've been doing the wrong thing on birthright citizenship. So if this does lead to a true debate on birthright citizenship, I think you're going to see a lot of people come out of the woodwork to oppose any change in what is perceived to be the 14th Amendment.
Boy, that's great analysis, Jeannie. And I wonder what you see as the motivation here for this White House then. To Rick's point, it's kind of the centerpiece of the president's approach to immigration, the crackdown at the border, the mass deportations, the way all of this has been signaled. Does the White House actually think it has legal standing here, or it's just good politics?
On the merits, they didn't go to the Supreme Court because they know they would likely on the merits be shut down on this. The argument that they're making is the 14th Amendment specifically says people who are born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Their argument is that if one or both parents are illegal or temporary citizens, they are not subject to the jurisdiction, and therefore their offspring are not citizens. It is a very difficult case for them to make. There is both legal precedent going back to the 1890s, codified by Congress, unanimous declarations by most legal scholars that the clarity of the 14th Amendment on this point, unlike many others, is going to be very tough for them to push forward. So I think they believe that they may be able to get ground here. At least they make political points. And if you take the birthright citizenship question out of this, which is of course critical, you also have, again, this enormous issue of presidential power, because it's not just an EO on birthright citizenship he wants to be able to move forward on and enforce. It is the 199 others that he has put out there, 49 of which have been thwarted by federal judges so far.
So he doesn't really want a decision on this right now because he wants to keep talking about it, right, as a political issue.
I think that they'll take the decisions as they come, right? This is a concerted strategy that they've developed, which is basically generate law by executive order.
Yes.
And,
let them claw you back.
Typically, Congress is the only one who can make a law. But his executive orders are basically creating law. And if he loses, 20% of them, great. He's just expanded presidential power substantially. And so if your strategy is to have the strongest presidency in modern times, then this is a hallmark of that. This is an element of that strategy. And he can't lose, because even if there's only one of these executive orders that holds the weight, then he can then build on that, year after year after year. Remember, this is only the first 120 days of this presidency. He's going to continue to produce executive orders on a daily basis to exert the presidential ability to assume power and control over the judiciary, the Congress, that he's trying to exert.
Sure.
So it's a strategy, and I think it's working right now.
Great conversation with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panel with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. We want to bring you to the presidential palace in Abu Dhabi right now. They've just begun a bilateral meeting between President Trump and the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. This is live from Abu Dhabi. Listen to President Trump now on Bloomberg.
Very bad vibes, very unhappy. It was an unhappy country. A lot of foolish things were happening, stupid things were happening. And we just got the numbers. We had the highest enlistment numbers just about that we've ever had. We think it probably the highest, but they say have to be extremely accurate when it comes to the news, because they check every word I say. There's a little bit of an inaccuracy, but I will tell you, we had just about the best numbers for enlistment we've ever had. Every one of our services. I'm very proud of Space Force because I created Space Force. That was my baby. Hadn't been done in 78 years, a new force, and it's doing phenomenally well. We were not winning the space war, and now we're leading it by tremendous margins over Russia and China primarily. And so we're very proud of it, but I'm very proud of maybe even more so the enlistment numbers. So we went from having a hard time getting people to join our armed forces and our police, by the way, to having the best numbers that we've ever had, wanting to join. They're proud of our country again. That's a big thing, and to happen so fast, over about a 6 or 7 month period, that's a big honor. And likewise, the police, very hard to get police, and now the ranks are bursting and with pride. So that's something that we're very happy about. We've had investments in our country over the last 3 months, but really 2 months, because it took me a couple of weeks to get started. I had to get a little acclimated again, because we had a very successful first term, as you know. We had one of the most successful economies in the history of our country. For first term was amazing. We did a lot of things. We rebuilt our military. We did a lot of great things. And I think this is even going to be better. But we have now, I think, substantially over $10 trillion of investment. And now when they add the 1.4 trillion, we easily break that number. So that's investment or investment that we think will soon happen. And it doesn't include people that are building, because not everybody comes and tells us that they're building, and it's a big country, but we're having numbers that we've never done before. And that means AI plants. That means, as an example, a really good example is Apple. Apple is now spending much more than $500 billion on plants. They didn't do that before. As you know, they built their plants in another location. We have the biggest computer company, $500 billion. We have Mr. Wei of Taiwan is spending $200 billion. Jensen who's great. Jensen Huang is spending $500 billion. We have numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That all means jobs, because to me, the most important jobs, I want jobs. And we have costs are way down. Groceries, they have a term, grocery. It's an old term, but it means basically what you're buying, food. It's a pretty accurate term, but it's an old-fashioned sound. But groceries are down, costs are down, eggs are down. They were, first week they were hitting me with eggs were up 200%. And now they're down to a number that is amazing. We're down 97, 98% from where they were. And everybody, they said, you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, we had everybody had eggs for Easter at a very reasonable price. At the White House, we had our little Easter egg roll, and we had hundreds of thousands of eggs purchased. They said, you have to go out and buy plastic eggs. That didn't work out. So we've done a real job, and our energy costs are way down. The energy is way down, gasoline is down, and we have almost no inflation. So we've got the economy back. We've got a border now that's very powerful, 99.9%, and nobody would have believed that was possible. It was a real mess. And we had, frankly, an incompetent previous administration. I know you weren't thrilled with them. They abandoned people, and it wasn't that they abandoned. They didn't bother to call people back. They treated people with great disrespect, but part of it was a level of stupidity that we've never seen before. And I'm glad we arrived, and I know you people also woo you. You know, you're an amazing country. You're a rich country. You can have your choice, but I know you'll never leave my side. I know that. And you know the special relationship that we have and our country has. So our country's back with you, and our country's back in a lot of ways. We have a country with tremendous spirit right now, tremendous. They haven't seen anything like it. I would say this, we're far ahead of schedule. If you would have told me these numbers in a year and a half from now, I would have been very happy with them. But think that substantially more than $10 trillion, you'll have numbers of other presidents where they won't do $1 trillion in a long time. $1 trillion. We did it in 2 months because, again, you figure 3, but let me have 1 month of fixing up the Oval Office. In other words, getting things ready. And I look forward to having you in the White House. We'll celebrate together. But we are going to be your friend, and we're going to be your partner. And we really appreciate your confidence and an investment. That's your biggest investment that you've ever made. And we really appreciate it. And we're going to treat you very, as you should be, magnificently. And you're a magnificent man, and it's an honor to be with you.
My honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. شكرا شباب. دخل وسام.
نستدعي سموكم بالبدء. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, in recognition of President Donald Trump's exceptional efforts to strengthen the long-standing ties of friendship and strategic partnership between the United Arab Emirates and United States of America, I am honored to announce that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan bestows the Order of Zayed upon President Trump.
This is live from the presidential palace in Abu Dhabi. Just listening to President Trump there for a couple of moments, who's in a bilateral meeting with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who was speaking a short time ago through translation, as I mentioned, live here, and the third stop on President Trump's tour through the Middle East. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kayleigh Lyons at my side. And Kayleigh, we've been talking so much about computer chips and a $1.4 trillion investment over the next 10 years. That's the hard news here. That's the headline on the terminal that President Trump is announcing, an investment from the United Arab Emirates. Much of this has to do with high-tech NVIDIA chips, right? This is, of course, the workhorse of the AI engine that has been off limits to so many countries until now.
Well, that's true. And of course, the UAE, not the only Gulf state who has been wanting to have further penetration into this kind of technology as they look to diversify their economies, has asked this of the U.S., Saudi Arabia, getting some commitments in regard to chips as well. But Bloomberg is reporting today that there are some even close to President Trump within the administration who are more hawkish on national security issues, who do have concerns about access being granted to these countries. And specifically, if some of these could actually end up in China as an end market, knowing there needs to be perhaps greater guardrails on this kind of commitment to make everybody comfortable. But obviously, that is what President Trump is in the region for, is to tout investment deals like this, as he adds the $1.4 trillion over the next 10 years. He says his commitment from the UAE to the figures yesterday from Qatar, they set up to $1.2 trillion of economic exchange. And of course, the Saudis have already pledged at least $600 billion, though they are trying to get to the $1 trillion figure.
Absolutely.
As well.
I mentioned NVIDIA. It's good for the whole space. NVIDIA, AMD, and so many others, Amazon, Cisco, Qualcomm, all announcing investments on this trip.
It has certainly been a trip that has brought a lot of news, not just on the investments, mind you, but on the geopolitical front as well. After yesterday, of course, the president met with the new president of Syria, talk of relieving sanctions on Syria, normalizing relations, and of course, some progress being made, it seems, on a deal with Iran as well. We want to get into all of this now and turn to our colleague Anne-Marie Hordern, who is live in Abu Dhabi for us. Anne-Marie, obviously, we just heard from President Trump more about investment, but what are the other takeaways from his time spent in the UAE so far?
Well, the big headline, of course, is this $1.4 trillion, but we knew that was coming. I reported back in March that we had Sheikh Taknoun in the Oval Office meeting with the president, talking about this investment figure the UAE could get to. But key to that was the UAE getting their hands on these advanced chips. And it seems like that is going to be one of the deliverables. To Joe and Kaylee, both your points, the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, they'll win big in this. The concern, of course, has been to make sure that tech does not leak to China. So there's still a lot of discussions around how to make sure that remains secured. I had some reporting that potentially you could have AI data centers, say in Riyadh or Abu Dhabi, but the U.S. would control who would have access to those data centers. Also interesting, coming out of this discussion between Mohammed bin Zayed, Sheikh Mohammed, the president of the UAE, as well as President Donald Trump, he said, we look forward to seeing you at the White House. It looks like he extended an invitation for the president of the UAE to visit him in Washington, D.C.
Anne-Marie, big questions about Iran after the administration, in fact, put forth a written proposal for a nuclear deal. What do we expect for a response, and how long could that take?
Well, we know that they've already had about 4 meetings. This has been happening in Oman, these 4 meetings, round of talks brokered by the Omanis between Tehran and Washington. What I would say is the president, before he was in Abu Dhabi, he spoke in Doha, and he talked about another olive branch, saying that there's a report, if you read it, it was NBC News, the president mentioned it, saying that Iran is coming to the table. But if you look through what that top advisor of the Ayatollah said, he basically was outlining a deal that the president, 7 years almost to the day, May 8th, 2018, the president, Donald Trump, as the 45th president, pulled the United States out of the JCPOA. And in this report, this advisor to the Ayatollah was basically talking about the fact that we would never have a nuclear weapon, but we would still keep uranium enrichment for a civil program. Now, bipartisan, a lot of Republicans in Washington, D.C., even I think on a bipartisan basis, some Democrats would say they want to see more done when it comes to Iran. Earlier in the week, the president talked about other grievances towards Iran. Could that be part of the nuclear, a potential nuclear deal? He talked about the fact that Tehran financially backs all the proxies in this region, Lebanese Hezbollah, the Houthis, and of course, Hamas.
And Anne-Marie, we know that is not the only deal that Trump and his administration are in active pursuit of. He, of course, still wants to see a peace deal reached between the Russia and Ukraine, given that Russia only sent very low-level officials to Turkey today. Volodymyr Zelensky, of course, not meeting in person with Vladimir Putin as he had asked of Putin to meet him there. Should we assume that President Trump at this time has no reason to extend his trip?
No, and President Trump said at this time, that's a great way to frame it, Kaylee, because throughout this entire tour of the Middle East, the president kept leaving the door open to potentially peeling off and adding a stop in Istanbul if he were to meet and sit down with President Putin and even Zelensky, even though he just saw Zelensky only a few weeks ago at the Vatican, that remarkable photo. What I would say is the president today said there really is not going to be a deal until Putin and I meet, but it felt like the door was really closing. And at this point, he will not be going, it doesn't seem like, to Istanbul. It felt like there were really talks of this earlier in the week. But at this moment, that seems that door has closed. Even though the president, it seemed like he would be keen to make it happen, it doesn't seem that Moscow was ready at this moment.
Great reporting from Anne-Marie Hordern. It's good to have you, Anne-Marie, live from Abu Dhabi with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We have a conversation ahead with Congressman Marlin Stutzman, the Republican, will be with us live from Capitol Hill straight ahead after we check Wall Street. Let's get our hands on the markets first. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the trade from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Higher across the board. Indeed, best level of the session right now. Joe Matthew for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Like you, we are focused on news out of the Middle East, trade, tariffs, investments, earnings, and yes, U.S. A ton of economic data this morning. Right to the numbers here with the S&P now higher by 28. That is a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 214, up 0.5. NASDAQ up 45 now, up 0.2%. But interestingly, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index trading lower now by 0.4%. The 10-year 4.44%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $51 the ounce, up 1.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 61.54 a barrel. WTI down by 2.5%. Walmart delivered another quarter of solid sales growth, but it did caution that tariffs and increasing economic turbulence means that the world's largest retailer expects to begin raising some prices this month. Walmart shares after earnings, they are down now by 0.5%. Deal news, we've got Dick's Sporting Goods reaching a $2.4 billion deal to acquire Foot Locker. Foot Locker shares, they are surging by 85% right now. Dick's Sporting Goods down by 15%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, specifically on Capitol Hill, the work continues on trying to find a consensus around the SALT cap so that House Republicans can move forward with a floor vote next week, at least that's the goal, according to the Speaker, on budget reconciliation. This, of course, is one of the biggest outstanding issues, as some of those members of the Republican conference who come from blue states are willing to die, it seems, politically on the SALT Hill, pushing for a number higher than the 30,000, which was included in the tax bill that passed through the Ways and Means Committee yesterday. The negotiations continued this morning. The Speaker says they're going to continue through the weekend to try to find a solve here. And of course, we know that a number of numbers have been thrown out there by members of the SALT caucus, including Congressman Nick LaLota, the Republican from New York, who was with us on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday, on the idea of 40-80 being the sweet spot.
Maybe 40-80 will be an ultimate proposal. So far, unfortunately, the Ways and Means Committee has not offered us anything anywhere close to that. Sadly, they've been stubborn and not give us anything that we could possibly say yes to. We got to go back home and sell this. And a low 30K cap, when unlimited would come at the end of the year if this bill expires, wouldn't be sufficient for my constituents.
So again, he's got to go home to New York to sell this. And Congressman LaLota was not having too much of this idea of a cap at $30,000 for individuals. Never mind the 40-80 that Kaylee threw out there. It's where we start our conversation with Congressman Marlin Stutzman, the Republican representing Indiana's 3rd District, is with us live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. A lot of things need to happen pretty quickly here. We put the pieces together. If we follow the plan here and the timeline laid out by the Speaker, in the Budget Committee tomorrow, Rules Committee picks it up on Monday, you get a floor vote next week. Is SALT the biggest obstacle to getting this done right now?
Well, it's one of them. And Joe, it's great to be with you and Kaylee again. It is. There's a lot of conversations happening today and a lot of, last minute meetings trying to find these compromises. And I understand, that, the members from New York, New Jersey, California, those SALT districts, there's a handful of them that represent Republican districts, that this is an important issue for them. My message has been, look, I'm willing to work with you all. I understand. I don't like it because I feel like, here we have Hoosiers from Indiana that are they're not getting the same benefit that these liberal spending states are getting as far as the taxpayers there. But these are Republican members fighting for their districts. I understand that. But I think there should be an offset or a compromise. Let's, defund Planned Parenthood. Let's make some sort of adjustments to the Medicaid waivers. We've got to reduce our healthcare costs. That's the bigger item that really is blowing up the budget, and we've got to address healthcare costs at some point. So I understand where they're coming from, but let's work together, and I think that can happen.
Well, and we did hear suggestion from the Speaker that if they want to increase the SALT cap, you're going to have to find more spending offsets. Is it your assumption, Congressman, that only really substantially can come with even further cuts to Medicaid beyond what just went through the Energy and Commerce Committee?
Well, we'll see. And, we'll find out here. We're going to have conference here in just a couple of hours, and all of the chairmen are going to be reporting to all of the members in the House Republican Conference their work. So we'll know more. But either way, we know that we're on the wrong trajectory, and we've got to find savings sooner rather than later. I think the bigger piece that frustrates me and some other budget hawks is that we're pushing these savings out 4 years, 6 years. We need to do them right away. The DOGE team is obviously going to help with that, but we don't want to see gimmicks. We want to see action now rather than pushing it down the road. We know healthcare is something that has to be addressed. Now's a good time to do it, making sure able-bodied Americans aren't taking advantage of Medicaid and making sure that that's really there for those folks who really need it and are vulnerable.
There is an important meeting, as we discussed here, at 2:30 p.m. Washington time. The whole Republican House conference gets together behind closed doors to have this out. Congressman, we keep reading about warring factions inside the conference, a Freedom Caucus that's not getting along with the salty Republicans. Who's going to be the loudest in this meeting, and what will it generate?
Yeah, well, it's a lot like a family discussion. I have 3 siblings, and there was times Mom and Dad called us all together and we had it out, but we walked out as a family. And I know that's what's going to happen here. Republicans we know what we have to do, making sure the Trump tax cuts are in place, over the next 5 to 10 years, make them permanent if possible. We're going to also focus on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security and his other items that he has. This is just the meeting that we have to make sure that every voice is heard. And Speaker Mike Johnson has done a good job at that, making sure that every part of our conference is being heard. And I know that's valuable to every person. At least we have the opportunity to go back home and tell our constituents, I made the case, I did everything I could. But we're not always going to get what we want. But I do think at the end, this is a bill that's really important for the American people. It, unleashes our energy production. It's going to focus on, of course, our tax policy, but reducing regulation. It is that big, beautiful bill. And that's why it's a little harder to lift it across the finish line, because there's so many facets to it. But I truly believe we're going to get it done.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, it is the budget committee on which you sit that is actually going to make this one big, beautiful bill, take all of the disparate pieces that have passed through the various committees and put them back together, scheduled to happen tomorrow. Have you been given any reason to believe, Congressman, that the budget committee itself reassembling this could be delayed because of these outstanding issues, or is tomorrow happening no matter what?
I think tomorrow's going to happen no matter what. Any changes could be agreed upon with Speaker Johnson's office or the leadership offices, along with the budget chair and the budget committee. We would make instructions, send those to the rules committee. They would have to make the changes before it goes to the floor next Monday. But I feel like there's some consensus coming together here at the end. Everybody has made their case, whether it's the SALT caucus or whether it's those of us on the budget committee, making sure we stick to our numbers. And also, we're hearing some good things from the Senate side, that they want to even take up a couple of items that may increase savings even more. At the end of the day, we want to make sure the economy is strong, the tax rates are in place. That way there's confidence in the markets. And then also that the president has what he needs to secure the border and do what he promised the American people. And so I feel like we're all unified around those big principles, and we're going to get there.
Congressman, I want to ask you, as we follow President Trump's travels across the Middle East, he's in Abu Dhabi right now in a bilateral meeting with the president of the UAE. We were struck by news earlier this week that he, in fact, sat down with the new leader of Syria. And it's important as we spend some time with you, because you were there just a couple of weeks ago. You and Representative Corey Mills of Florida touched down in the Damascus suburb of Jobar and spent some time touring the region, meeting with officials. What did you learn? And what's going to happen next in Syria now that President Trump has sat down with its leader and removed sanctions?
Yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity for the Syrian people to see the destruction that the Syrian people had to endure under the Assad regime was just remarkable. It's even hard to comprehend without seeing it, in person and seeing the magnitude of it. Billions and billions of dollars of homes destroyed, families torn apart. And I went with a group called the Syrian American Alliance for Peace and Prosperity. And Corey and I each met with the new president separately, which was nice because we could compare our notes. You're trying to, I'm a business guy trying to figure out, how, what is he telling us that we really can trust this guy. He's got a checkered past of his own, former Al-Qaeda, former HTS. But the Syrian people have been through so much, and they're asking for the sanctions to be lifted. And of course, the president, which I was impressed by the fact he wasn't asking for military help. He wasn't asking for money from the American people. He was simply asking for the sanctions to be lifted. And the fact that he had a deal, or has a deal, offered to him by the Russians, but he didn't want to take it until he actually talked to President Trump and to America to see if, which direction they're going to go. And we know they're going to go one direction or another. But I really felt after meeting with them and being in Syria for a couple of days, they really want to be a part of the Western economy. And I think they see what's happening in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and the amount of prosperity and wealth that's being built there, that they want to be a part of that. He talked about trade lines, tourism in their country, commerce. So I really felt, the line that Trump used, commerce over chaos, was really applicable here.
All right, Congressman, great to have you back on Balance of Power. This Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana joining us live from Capitol Hill. And we'll have more on the president's trip to the Middle East in just a moment when our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, join us. That's straight ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Spotify or Apple, wherever you get your podcasts, and subscribe. You can listen live on the Bloomberg Professional app and anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, and I'm excited to tell you about my new podcast, At the Money. Each week, I sit down with an expert to have a 10-minute conversation on a single topic involving your money.
Investing tends toward simple. We weren't wired for this.
Use that volatility to your advantage.
Spend the money, for heaven's sakes. What's it for?
Listen to At the Money every week in the Masters in Business podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get instant access to the financial and political news of Europe every business day.
We watch sterling now shooting up.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
The European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
A cautious ECB.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Michael Darda, Roth Capital.
It's a bit of a cautionary tale here, I think, for the Republican Party and the Trump administration, because obviously, even with this simmering down of trade tensions, the average effective tariff rate is going up meaningfully. The highest 100 years. So you have to go back to Smoot-Hawley. Herbert Hoover, President Hoover, signed that in June of 1930. And then he also signed a gigantic tax increase, big rise in the top marginal tax rate through the Revenue Act of 1932. The Republicans would not see the presidency for 2 decades. And obviously Smoot and Hawley got run out of office in 1933, never to be heard from again.
Do you perceive that tariffs will be pulled back ever further from the ridiculous numbers down to 13 or 17%, whatever Ernie Tedeschi says, and it will bring them down even more so in the coming weeks and months?
Well, I think, Tom, that the China deal announced over the previous weekend is important, because those tariff rates were clearly in the prohibitive portion of the Laffer curve. You essentially had a trade embargo with those rates up at 145%. So no trade, no revenues, right? I mean, this is a good lesson in supply side economics. So getting those down to around 30, I think, is important. So it's still a big step up in tariff rates from where we were prior to the administration coming into office.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks trading at the best level of the session right now. A 31-point gain in the S&P 500 index, up by about 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 200. That is a gain of 0.5%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index up 56, up by about 0.3%. Stocks higher as bond yields sank after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. The 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.95%. We do have spot gold now up 1.5%. Gold at $32.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil now down 2.5%, $61.60 per barrel of WTI. President Trump says he has asked Apple's Tim Cook to stop building plants in India to make devices for the U.S., pushing the iPhone maker to add domestic production as it pivots away from China. Apple shares right now, little change, down just under 0.1%. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P up 0.5%. And balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, we thank you as always, and we'll be back with Charlie Pellet for the latest on the Thursday trade a bit later on this hour. As Charlie takes care of markets for us, we're digging into politics here in the nation's capital and abroad as President Trump continues his journey through the Middle East, touching down today in Abu Dhabi. He's inside the presidential palace right now for a bilateral meeting with the president of the UAE and a lavish dinner, not ruling out, at least as of 3 o'clock this morning, adding a stop tomorrow, Turkey, where Ukrainian peace talks are set to be held. Here's what the president said before he left Qatar.
I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating. And I think that I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something because it has to stop.
The people right now negotiating, mind you, are not principals necessarily. Vladimir Putin, of course, did not make tracks to Turkey at all, instead sending some relatively lower level aides. And while Volodymyr Zelensky did head to Turkey and meet with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he also, of course, is not meeting face-to-face with these negotiators. So we want to get into this now with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are joining us. Rick, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, when we talked about the prospect of this negotiation, if you will, happening in Turkey earlier this week, you made it clear that it was pretty obvious to you the principals were not ready to all be sitting down together at this point because so little tangible progress has actually been made to get to that point. And President Trump today said, look, obviously nothing's going to happen until I meet with Putin myself. Is that really what needs to happen here first?
It's hard to tell. I can't imagine Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin cutting a deal that's going to be acceptable to the Ukrainians. And I can't imagine a situation where all three of those principals get together to hash it out. And so typically what you would see in this kind of a scenario is, a non-principals meeting, deputies, people like that, get together, try to find common ground, build off that common ground into a deal, and then call the principals in to take credit for the deal, and try to cement the deal. Usually there's one or two issues that only a principal can make a decision on. We're not anywhere near that based on the reporting that we're getting out of Istanbul about the status of these negotiations. And I do think it's interesting that the president went from, I'm going to settle this in the first day of my presidency to, gee, I hope they can work it out. That is a big difference in approach, and it maybe indicates a lack of confidence by this administration that something's going to get done here on the short term.
Remarkable. Jeannie, are we fooling ourselves to believe that Vladimir Putin would give the U.S. a win in mediating a peace deal with Ukraine?
I think so. First of all, I'm hoping for President Trump's sake that they have a lot of good air conditioning in that palace. It was 100 degrees in the UAE today. So God bless him. It's hot. The reality is that they're nowhere close to a deal. Donald Trump said, to Rick's point, 24 hours, 48 hours, Then he moved to a 30-day ceasefire. Zelensky agreed, Putin stalled. Then he moved to meet in Turkey. Zelensky's there, Putin is not. So this is right now all about Zelensky and Vladimir Putin trying to cozy up to Donald Trump and trying to make sure, at least for Zelensky, incredibly important that he shows Donald Trump that he is being played by Vladimir Putin, because he believes strongly that if you look at the recent history, that is what's going on. And he is hoping that Donald Trump gets so frustrated with Vladimir Putin, he pulls the lever on those sanctions they've been talking about, or if not, that he continues arming Ukraine, which we've been doing, sharing important strategic information and other ways of supporting Ukraine in the war.
Well, and to your point, Jeannie, Ukrainian President Zelensky did post on X today that Russia once again demonstrate that it does not intend to end the war, having sent a delegation of rather low-level representatives. Moreover, such a Russian approach, he says, is a sign of disrespect toward the world and all partners. And I wonder if he's intending for one partner in particular, the U.S. and President Trump, to feel disrespected here, Jeannie. We have heard, and Rick was making this point earlier, a bit of a shifting in language of President Trump, not just on the realistic timeline for him being able to broker a deal here, but also the way in which he talks about Vladimir Putin and Russia. Are you starting to see signs of the president feeling a bit disrespected?
Absolutely. And we know, just looking at this amazing trip he's gone on in the Middle East, if you want to get in good with President Trump, you need to show a lot of respect, a lot of pomp and circumstance. A good $1 trillion deal doesn't hurt. And we are getting signs that the administration and Donald Trump are feeling frustrated with Vladimir Putin. And again, he has talked openly, the administration openly, just in the last few days about sanctions on Russia. I thought the language he used today of saying there'll only be a deal if I meet with Vladimir Putin was important as well. So he is, hoping, at least from Zelensky's side, that there is some frustration there, and that at least for Europe and Ukraine, that he does indeed start to push Russia more than he has in the past.
Interesting talk of peace deals. There's been a lot of talk of deals on this trip, most of them involving money. Rick Davis, remarkable $1.4 trillion in investments the president announcing today in the UAE. He's actually with Jensen Huang right now. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, look at this. The president of the United States and the CEO of NVIDIA. Much of this deal making has to do with high-tech chips. NVIDIA and AMD specifically have been called out here. We've seen companies including Amazon, Cisco, Qualcomm also announcing new deals and partnerships on this trip. Rick, I'm guessing this will, in fact, be the lasting news from this journey. He's got his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, with him as well. And a fascinating way to do business here with a sharp contrast to what we saw from the previous administration.
Yeah, certainly this sort of mercantile-focused administration is going to play up the fact that wherever Donald Trump goes, investment into the U.S. follows. And look, I mean, I think it's a great positive that these countries are willing to invest in the greatest economy in the world. So I think these are positives. I would say I'm still struck by the president's comments in Saudi Arabia, where he really painted a geopolitical picture of being also a deal maker on peace in places like Syria, places like Iran, and I felt like that's a massive commitment by this administration on solving age-old problems that have existed for generations in that region. And so if he can find solutions to some of these vexing problems, like relations between Israel and Syria being normalized, and the idea that we could get a nuclear deal out of Iran, that will overshadow over time the deal making that he's doing today.
Well, the president is actually speaking now after his quick chat with Jensen Huang, talking about AI development and the purchases that these Middle Eastern countries are buying things from U.S. companies. He says it's a massive project, will be bought from through the U.S., talking about how this has been a great visit and that he's leaving tomorrow, destination unknown. So maybe he is still leaving the door open to a trip to Turkey. He says he's probably going back to D.C. not definitively, I guess, going back to DC. Rick, when it comes to the AI and the kind of chip equipment that we're talking about here that these countries are, I guess, going to be given access to now by the United States, Bloomberg is reporting today about how there are some China hawks, national security hawks in particular, who actually are quite hesitant about this notion, the idea that there may not be firm enough guardrails in place to ensure that the end market actually ultimately isn't China. Are those voices able to win out at all when he wants to be able to tout these deals so badly?
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult issue, especially within the Republican Party, because, we have a group that say no China technology going into the Middle East. We fought them on allowing Huawei in there, to get control of 5G. We've fought them on ports that they wanted to have China come in to develop. And we won those fights, but now it's up to us to determine whether we're going to give them the highest technology, not just technology, but the highest technology available to fuel what is a revolution going on in the region with building data centers, being able to power those and being able to become more of a digital power themselves. And the question is, this cozy relationship that they've had with China, is that going to result in leakage of that technology into China? And then on the other hand, is if we don't give it to them, will China then have an open door to get back into the region? This administration is not going to shut the door on the Middle East. If anything, the last week has taught us that these are relationships that they expect to span decades. And so that opens the door. But there are a lot of Republicans, as you say, hawks on China, who are not happy with the leakage of this technology into areas where they have, strong relationships with Beijing.
Wow. Jeannie, is this the new model here for presidential travel? You show up with half of Wall Street in Silicon Valley. You've got Donald Trump here with Jensen Huang in Abu Dhabi. We saw Elon Musk, Larry Fink, Sam Altman. I could keep going when he was in Saudi Arabia. Is this the new entourage?
Seems to be. I'm not sure future presidents are going to be able to do it in the way Donald Trump seems to be able to do it. He pulls this off. But I do think it is fascinating because if you look at some of the pushback, there is support, obviously, for investments in the United States and what the president has been able to achieve in that regard. But the pushback is coming from some conservatives who are likening the president's entry into the Middle East to what Barack Obama did in his first and second term, when he went over there to widespread criticism and was willing to entertain these kinds of approaches to the Middle East. Now, the world has changed an awful lot since then, but you are hearing comparisons in that regard. And of course, we can't leave out of this discussion, what do they do about Iran and the nuclear aspect of that? That is a huge question. I've been astounded by the fact the president has talked about it openly over there and seems to be saying there's a deal in the offing, but we don't know what that might look like. And Anne Marie was just talking to you about that. I think that's one of the most important geopolitical issues that he needs to address right now.
Great conversation with our panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We thank you both. With breaking news, Kaylee, on the terminal, it brings us to Coinbase. The New York Times reporting the SEC is probing whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers. The stock right now is down over 7%. It's something that we'll be following for the rest of our program here and throughout the day on Bloomberg. We'll get an update on the markets from Charlie Pellet straight ahead, right here on Bloomberg.
CBS News Brief. The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments stemming from President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. He says judges' rulings temporarily banning his order should only apply to the states they were made in. The argument against that:
since the 14th Amendment, our country has never allowed American citizenship to vary based on the state in which someone resides.
Newark, New Jersey's mayor was in federal court this morning following his arrest at a federal detention center where he'd been protesting Trump's immigration crackdown.
This is wrong. It is unjust. It is undemocratic. It is unpatriotic. It is un-American.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell today warning President Trump's tariffs could spell uncertainty for the economy and interest rates.
Longer-term interest rates are a good deal higher now, driven largely by real rates, given the stability of longer-term inflation expectations.
The Fed previously raised rates to combat high inflation. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
One question.
Here's why Iran is losing its influence.
One topic.
Here's why ESG isn't dead yet.
One succinct explanation.
Here's why trade wars are easier to start than finish.
Join Stephen Carroll for Here's Why, the podcast that takes one news story.
Here's why DeepSeek is a wake-up call.
And explains it in just a few minutes.
Here's why governments keep piling up debt.
Subscribe to Here's Why on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Throughout the great bull market, one show has been there.
You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance.
From Dow 10,000 to Dow 40,000.
How do you define that?
It's certainly not a bull market for everybody.
Does it continue?
Yes, I think it does.
Be part of the legacy. Tom King.
This is must listen.
Paul Sweeney.
A little bit of a bounce.
Lisa Mateo.
The market's really reacting.
And Michael Barr.
The president signed an executive order.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Watch on YouTube. Listen on the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump says he's asking Apple CEO Tim Cook to stop building new plants in India, where Apple will make iPhones for the U.S. market, as he pushes the company to increase production here at home instead. Apple plans to import most of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. from India, not from China, by the end of next year. The chance of a recession in the U.S. now stands at 50-50. That's according to the J.P. Morgan Chase economists. The bank CEO, Jamie Dimon, told Bloomberg today there's still a lot of uncertainty in the economy as trade negotiations continue on multiple fronts. On Wall Street, stocks turning around some earlier losses today. That's on rising hopes for a rate cut from the Federal Reserve a little earlier than previously thought, perhaps as early as its June meeting. That's after a read on wholesale inflation for last month, better than forecast, and retail spending rose, but just by a tiny bit. Right now, it's got the Dow and the S&P 500 each up about 0.5%, the NASDAQ 0.25% higher. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with the Vanguard Group's Karen Reese.
I think particularly about the advice and counsel that I have given to many younger women in the organization. I often will say, don't be afraid to take a risk. Have your own point of view and be willing to share it. You know, there's often a confidence gap. It's not an aptitude gap.
Men blunder in regardless of their competency. Women are much more circumspect. Pardon me for mansplaining sexism. We are blithe idiots stumbling into things, and women seem to be more thoughtful and circumspect.
Those are your words. So I'll just say, yes, I find many times men are infinitely comfortable sharing their point of view.
Regardless.
Yes. But I think women can often use some encouragement to take a risk and share it and know that it's okay when you are wrong. I think there's often a fear of the criticism that will follow when you express your point of view. Take the risk because no one will know you're in the room until you open your mouth.
Right.
I would give the advice to women who are looking for expanded leadership opportunities or more responsibility to be explicit in asking for it. And that's also something that you hope you keep your head down and do the work and you get noticed and you get chosen for the special project or the next assignment or the rotation. And often you're just not top of mind, and that's okay. So you have to be more explicit about expressing your interest in taking on more responsibility, expanding, your remit within the organization or getting on some research project. You have to tell people that you're interested in doing more than you've already been asked to do.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are keeping an eye on shares of Coinbase right now. The stock is slumping by 6.6%. This after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. The Times, citing sources, says the probe began during President Biden's administration and has continued under President Trump. Again, Coinbase right now trading lower. Coinbase down by 6.5%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing. Right now, the S&P is up 22, holding close to session highs, up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 162, up 0.4%, while NASDAQ is up 26, with the NASDAQ Composite Index, again right now, of 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.44% with a 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $42 the ounce to $32.19, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, $61.60 for a barrel of WTI. After earnings, Cisco System shares now higher by 5.7%. And after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Applied Materials. Right now, Applied up by 0.9%. Recapping, S&P close to session highs up 24, up 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Keeping an eye on Wall Street for us here as we come to you live from Washington. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, where we've been spending a lot of time for the last several weeks talking about an issue that, yes, is omnipresent, it seems, here in Washington, but does have ramifications for markets like New York or other places in which people pay high taxes in some blue states. That, of course, is the issue of the SALT cap. Just where exactly will the state and local tax deduction ultimately end up as Republicans try to find a compromise here so that they can get through their budget reconciliation package ahead of the deadline the speaker himself has set, Memorial Day. It only leaves them a handful of legislative days, although apparently they're going beyond just the scheduled legislative days. They intend to work on a deal on SALT through the weekend, as Speaker Johnson himself told us earlier today.
I think everyone will say it was productive and that we are moving the ball forward. Everyone has known that the SALT issue is one of the big ones that we have to resolve. It's one of the key pieces of this equation to sort of meet the equilibrium point that everybody can be satisfied with. Not everybody's going to be delighted with every provision in a bill this large, but everyone can be satisfied.
That's where we start our conversation with Congressman Ryan McKenzie, the Republican from Pennsylvania's 7th District, is with us back on Bloomberg TV and radio live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to see you. We're using all of our conversations like this just to get an update on what's happening, and I'd love to know what you're hearing specific to the argument over SALT, which seems to have ground things to a halt here before all the pieces are put together tomorrow in the Budget Committee. You're from Allentown, I believe. What do the people of Allentown or throughout the 7th District of Pennsylvania think of subsidizing high taxes in blue states?
Well, so for individuals who do face high property taxes in our local community, this is an issue that actually could be helpful to them to bring down their overall tax burden. At the same time, we want to find a compromise and land on a spot where it is not being abused by high income earners who don't need that assistance. And so what you've been seeing in the SALT negotiations is a raising of the cap from 10,000 up beyond 30,000. That was the latest proposal, but it's still not meeting the needs and demands of folks from New York, New Jersey, California, and other places. And so I think we're going to land somewhere slightly north of that, but there will be income caps on that as well, again, so that individuals who don't really need that assistance aren't in that position to receive those benefits. But you do have to recognize that state and local taxes come in a variety of forms. Sometimes it's income taxes, but sometimes it's property taxes. And so in that instance with property taxes, it might be somebody who is a senior retiring in their home. Their value of the home has gone up significantly over the years, so they're faced with that tax burden, but they're actually not in a position to pay that on an annual basis to stay in their home because they don't have the income to sustain it. So trying to strike that appropriate balance.
Well, and of course, all of this ultimately does come down to balance. What kind of revenue can be lost and what kind of spending cuts may be able to offset that, or where else could you find revenue raisers where you're having revenue reductions? And Congressman, I ask you this knowing you have a seat on the Education and Workforce Committee in the House. One of the ways in which we are seeing a raising of revenue is a dramatic increase in the endowment tax from the current 1.4% to as high as 21%. What is that going to do to some of our higher educational institutions that, of course, not only serve as educational institutions, but research institutions as well?
So that was a change that came out of the Ways and Means Committee. That was a part of their overall tax package. But in speaking with universities, obviously some of them that would be faced with that 21% burden are very concerned about that. At the same time, we do want to see these institutions deploying their capital, not just sitting on these reserves in their endowment. We want to make sure that college is affordable for everybody across the country, and that research, if they want to do that and it can't be helped or sustained by the federal government, we want to see them deploying that capital. And so too much is being put on the sidelines for some of these universities just to simply build up their endowments for the sake of building up the endowments. And that's not what it should be about. Higher education should be about the greater good, employing people that can actually do this scientific research, making sure that American students are getting a quality education at an affordable cost. And the federal government does a lot to subsidize these institutions, not only through student loan repayment programs, but also through academic research and scientific research. Those are good things. But again, you have to have a balance that's struck. And in some instances, these universities are sitting on too much of an endowment, not deploying that capital to do the things that we would expect higher education to actually be doing.
All of this said, Congressman, will House Republicans help the Speaker meet his timeline? Budget Committee tomorrow, Rules Committee Monday, floor vote before you leave for Memorial Day?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer to it. We actually have a conference-wide meeting at 2:30 today to go over reconciliation. There are still 4 or 5 main components of this legislation that need to be ironed out. We talked about SALT, Medicaid, SNAP, the federal employees retirement program, and then a number of other smaller changes are all still on the docket. Those programs and what came out of committee are needing to have some additional work, I think, and we've been advocating for some changes as members. Leadership has been receptive, but now we're going to need to see a manager's amendment in very short order to start making some of these changes so that we can get to a place where we have broader agreement and ultimately get to 218 votes to get it passed through the House.
Well, but timing could be crucial here, Congressman, not just considering this kind of Memorial Day deadline the Speaker has set that isn't necessarily hard, but given the deadline that the Treasury Secretary has warned about an X date that could come in August when you and your colleagues are on your annual recess, he says for that reason, the debt ceiling should be lifted by mid-July. Do you see risk here or need for a backup plan to separate a debt ceiling hike out of this reconciliation process in order to avert potentially what could be a catastrophic scenario?
I don't. The debt ceiling should be included in this package, and that timeline that we were given by Treasury does match, I think, even some of the less optimistic timelines for reconciliation to get done. So I think we're still on track to meet that. I don't think there should be any uncertainty about that. But at the same time, the very aggressive timeline that the Speaker set, I think that was a good thing to do. We should be pushing Congress to act. But at the same time, we always, I think, understand that that did give us some wiggle room, some breathing room, that in case things slip in negotiations past that hard deadline up front, we still have time to meet the X deadline in July or August. And so we're on track to do that. I'm optimistic that we're ultimately going to get something done when we'll keep pushing for the Memorial Day deadline. And hopefully we'll get there if those 4 or 5 big main issues that I talked about get ironed out. If not, we do have some extra time in the coming session weeks to get it done.
Only got a minute left, Congressman. I know you're obsessing over the House version because that's your job. At some point, there'll be a vote. It goes to the Senate. Are you worried about what comes back?
Well, actually, I think that should be a key part of our consideration here in the House. We've already heard some of the comments from the Senate and from the White House, and it is important to have alignment between all three of us, between the House, the Senate, and the White House, to ultimately get something done and signed into law to help the American people. So I think we should be taking that into consideration. Now, at the end of the day, it is a negotiation between those three parties. They don't get the ultimate say, so we do want to listen to what they're saying as what their red lines may be or what additions they would like to see. We should take that into consideration while we're doing our work here in the House. And, you know, again, ultimately we'll come up with a product that will actually get through this entire process.
All right, Congressman, thanks for being here on Balance of Power. Republican Congressman Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania's 7th District here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. Of course, discussing with us one aspect of President Trump's economic policy, that would be tax cuts. But there are others to consider as well, including his tariff regime that has been very on and off, hot and cold, but ultimately has led to increased concerns around the risk of a recession in the United States. This is actually something that Jamie Dimon, the CEO and chair of JP Morgan Chase, spoke about from Paris today with our colleague Francine Lacqua earlier.
I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
Wouldn't take it off the table. And as we consider the fate of the U.S. economy, that is the subject of a new Bloomberg opinion piece out by Bloomberg editor-in-chief emeritus Matthew Winkler. You can find it on the terminal or online. It's entitled, "Is It Too Late to Salvage the U.S. Economy?" Matt, when we look at the U.S. economy, the data we got in hand today from PPI to retail sales, when we look at the incredible recovery we've seen in the equity market in the aftermath of Liberation Day on April 2nd, it's almost like it never even happened. Where do you see evidence that it indeed might be too late?
Well, you see it in an equity market, the U.S. equity market, that is underperforming the world. The last time the U.S. equity market stocks underperformed the world was 2009. And if you recall, that wasn't such a great year. It was the beginning of the end of the financial crisis, and we had a long recovery from the Great Recession. So to go from what The Economist and the Wall Street Journal separately last year before voters went to the polls said, the U.S. economy is the envy of the world, to what Jamie Dimon refers to as a possibility of recession, is quite a dramatic change from where we've been.
So is this stock market whistling past the graveyard?
Well, far be it from me to say that, and hardly qualified to. But what you have seen is price fluctuations that are unprecedented. For example, these wonderful Magnificent Seven stocks, Apple in particular, in just a matter of months, lost a record amount of money in the stock market. That had never happened to Apple since it was founded in 1976. So this is the 49-year-old maker of the iPhone, and suddenly it is experiencing volatility in the market that it's never seen before. And it wasn't the only one, of course. You saw that with Meta, Alphabet, and all these other stocks. So the volatility is a, if you like, symptom of the uncertainty and the chaos that has been triggered by what you referred to earlier as the on and off tariffs. 145% initially for China. Now it's back to 30-something percent. But this kind of instability that is fostered by the tariffs has created uncertainty that we didn't have at the end of last year.
Well, and of course, it's one thing to look just at stocks, but there's other asset classes to consider here as well. Looking at the bond market and what's happening in foreign exchange, which is flashing the most glaring warning signal?
Well, the bond market that you mentioned hasn't underperformed the world since 2017. And if you recall, that was the last time Trump was president. So it's been quite a while since U.S. bonds have been underperforming the rest of the world. And that, of course, is happening as we speak now. So even though there's been this, recovery as if it didn't happen, it really has happened in the sense that people have gone through something that is quite traumatic. And that's got to have some kind of lasting effect. The other thing is that the foreign exchange market is also reflective of this chaos that was caused by the tariffs, because you had this period of the 100 days where the U.S. dollar fell, depreciated against every major currency in the world. And of course, we haven't seen that in quite some time.
He is Bloomberg's editor-in-chief emeritus with a great piece to read on the terminal and online. Matt Winkler, we thank you so much for the insights. Matt Kaylee, he quotes the head of the Port of Los Angeles, Gene Soroka, who's been on the program many times with us, reminding us we could have a major reality check when it comes time for back-to-school shopping.
Yeah, well, and Walmart warning of that today,
right.
talking about you're going to see higher prices in the month of May if you aren't seeing them already. That, of course, is just one story we're continuing to follow here on Bloomberg. We'll be back for more on what's happening both on Wall Street and in Washington in the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
The Fed's top names are on Bloomberg Radio. New York Fed President John Williams.
Having well-anchored inflation expectations is very important for price stability and also for economic stability.
Fed Governor Adriana Kugler.
We see some upside risk to inflation from the tariffs.
Fed Governor Christopher Waller.
The tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump says he's asking Apple CEO Tim Cook to stop building new plants in India, where Apple will make iPhones for the U.S. market, as he pushes the company to increase production here at home instead. Apple plans to import most of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. from India, not from China, by the end of next year. The chance of a recession in the U.S. now stands at 50-50. That's according to the J.P. Morgan Chase economists. The bank CEO, Jamie Dimon, told Bloomberg today there's still a lot of uncertainty in the economy as trade negotiations continue on multiple fronts. On Wall Street, stocks turning around some earlier losses today. That's on rising hopes for a rate cut from the Federal Reserve a little earlier than previously thought, perhaps as early as its June meeting. That's after a read on wholesale inflation for last month, better than forecast, and retail spending rose, but just by a tiny bit. Right now, it's got the Dow and the S&P 500 each up about 0.5%, the NASDAQ 0.25% higher. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The global leader in business and financial news is now live on YouTube.
The live chat yesterday was very kind.
Watch Bloomberg Radio all day.
There are no such things as slow news days.
For market news, conversation, and insight from Bloomberg's signature radio shows, Surveillance, Bloomberg Intelligence, Balance of Power, and Business Week.
This story is among our most read.
Bloomberg Radio. Watch us every business day live on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
How is Africa riding the crypto wave? Why are record coffee prices a double-edged sword? And what do China's economic woes mean for African debt? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Join me for Next Africa, a podcast from Bloomberg that offers a weekly dive into one business or economic story from across the continent. Listen to Next Africa on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, where the experts come to listen. Ariel Cohen, Atlantic Council.
I'm listening every morning when I'm driving into Washington, D.C. You're terrific.
Representative David Schweikert.
One of the reasons I love Bloomberg is I'm allowed to geek out.
Jared Bernstein, U.S. Council of Economic Advisors.
Yesterday I was driving around. I put on your show. I learned 5 things in about 3 minutes.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everybody, live from the Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. It is a Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're on TV. We're on YouTube. We are on Bloomberg Radio. We are on Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stanovic. That is Emily Griffeo. She is in for Carol Master this afternoon. She's from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. Emily Griffeo, how are you?
I'm happy to be here, Tim. Thanks for having me.
We are happy to have you. You will be here tomorrow as well, rounding out the week, heading into the weekend. Before we get there, though, we do see stocks higher. We're going to get more details from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. Also, front and center for us is all the economic data that we got earlier today. Michael McKee stopping by in just a minute to tell us what we need to know and understand the impact that consumers are already feeling from tariffs.
And speaking of tariffs and the consumer, Walmart today warning that price hikes are coming from Trump tariffs. And Dick's is going to buy Foot Locker. Dana Telsey stops by to go deep into all of the news on retail. And finally, how one publicly traded med tech company is dealing with tariffs and the uncertainty in this economy. The founder, chairman, president, and CEO, this is all one person, Tim, of Inspire Medical Systems is going to be joining us.
All right, looking forward to that. All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Welcome on board. We got the Thursday program underway with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now, holding very close to session highs on the S&P 500 index, right to the numbers now with the S&P climbing by 18 points, up 0.3%. Dow Industrials also up 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index just about flat on the day, up barely now, up by half a point. The 10-year yield 4.44%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold up $42 the ounce, up 1.4% now. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, 61.68 a barrel. Traders driving stocks higher. Bond yields sinking after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. Whole lot more on the economic data coming up with our Michael McKee in just a moment. Developing story we brought you last hour, keeping an eye on shares of Coinbase. The stock now down 6.6%. SEC probing whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers, that according to the New York Times. Walmart, after earnings, is falling now by 1.2%. Other big news from the retail group, Dick's Sporting Goods reaching a $2.4 billion deal to acquire Foot Locker. Shares of Dick's, they are down now by 14.9%. Foot Locker, though, surging by 84.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that setup, Charlie. Do appreciate it. We'll be hitting Foot Locker and Walmart and Dick's with Dana Telsey in just a few minutes. Before that, though, a slew of economic data hitting this morning, offering us a little bit of a glimpse on what we're starting to learn about the hard data and tariffs. We've got a Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent, Michael McKee, in the Bloomberg Business Week studio right now. Mike, we got a lot of data. We got manufacturing, PPI, initial jobless claims, industrial production. We got data related to housing today. Are we starting to see finally the impact of tariffs?
We're starting to see finally the impact of tariffs. We've been talking for a long time about the soft data and the fact that people have been looking at consumer sentiment and CEO sentiment, and they've been feeling lousy about the way things are going to go for the economy. And everybody's question is, yes, but does that carry over into their behavior? And we're starting to see some evidence that it might. It's not overwhelming yet, but we're just getting started here. You can look at retail sales. They were up only 0.1%. And then that was in part because car sales fell back after everybody pulled forward to get ahead of tariffs. And that was the case with several other things. But overall, goods were unchanged. It was services that went down in the PPI. But in retail sales, what we're looking at is the control group, which is the stuff that goes into GDP, excluding things that are counted elsewhere in that measure. And it fell by 0.2%, and we were looking for an increase there. So people may have started pulling back on their spending. And when you look at the breakdown, it was department stores, clothing stores, food stores, just not people seeing declines, basically. And then with PPI, as I mentioned, the services went down by 0.7%, while goods were unchanged. And within services, it was all trade services, which is margins for retailers and wholesalers. So it looked like they're starting to absorb the cost of tariffs ahead of trying to raise prices.
Okay, so the distributors are not passing on the extra cost of tariffs to consumers.
Yeah.
That's what the PPI shows us. Yet. That seems like the important word here. When is this going to change?
Well, it's going to depend on the individual companies. Smaller companies will have to start raising prices sooner. We saw the Empire Manufacturing and the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Indexes out today with their prices paid indexes both hitting multi-year highs. And so they're having to pay more money. Walmart is a big company. They said today we can absorb this for a while. But mom and pop's grocery store isn't going to be able to do that. So we should start to see it ramp up as the tariffs go on, because it doesn't look like they're going to be a whole lot less than they are right now, which in this suspension period.
You mentioned Walmart, certainly one part of the story, the largest retailer, and they have the ability to absorb some of those costs. When do you start to see those costs passed along to the consumer outside of Walmart? Like when you're thinking mom and pop stores, when you're thinking other areas of the economy?
Well, it could happen very soon. I was talking a week or so ago with an executive at one of the big candy companies, and he said, we are already seeing people, their business is very much point of sale, impulse purchases. And he said, we're already seeing people just backing off from that. We're having less sales at that point because they're saying, well, I don't really need that, and it's gone up in price, so I'll wait. And that will start to translate as we go along. It'd be really interesting to see grocery stores and grocery store prices, because that's the thing that people notice as much as anything other than gasoline. And we know gas is going down for a lot of other reasons, but groceries, when we start to see prices go up for imported those
Well, what should we look at specifically there? Fruits and vegetables, the types of things that we can't get here in the U.S. I mean, we saw what happened with eggs in the most recent data. Those prices are actually coming down, but you're saying things that we import that we can't necessarily grow in the U.S.
Yes, fruits and vegetables are the first thing that comes to mind, because we do get a lot of those. We're getting into the U.S. growing seasons, but we get a lot of the off seasons.
New Jersey tomatoes. Getting ready for those.
New Jersey tomatoes, Long Island corn. But there'll be some other categories, some of the beef categories this kind of flew under the radar with all the other terrible things happening these days, but they've stopped beef imports at the southern ports in the United States because of screwworms. Yes. And apparently those are extremely dangerous. And so, you'll probably see beef prices, which are already high because the cattle herds are small, go up even more. And so people will start to complain about that now that we're getting into barbecue season.
So this sounds like it's making Powell's job difficult, prices potentially going up, but also the economy weakening. We saw traders today betting on a more looser policy. Rates are down majorly today when you look across the yield curve. What is that impulse correct, that this is going to mean that the Fed lowers more aggressively?
It's not right. It's not wrong yet. It's too early to say. The markets bounce around on every little data point and every little remark from a Fed official. The direction is probably right in the sense that you look at what the markets are doing and you say that overall that seems to be the view of people in the bond market. But we don't know whether inflation's going to go up faster or unemployment's going to go up faster. Companies are reluctant to let people go because of what happened trying to hire people coming out of the pandemic. So that might be more slow. So if inflation starts to go up, then they're going to, faster than unemployment suggests we're slowing down, then they're going to wait longer. So it's really too hard to say right now where markets should be, because we don't know what the Fed's, the conundrum they're actually going to be presented with is.
Hey, Mike, just 30 seconds. Tomorrow, University of Michigan?
Yeah, it'd be an interesting follow-up, because we've been talking about how people were, that their confidence and sentiment was poor, and now they've shown us a little bit of concern about spending in the retail sales numbers. So let's see if their confidence remains poor, or if the president's flip-flopping on tariffs and holding periods influences them in any way, and influences their view of what inflation expectations are going to be.
Mike McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and radio here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike mentioned retail sales And that's exactly where we want to go right now. Let's bring in Dana Telsey. She's founder, CEO, and Chief Research Officer of Telsey Advisory Group. Her specialty, all things retail. Dana, I want to start with Walmart, even though this is not a company that you particularly follow. One of your colleagues does that. But the company did say that it is going to pass along costs to consumers. Not yet, but soon. We saw shares fall. How do you take the results that we got from the company today in the context of what we know about tariffs and also the way that you've been talking about potentially empty shelves in the next couple of weeks?
A couple things, and thank you very much for having me. First of all, if a company like Walmart, with the size and scale of Walmart, is going to raise prices because of the external environment out there, what does it say for all the others? So everyone, given the headwinds of rising costs that are out there, price increases are coming. However, it may be selective. It's not going to be across the board. It'll be, you can call it surgical, whatever word you want to use. It'll be surgical in what it is. But I've even heard, we have this price tracker where we've been tracking 80 items, and it comes out every Tuesday, same 80 items. And we have seen of the 80 items we track, around 20% of them have had a price increase each week. And it changes. Sometimes there may be a promotion, sometimes there's an event. But just on a tracker basis, price increases are coming. There's a reason why, in my mind, there has been some pull forward of sales.
The tracker, this is fascinating to me that you have this tracker. Is there rhyme or reason to the types of products that are being that are increasing in price?
Well, we track the same items every week, and they're legacy items, whether it's a pair of Levi's or it's a Barbie doll, whatever it may be. There isn't a rhyme or reason, but what's happening is that we expect, when we heard about these tariffs, we need a way to be able to track it. And so this way, look what Walmart just said, prices increases are coming. Let's see what this tracker shows in the next 4 weeks in terms of pricing. So it's very interesting.
Michael McKee had mentioned, the difference that we're seeing in the soft data and the hard data, that consumers are saying that they're really pessimistic, but we're not necessarily seeing that yet in hard data or earnings reports. Do you agree with that thesis, or are you seeing pockets in some of these earnings reports that consumers are feeling the pain?
A little bit of each. When you think about where there's been a slowdown, luxury brands has been a slowdown. You take a look at the high end, LVMH reported a negative 3% same-store sales decline. That's typically weaker for an LVMH. You're seeing other companies that are brand leaders at not the luxury price points, but where there's brand leaders, where there's innovation. Look at today's results that came out of Birkenstock. You had a high teen sales increase. You increased the guidance for the year on sales to the high end of the previous range, 17% plus, and you increased your adjusted EBITDA. What do they have? They have newness and innovation. At the same time, I met with Tapestry on Tuesday. I met with Levi's yesterday. Tapestry and Levi's and Birkenstock, heritage companies with authenticity that are reinventing their product. You know what they're doing? They're capturing a younger consumer. And companies like Coach, which is owned by Tapestry, a 15% increase in average unit retail selling price. Why? It's new and different.
Emily and I are smiling right now because on our editorial call this morning, I said, we have to ask Dana about Birkenstock. Shares are up, 6%? You were on surveillance with Tom Keene and me last week. We asked you to name one company to watch. You said it was Birkenstock. You called this. Why are you bullish on Birkenstock?
Because their footwear overall has wide appeal. You have the flywheel of younger customers that are being attracted to the brand. It's not just open-toe sandals. It's closed-toed shoes also. You look at the expansion opportunities they have with their own stores. They only have around 10 stores in the U.S. They have wholesale accounts who have stores, but of their own. You take a look at Asia, which is a rising market for them. You look at the fact that they bring in goods. They're made in Europe. They have tariff exposure, but not the as significant tariff exposure. And look at their adjusted EBITDA margins. I mean, you're in excess of 31%. I don't have many companies that are generating mid to high teen sales increases with increasing EBITDA margins in an environment where there's uncertainty. But you're seeing it a little bit in footwear. You look at some of the other brands, Saucony, 30% increase in sales by Wolverine Worldwide. Merrell up in excess of 13%. So newness drives demand.
Yeah, Merrells are having a comeback. I've seen a couple Merrells on the streets of New York City. And that was like a shoe that
I like to hear
when I was like a child, but they're coming back. Dina, I was looking at the S&P 500 sectors, the group levels, what was the top performing this year so far? What's the worst? Consumer staples is one of the best performing groups. Consumer discretionary is one of the worst. How are investors supposed to invest in the consumer space at large? How should they be thinking about kind of the direction of travel?
When you think about exactly the difference with staples and discretionary, staples is essentials. It's what you need, not what you want. And when you think about this environment where we don't know what the price increases are going to be, we've all seen the backward-looking data of consumer confidence, and so they're being careful. And so with staples, that's careful. With discretionary, it feels you have spending power. There's always the old adage that goes, when the stock market goes up, people feel great and spending can happen. When the stock market comes down, mind the hatchets, be careful. And so look what we've had over the past 2 months. That's what you've had. Companies in the consumer area are reporting first quarter earnings now. When you look at Walmart and what's to come, if they're saying prices are going up, that's going to be the mantra going forward.
We got to get you to weigh in on Dick's buying Foot Locker. Dick's shares down about 16% right now. Foot Locker higher by 85%. But that's still, going back to like just a few months ago. I think those are like December levels that we're seeing. What does it say to you? I mean, this is the end of an era for Foot Locker. This is a company that's been a public company since 1980. What does this M&A mean to you?
So overall on the M&A, where's the scale and where's the synergies? Foot Locker on its own is taking a long time to undergo this transformation, even under a well-recognized, well-respected CEO, Mary Dillon.
She came from Ulta, right?
Did great things at Ulta. Ed Stack, basically, legacy Dick's, his father founded it, Lauren Hobart. They basically reinvented what Dick's was with Dick's House of Sport. You talk to every real estate landlord, what do they all want? Dick's House of Sport. Why? Because it brings traffic. What's the difference between Dick's and Foot Locker? The customer base of Foot Locker, the 18 to 25-year-old guy. The customer base at Dick's could be more families. What do you get with both of it? And granted, the stock is down because the certainty of the execution at Dick's as Dick's alone was there. And you could basically see the path of growth with House of Sport. Putting it together, there's work to be done, transformation to be done with Foot Locker, gives them more buying power. Let's see what Dick's does, because what Ed Stack says is he's got the vision. He had the vision before with House of Sport. Let's see what he can do with Foot Locker.
Just 30 seconds. Sounds like you're optimistic. This is a good deal.
I think it's the valuation. Basically, it's six times and 17 times PE. It's not bad from that spectrum. What is it? Time length, and can you keep the focus on Dick's and Dick's House of Sport while you're integrating Foot Locker? Is the question go forward.
All right, Dana, appreciate you joining us from Talk Retail. Not a better voice out there. Dana Telsey, founder, CEO, Chief Research Officer of Telsey Advisory Group, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Taking a look at what's happening to equities right now. Up 0.2% on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. The Dow higher by 0.3%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're sticking with tariffs. We're talking to the CEO of a publicly traded medtech company on how they're dealing with trade uncertainty, with tariffs. And yeah, they just reported earnings last week, too. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everything you love about Bloomberg Radio is now inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg Radio shows right on your dashboard. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Join us in Atlanta or via live stream on August 12th for Bloomberg's Business Value of AI event and networking reception. This event will gather business and technology executives to share their experiences and provide insight into how to best use data to optimize the customer experience. You'll also learn how companies have successfully implemented AI agents that have led to improved productivity and profitability. This program is proudly sponsored by IBM. Register at bloomberglive.com/AI/Atlanta.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When is the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, we visit Torrance County, New Mexico, a town that runs on ice. Host Sarah Holder speaks with Bloomberg's Rachel Adams-Hurd and Fola Akanibi to examine how private detention facilities across America are becoming key to the U.S. government's immigration crackdown.
ICE now needs a lot more detention space. So the federal government is finding new counties to sign the same types of agreements as the one in Torrance County.
It's happening all over the country. There are well over 100 of these agreements. This is how ICE gets bed space. There are not very many ICE-owned facilities. And so this is how they are able to quickly get and fill beds.
And the numbers are only growing. Since Trump retook office in January, the federal government has arranged new agreements with about 30 U.S. counties to use their jails to detain immigrants. And ICE wants to spend up to $45 billion more on these detention contracts. For ICE, the arrangement in Torrance County makes its job easier. CoreCivic handles staffing. And working directly with county governments helps ICE move faster. The agency doesn't have to enter a competitive bidding process to decide who gets the contract or do all the paperwork that comes with that process.
The county government is sort of smoothing this process for both the federal government and for the private prison company.
The county has a reason to sign these detention deals too.
They pay taxes, they provide jobs. In some of these deals, there's an administrative fee that they pay the county as well. And in the case of Torrance County, they also get beds for their local detainees. And they say that without this, they would have to take people to Santa Fe, which is an hour and a half or 2 hours away. It's a long drive.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ selling off now, down 60. Last update, we told you NASDAQ was higher, but right now it is down 0.3%. Keeping it in context, the S&P up 12. Little change now, up by about 0.2%. The Dow up 149, up by about 0.4%. We've got the 10-year currently yielding 4.45% with a 2-year at 3.96%. Spot gold up $45 the ounce, up 1.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude now down 2.4%, $61.62 a barrel. Traders driving stocks higher as bond yields sink after the latest economic data spurs bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. United Health Group shares are plunging following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud, adding to an already tumultuous week. Shares of United Health down now by 13%. We're also keeping an eye on Coinbase global shares. Right now, Coinbase is down 6.5% after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. We'll have a whole lot more coming up in just about 15 minutes from now with Bloomberg Stacey Maria Schnell. She'll be joining Bloomberg Business Week Daily to talk about what's happening with Coinbase Global. Recapping, NASDAQ lower now by 0.3%, S&P up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. I really do appreciate it. Well, as we mentioned, companies just day after day in the most recent earnings period have been pulling their guidance. They've been lowering their expectations for earnings per share. One company last week, though, doing the exact opposite of that. Inspire Medical Systems reported, and they actually kept their guidance for revenue. They raised their EPS guidance. We've got Tim Herbert with us right now. He's founder, chairman, and president of Inspire Medical Systems. It's a med tech company. It specializes in devices for sleep apnea. Tim joins us from Minneapolis. Tim, what's working for you? Why, in the face of so much uncertainty, concerns about trade, and we'll talk about that in just a second, why are you actually increasing your guidance for EPS?
Well, thank you so much for having us today. I think if we stay focused on the patient, we stay focused on the outcomes that our therapy can deliver to help people with obstructive sleep apnea. And with that, we know the demand for a therapy is quite high, and we can show a continued growth. As long as we continue to add to our innovation and continue to focus on the patient, we can see sustained growth going forward. And now that we're a profitable company, we can increase our guide on our earnings per share as well. So the future's in front of us. We really just remain focused, and we can continue to see growth moving forward.
Tim, you said in your earnings that most of your products are currently sourced and assembled primarily in the US. And I'm wondering to what extent that has helped the success of the company right now.
Well, I think that that's certainly true. I think that we want to make sure that we provide the best possible products for our patients, and being an implanted product is the highest level of quality that the products have. And so we're able to really make sure that we source our products, make sure that we assemble them. And in the United States, we can really control the quality of that. And we can really stand behind the products as we move forward. So we watch the tariffs, of course, we watch the trade discussions going on, but where we are right now, that's rather de minimis to our business today. And again, we can remain focused on the patient.
You got to explain to us how this product actually works, because you have the first and only FDA-approved implant to treat this type of sleep apnea. I think a lot of people hear sleep apnea, they think of masks. What's an implant? Where does it go?
Well, let's start with what is obstructive sleep apnea. And is when you're sleeping, your airway actually restricts airflow. Therefore, you're not getting proper oxygen into your lungs and transition to the bloods. And so you have a low oxygen level in your blood during sleep, and you're not getting restful sleep during the night. And I think most people know somebody who may wear or been given a mask that they put on their face at night. It's called the CPAP, or a continuous positive airway pressure. And the method is to blow pressure that continuously holds your airway open while you sleep, preventing obstructive sleep apnea. But of course, as you can imagine, by having an apparatus on your face and that constant pressure, there's a percent of patients, up to 50% of the patients, just cannot tolerate that therapy. And it's necessary to treat obstructive sleep apnea because the risks of stroke or heart failure, high blood pressure, even diabetes, and it's been shown to be causal for early mortality. It's important that patients receive proper treatment. Knowing that patients with CPAP are unable to tolerate that therapy, what we at Inspire did is we created an implantable product that works inside your body. And we provide mild stimulation to the hypoglossal nerve, a nerve just underneath your chin. And so when you breathe in, we stimulate the tongue and hold the tongue open while you breathe, preventing the sleep apnea events. Over the years, we were approved in 2014 by the FDA. We're the only product approved in the United States. And today we have treated over 100,000 patients with Inspire therapy. We're proud to say that a patient in the United States receives Inspire every 15 minutes. And just this week, we announced the 5th generation of Inspire. This is the Inspire 5, the 5th generation. You can see a small device that works inside your body. And now we're working with well over 1,000 clinics and hospitals in the United States to get them under contract so they can offer the 5th generation product to their patients.
I'm curious if it's so effective, if patients are saying that they would rather use this than the mask, why isn't everyone in the industry going to this implant model over the CPAP mask?
Well, CPAP has been around for quite some period of time, and it's a very prevalent therapy. But you're right, with the number of patients out there, we know we're very lightly penetrated in the target market of the patients that we wish to serve. So we're continuing to grow. Since we went public in 2018, we've shown a 58% CAGR in our revenue. So it's been a very steady growth and adoption in the number of patients that we can treat. And as we talk about in 2024 is our first year of profitability. So we can continue to grow the adoption of the therapy. We really, again, focus on the patients and having very high level of therapy outcomes. And that's going to really be the impetus for further growth in the future. And we will see additional companies developing competing therapies, because I think the therapy adoption is becoming quite well aware, and people are really adopting to it.
Tim, you've been in the business for a long time. Even before this, in 2007, you spent over a decade at Medtronic, and this is where Inspire spun out of. You've spent a lot of time working with the FDA. The FDA right now, under HHS Secretary RFK Jr., looks a lot different than the FDA under previous administrations. What have you noticed as differences that your team has experienced or encountered with this FDA versus other FDAs?
Yeah, I think what's most important is making sure you set a good plan to execute and demonstrate safety and efficacy of your products. Make sure that you work in concert with your partners at the FDA so they understand your strategy. They understand the trials that you're embarking on, and then be able to be transparent and show them the data that can prove that your therapy is efficacious, as well as your ability to manufacture, produce, and replicate those same results as you move forward into the market. And with that, that's the one common thread with FDA that remains where it needs to be. But the FDA knows what their jobs are. Yes, there's stress points with the FDA, especially with the concerns over their budgets and do they have to cut back here or cut back where. But I think the FDA really understands what's important and to be able to really be able to evaluate products. And so our team has a good relationship with the FDA because they are transparent. We're provide all the necessary data to them in a timely manner. They understand the items for which we will be submitting to them, so the FDA can plan their resources appropriately as well. So yes, I understand the FDA is under strain, but they're also working really hard to continue to deliver the proper reviews necessary for these medical devices.
So you're still confident in the FDA despite the changes that we've seen at HHS already?
The FDA knows their job. They know how to review product. They know how to ask the necessary questions to get the proper products out in the market. They are under stress, as we talk about, with concerns over the budget. And how can we control the budget a little bit more, yet still be as effective in getting the reviews out there? So at least in our part of the world and the medical device side, I think the FDA knows their role and is still able to perform those proper reviews.
Tim, what about insurers? Do you think that the insurance companies are a constraint on more widespread adoption of the implant?
Well, I think, again, with the insurance companies, they also take scrutiny, just like the FDA, to make sure that the products that they cover do have the proper safety and effectiveness, and to ensure that their customers, the patient, have the benefits expected from the products if the insurance companies are being asked to pay for it. So again, we are very transparent. We make sure that we continually monitor our progress, continue to publish on the safety and effectiveness on the new generation of products like the Inspire 5 device. And so we can give that information also to the insurance companies and be transparent. So they really understand that. They know if they're going to cover an Inspire case, that they know the patient can expect a high patient outcome and a benefit with the therapy. So again, they're doing their jobs too. They're under a lot of strain, as you just talked about in the prior segment. And it's really hard for them to keep focused on covering the proper patients and making sure companies like ours are staying on our toes to make sure that we are delivering the highest level quality to get the best patient outcomes.
We're speaking with Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, and president and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. Tim, we wanted to speak to you today also about health and the association with sleep apnea and health. So curious now how people with the age of Apple Watches, Oura Rings, other devices that help measure sleep, if that tells them and those devices tell them that they may have sleep apnea, and then they don't have to go spend the night in some sort of sleep study, sleep lab.
Right. It's so important that we talk about the three pillars of life: are diet, exercise, and a good night's sleep. And so now with the technology so available, people are just provided information on their own health, on the number of steps they took, their caloric intake, and also how well did they sleep. And your Oura Ring will give you a little bit more precise information than your Apple Watch will. Your Apple Watch may tell you to, maybe you might want to call your doctor to have your sleep evaluated because you may have sleep disorders such as obstructive sleep apnea. Sleep physicians today have many, many more tools available to help assess sleep apnea. In the old days, as you referred to, you'd be brought to a hospital bed and put wires all over your body, and they tell you, now go to sleep so we can evaluate you. It's just not a comfortable environment to get a really accurate measurement of the quality of your sleep. So today there's many home sleep tests. It's just a simple pulse oximetry that will go on your fingertip to measure how well you're sleeping and if you're having obstructive events. And then we can use things like the rings and the watches, and there's even sensors that come in some mattresses that will tell you how good your sleep is and are you having obstructive events, to be able to monitor success of therapies such as Inspire. And so I think the advent of technology for sleep is just beginning. It's really going to grow. And we like to leverage that technology to help monitor just how successful Inspire is with our patients. Again, focusing on patient outcomes, knowing that we want sustained benefit, because with sustained benefit of treating obstructive sleep apnea, it can have a reduction in some of those comorbidities. And that's what's a really important factor. So if a patient's going to use a therapy, they need to show they're adherent to that therapy, and they need to show that therapy is effective. That's what these tools and these watches and these rings, that's what it's bringing to the patients. And the patients want to be a part of their own solution. So they are able to monitor how well they're sleeping and how well their bed partner is sleeping as well. And that's the greatest source of identifying sleep disorders is the bed partner, because they're right there. They see the patient, they're snoring, or they stop breathing, having an obstructive sleep apnea event. So it's fun to watch the technology evolve, and we want to make sure that we remain a part of that.
Americans seem to be better at monitoring the sleep. The sleep tech is getting better. Just last question, Tim, do you think Americans are sleeping better? Are we getting better at sleep, or are we getting worse? There's a ton more distractions these days.
There are, but people are becoming so much more aware of it and aware of how important it is to get a good night's sleep. And if you have sleep disorders, to make sure that you get proper treatment and proper care to monitor or receive and monitor how well that treatment is working for you. So yes, as we're aging, the muscles relax a little bit more. You tend to have a little bit more snoring and a little bit more obstructive sleep apnea. So it's important that we monitor our sleep. It's also very important to make sure we maintain a good sleep hygiene, that you have consistency and when you go to bed and don't have the distractions in the room, and get a restful night's sleep, but measure how well you sleep, because the tools are available. And more importantly, if your bed partner is not having a good night's sleep or consistently snoring or having that breakage in breathing patterns, then they be seen by their family practice doctor, by being referred to a sleep physician, being evaluated, because the causal effects of untreated moderate to severe sleep apnea is really detrimental. In fact, again, I highlighted earlier on, the risks of comorbidity are even quite severe. So yes, I think America's sleeping better and will continue to get better as technology advances and provides information to guide that process.
Tim, appreciate you taking the time and joining us. That's Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. It's publicly traded, about $4.5 billion market cap, joining us from Minneapolis. I'm looking right now at shares of Coinbase. They're down about 6.5%. They fell as much as 8.9%. This is after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating Coinbase, whether or not it misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. I want to bring in Stacey Marie Ishmael. She's executive editor for crypto and payments. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. What do we know about this?
Well, I think the first thing we know is, and this is going to come as a surprise to a lot of people, is that the SEC has not, in fact, dropped any and all of its potential enforcement actions against crypto companies. You know, there was a move over the past couple of months for this very important financial regulator to say, hey, when it comes to crypto, we're largely not going to be looking into most things. So it was interesting to see, you know, both the New York Times story and then the confirmation statement from Coinbase that this was an ongoing investigation coming out of the Gensler era at a time when I think a lot of folks in the industry had thought, okay, good, all clear. There's no hangovers and we don't need to worry about anything.
Is there something different about this case than the cases that have been dropped?
I think one of the key points is it does relate to sort of a very bread and butter SEC issue, which is, are you being accurate and transparent in your disclosures? And at heart of it is this idea that according to the SEC's allegations, or I should say, according to the allegations represented in the New York Times story, Coinbase had previously used a verified user figure of 100 million, which they stopped using a couple of years ago. And according to the SEC, that figure was initially misleading.
So this is the second piece of news that we're getting in regards to Coinbase.
Just today, right?
Just today, this morning.
Okay.
Yes, totally.
There was also a reported hack. Tell us what's going on with that.
Yeah, this one is arguably a bigger deal in that it's happening now and it affects very sensitive customer data. So Coinbase put out a statement and a regulatory filing earlier today that hackers had targeted some of their overseas kind of contractors and workers and offered them bribes to steal sensitive customer data. Now, when we're talking sensitive customer data, we're not just talking about email addresses and passwords. It's like photographs of your government ID, things people would have had to submit to verify their identities. In some cases, it was, physical addresses, mailing addresses. So you can imagine with those government IDs, it's also things like date of birth. There might be other forms of contact information. So that is, in a moment in which crypto companies have been on a kind of a charm offensive since President Trump was inaugurated to say, hey, crypto is safe, it's reliable, it's the future of finance. To have something that comes in and sort of reminds people that crypto companies are high value targets for hackers the timing is a little bit challenging for them.
Well, speaking of timing, I mean, Coinbase probably wanted us talking about their inclusion in the S&P 500 this week, which was remarkable given the fact that we saw the stock move higher by 24% on Tuesday as a result of the news that it would be included in the S&P 500, replacing Discover of all companies.
Which, I think is kind of exactly what we're talking about here. If you think of Discover Financial as like the bastion of what some people in crypto would like to call old finance or traditional finance, and then kind of this crypto exchange coming in and being like, we're the future of finance. And then, the news cycle is like, time out. Some reminders about the risks embedded in innovation.
Does it, I don't want to ask you if it taints the moment at all, but for me, the news earlier this week about its inclusion in the S&P 500, it felt really symbolic as a recognition that this asset class was being recognized as a blue chip, essentially.
Yeah. And I think one of, having been somebody paying close attention to this for a minute, one of the things that really struck me is that feels like it happens all the time. Like, Emily, you remember when we were doing stories about the Super Bowl of crypto when you had FTX and others being like, come join, do these amazing things. And then what happened to FTX very shortly after it filed for bankruptcy? Sam Bankman-Fried was in handcuffs being accused of massive fraud. And so like crypto goes through, much like crypto prices themselves, these moments in which that long-awaited day for many executives is institutional acceptance, retail acceptance, and Tim, to your point, this idea of we are a legitimate asset class. We are a contender. You should take us seriously. And then something happens in the market where they're like, or here are some bad things that could happen instead.
But it's interesting because now that if they want to be treated like a public company in the S&P 500, they're going to be up to the scrutiny of just like any other public company. So I thought it was a very interesting point that you made in the beginning that like this SEC probe, it's not unique to crypto companies.
Certainly not. And, we're in an interesting period in which crypto companies, when they're being scrutinized, it's not because of the assets underlying them, right? It's more like you are doing big company things. This is the big company behavior we expect.
Stacey Marie Ishmael, executive editor for crypto and payments at Bloomberg News. You can check out the entire team's reporting on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Let's get a check of the markets and business news. Here he is, Charlie Pellett.
Hi, thank you very much. Higher for the S&P and the Dow, lower for NASDAQ. Talking about Coinbase, the stock now down by 6.3%. We've got the S&P advancing 24 points right now. That is a gain of 0.4%. Dow doing a little bit better, up 0.6%. But NASDAQ in the red right now, down by about 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.8%. 1%, with a 10-year at 4.45%, a 2-year at 3.96%, and gold now higher by $47 the ounce, up 1.5%. Again, recapping here, stocks higher, S&P up by 23 points, up 0.4%. Applied Materials after the close of trading. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for the update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. When he speaks, Wall Street takes note. We're talking about Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, who spoke exclusively to Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix at JP Morgan's annual Global Markets Conference in Paris. He told Francine that recession remains a possibility as the tariff fallout continues to hit global economies.
We have all this uncertainty. Some preceded the new administration, like we had large deficits, interest rates going up, inflation going up, and some are, tariffs and things. And of course, the geopolitical situation is very tense, very difficult, and hard to resolve.
Okay, so if you forget projections, numbers, what's your hunch? Is the U.S. going to go into recession or not?
Look, I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
If you look at, the trade war and then the somewhat reconciliation between the U.S. and China, does it hold?
I think it's the right thing to do is to back off of some of that stuff, to have an engaging conversation. I'm grateful they did the U.S.-UK deal. It's an agreement in principle, so, there's a lot of uncertainty still. And there's a lot of uncertainty still in the China thing, but at least we started. It obviously calms down the markets. That's not the reason to do it, but the markets, do vote or something like that. And so you'll still have uncertainty to resolve. There's 90-day triggers and a lot of these things, and hopefully they will be resolved. But they're complex. I don't expect immediate resolution, to the satisfaction of everybody in 90 days.
But do you expect markets to settle from here because we have a little bit more of a blueprint, or could volatility pick back up at any second?
Markets are quite unpredictable. I think there's a lot of uncertainty out there that you can't discount. War in Ukraine, terror in the Middle East, Iran, huge deficits, our tax bill, which I would like to see a good tax bill pass. The tariffs, the reaction of countries to tariffs. The EU and the UK are about to negotiate. I think they have a chance to actually develop a great relationship, partially making up for, the disaster that Brexit became. And those are uncertainties. You can't eliminate them because you want to.
But what are your biggest clients saying about this market volatility? Have they made money on the back of it?
Yeah, some do and some don't. And, volatility could be good or bad depending on, who's facing it. So, but I would expect continued volatility. I think it's a mistake to think we can go through all the things we're going through and the volatility itself will come down.
Has it been good for JP Morgan? What's your, trading revenue looking like?
Yes, because when there's volatility, this is a very simplistic way to look at it. Spreads gap out and traders make more money if there's more volume. So we had both this time, more volatility, more volume. But very often when you have a lot of volatility and spreads gap out, there's much less volume. So you've seen examples where there's good volatility and there's bad volatility. This one happened to be good. The next go around may not be so good.
Jamie, when it comes to financials, I mean, a lot of, non-bank entrants are making quite a lot of way. Citadel, Jane Street. Is that a concern for the banks? Should it be a problem for the banks?
I wouldn't call it a problem. They're both clients and very capable. But I've always had the view there are a lot of competitors out there, and all the major banks are back. I think that's a good thing for the world. Maybe not so much for JP Morgan. You mentioned those two. There's Apollo. There's a lot of fintechs, some very good ones. There's Stripe, there's PayPal. Yeah, my view has always been the same. I tell the management team, assume competition. Assume they're coming at you in every angle. Assume they often have their own strengths, sometimes their own weaknesses. They won't all do great, but yeah, I think they're, some of these people are gaining quite a bit of share in parts of their business. We still are too, by the way. So, we're in the fight. We're not losing out very much, but that doesn't mean you won't lose out tomorrow because you're winning today.
Well, there you have it. Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase with Francine Lacroix Thursday at JP Morgan's annual Global Markets Conference in Paris. That was just part of the conversation. A lot more headlines, including some more volatility, more trading volume lately. That certainly matches up to what we've heard from some of the big banks. But also, Emily, he was asked by Francine about the work from home rant that went viral recently.
That's right. And he said that his emotions may have ran a little high, but he didn't say, "Oh, that's all right. You can work from home." He said you still have to come in to the office, but maybe he emoted a little bit when he was asked about comments that he had made a couple months ago.
Yeah, this was a town hall discussion back in February. It was in Columbus, Ohio. At the time, he was asked, and he made waves for his response to a question about an online petition that some workers had launched to appeal his bank's recent return to office mandate. He got visibly frustrated and he cursed during his remarks, and he said he didn't care how many people signed. On Thursday, though, he said the question was a legit one. He said, quote, "I gave it a very detailed answer about why it doesn't work for young people, why it doesn't work for management, and why it doesn't work for innovation. This is working from home." He said, "I completely applaud your right to not want to go to the office every day, but you're not going to tell JP Morgan what to do."
You know, you got to applaud a leader who has their principles and has their rules and sticks to them. JP Morgan told employees to return to the office 5 days a week earlier this year. If you don't like it, don't work for him. That's his attitude.
Maybe I'm biased because I have to do this in an office, but I much prefer coming into an office. I think it's a completely different experience. You run into people you don't necessarily run into. You have conversations that you don't necessarily have. You get to know people instead of over Slack and Zoom in person. I think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's some benefits to hybrid. I like a hybrid, but you know.
All right, we'll be doing this from the studio. Coming up next, Stocks on the Move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's got the power of Business Week in handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, Sirius XM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Despite a cloud of uncertainty around future EV interest and tariff headwinds hanging over the automotive industry, consumers are still interested in EVs, especially if they are not a Tesla. That's according to J.D. Power's latest study of EVs that found 24% of car shoppers said they're very likely to consider buying an EV, 35% saying they're somewhat likely. That's largely unchanged from a year ago. The CEO of Stellantis is shooting down rumors the company is planning to merge with European automaker Renault. Stellantis chief John Elkann said point blank during a London conference today that, quote, "We are not discussing any merger." Stellantis is, however, promoting its tie-in to the new Mission Impossible film, The Final Reckoning. When the film debuts May 23rd, you'll see Tom Cruise back as Ethan Hunt, and his character will be driving a Jeep Wrangler 4xe. Stocks are mixed. The Dow is up 0.5%, the S&P up 0.4, the Nasdaq is down a fraction. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
From the state courts.
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
To the Supreme Court.
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grosso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
What caffeinated foodstuff is currently suffering a shortage? What company's new AI model is called QWQ-32B? Prada is in talks to buy which luxury fashion brand for $1.6 billion? Think you know the answers to these questions? If so, play Pointed at Bloomberg.com/pointed. It's the news quiz for risk takers.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
The U.S. and China have agreed to cool off their trade war.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
Israeli forces have taken over large areas of Gaza.
Darren Judd, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
President Trump pushes higher taxes for the wealthy.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenovec. Carol Massar is off today. Emily Grafeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team is here in her place. I'm Tim Stenovec along with Emily Grafeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Joining us now is Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Menton. She's here with our stock movers. Hey, Jess, what's on your radar today?
So I wanted to do something a little bit
under the hood of the surface, because the last couple of days things have been waffling around, even though the S&P 500 eked out a gain yesterday, and now it's trying to hold on to those gains into the closing bell. So I looked more closely at what happens with dividend paying stocks, because they are outperforming the market. If you look at kind of the top three sectors here, whether it's utility, staples, also real estate, typically those ones that do well in lower volatility environments, obviously the VIX below 20, and then known for those steady payouts when it comes to dividends. And so unfortunately, they don't have a big weighting in the index. So the top three weightings in the S&P 500, not surprisingly, you'd have technology, consumer discretionary, and then you also have financials. So when you have weightings like this that are below 10%, far below that, all three of those indexes for when it comes to those sectors rather are actually below 5% weighting in the index. So even though they're doing well and they're outperforming, it's really not going to move the needle that much. So American Waterworks is one of the companies I was keeping a close eye on, and that's AWK is the ticker symbol on that, up 4%. So on pace for its best day since March 7th. And then another one would be Procter & Gamble. So PG, the ticker symbol on that, up more than 2%. And then Coca-Cola, usually have to, one of Warren Buffett's favorites, of course, KO, the ticker symbol, up more than 3%. So this really comes on the back of the manufacturing and the retail sales data that we had earlier this morning, and then also kind of boosting the bets that we potentially could see maybe 2 rate cuts if you're looking at the swaps markets right now. So you're seeing those dividend payers that had been underperforming the broader market this year, particularly since the low back in April, starting to pick up some steam here.
Are these types of stocks typically seen as havens, though?
They are. What's interesting, though, is utilities can... It's almost like because of what happened with the AI play last year, you kind of have to break it up, because if you're a data center business, you're viewed very differently, like a Vistra, something like that. That would one of the best performers in the S&P 500 last year. American Waterworks, I mean, that's a water utility type company. So that's more of like when you think of haven type names. I wouldn't say necessarily it's like a safe haven type trade. It's just you had so much of a big bounce here. I mean, the S&P 500 is up close to 19% since that April 8th closing low. And if you looked at the Dividend Aristocrats Index in the S&P 500. So those are companies that have increased payouts for at least 25 straight years. That's actually up just 10% in that span. So you're seeing kind of these more unloved corners starting to pick up steam. And that's some calls that actually trading desks like Citi as well as JP Morgan, they were thinking that small caps as well as maybe hardware stocks and some of the durables might pick up steam just in the short term. It wasn't like a longer term play that money managers would use, but it was one of those spots that they thought that they could see a little bit of outperformance here in the next couple of weeks.
In the longer term, it seemed like consumer staples companies have been a good place to hide out from the economic turmoil, we could call it. But Walmart is down a ton today.
What's interesting about Walmart too, because that was trading like a growth stock coming into this year. So if you kind of think back to what happened when they reported their results back in February for the last 3 months of 2024, that stock had been up over 70%. The only 2 Mag 7 stocks that outperformed it was Tesla and Nvidia in that span. Then, of course, it trimmed its guidance for this year. And then you come in and then they report this morning. So there were some bright spots for the first quarter, but that's more backward looking. But you do have its chief financial officer suggesting that those price hikes could come potentially as soon as later this month. So some of it, when you think about Staples and Walmart, I mean, how much of it is, concerns about potential economy versus a stock that had been really outperforming not just its peers, but some of these growth stocks. So it wasn't necessarily trading like a staple stock or a value stock for a while. It was trading more like a growth stock. So that's something that when I'm talking to a lot of money managers, they're still talking about. And it just became kind of an outsized position in some portfolios earlier this year, and that's when they started trimming it.
It's pairing losses. I said it was down a ton. It was down as much as 5%, but it's actually now down only 0.8%.
Yeah, and it's
Maybe
tricky because not all of the retailers are housed in the staples sector. They're also in consumer discretionary, and that's one of the laggards today. But also you have to point out that Tesla as well as Amazon are both in that sector too, so weighing on discretionary.
Okay, before we let you go, John Deere, the green tractor. You're looking at that today.
Yes, DE is the ticker symbol, up about 4%, actually trading at record. So it's above $500. It actually had fallen as much, close to 20% back in August. That's during the carry trade unwind here. But that stock is jumping even despite a guidance cut because management lowered its net income forecast by 2% for this year. But that was actually nearly 1% above consensus estimates on Wall Street. So even though you have Deere being a net exporter, it still imports products from Mexico and Europe. So people were watching that because it's so closely tied to what happens with what farmers are doing, as well as being the world's largest machinery maker. So it's a big tell on the economy. So the fact that it wasn't as bad as feared with the ties to tariffs, that's why you're seeing that stock trading at records. So that would bode well for the economy if you see a stock like that doing well.
Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Menton with Stock Movers. And for more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Well, if you're sticking with us on Bloomberg Business Week at Daily, we got a great program coming up. John Tazi on the other side talking United Healthcare down yet again. I think it's an 8th day in a row that shares have fallen. You got the news there. Coming up next on Bloomberg TV, it's The Close. This is Bloomberg.
Tuesday.
We are the least affected car company with respect to tariffs.
Bloomberg's Michelle Hussein speaks with Tesla CEO Elon Musk as he prepares to wind down his role leading the U.S. Department of Government Efficiency.
My time allocation to Doge will drop significantly.
Elon Musk, Tuesday morning at 9 Eastern, live from the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha.
I remain extremely optimistic about the future of the company.
On Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Active Liver from New Nordic.
I'm Heather Bosch. Police deaths misclassified. CBS's Stacey Lynn has more on a critical audit out of Maryland.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says the audit uncovered at least 36 in-custody police deaths that should have been classified homicides.
These findings have profound implications across our justice system. They speak to systemic issues rather than individual conduct.
The audit was spurred by concerns about former state medical examiner Dr. David Fowler's testimony in the death of George Floyd, and they found others under Fowler were unlikely to classify a death as a homicide
if the decedent was black or if they died after restrained by police.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The mother of a boy who was allegedly planning a school shooting in San Antonio, Texas, has been arrested and is now facing terrorism charges. Police Chief William McManus.
The mother assisted him in buying that tactical gear for him and bought ammunition. Provided him with magazines and ammunition to load those magazines up.
It's not clear if the boy brought the gear to school. He was detained off campus. The U.S. Supreme Court today heard arguments stemming from President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. He says judges' rulings temporarily banning his order should only apply to the states they were made in. CBS's Jan Crawford.
The Trump administration is arguing that they don't under the Constitution, that one federal judge can't dictate national policy. But the people who are challenging birthright citizenship say that is ridiculous because this is the exact kind of case where you need to have a nationwide ruling. It's a national issue. You're going to have people in different states having different rules for U.S. citizenship.
Dangerously high temperatures are keeping many Texans indoors. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in San Antonio.
Officials are telling people to avoid strenuous activities outdoors in the hottest part of the day, usually 12, 1 o'clock till 6 or 7 in the evening. They're also saying watch out for signs of heat exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, and also take breaks to get out of the heat.
U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says deferred maintenance is to blame for problems with the nation's air traffic control system. He told members of Congress.
The system we currently use, it truly is 25, 35, 40 years old in some places. We should have paid way more attention to it as a country. We've let it age, and now we're seeing the cracks of that age play out in real time for us.
Recent problems include 3 communications blackouts at the airport in Newark, New Jersey, and a lack of air traffic controllers at times. This is CBS News.
Enjoying too much fatty food, alcohol, or sweets recently? Protect your liver and get a daily detox with Active Liver from New Nordic at Amazon or a CVS near you.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, You take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an acid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Local CVS.
The internet's having fun with the move to rebrand Max to what it used to be called.
The move to return to HBO Max has been mocked on social media. One suggests bringing back the old HBO movie intro. Another imagines white smoke emerging from a Warner Brothers tower when the decision was made. Max got the message too, calling HBO a symbol of high quality, but also posting a line from its show True Detective.
Everything we've ever done or will do, we're going to do over and over and over again.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
For decades, Harvard University thought it had a cheap copy of the Magna Carta it bought for less than $30. It's worth millions. Researchers say it's a rare version from the year 1300. The original Magna Carta, established in 1215, that the king is subject to law. It's formed the basis for constitutions worldwide. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Emily Griffeo. It's not Carol Masser. She's out today. I'm Tim Stenivek, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Hour 2 of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're going to have much more on the markets from Charlie Pellet in just a second, but suffice it to say that traders are driving stocks higher and bond yields are sinking. We got a slew of economic data this morning. It spurred bets the Fed will cut interest rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. More details in just a minute. One stock on the move today, Emily, is United Health Group.
Yeah, United Health Group plummeting today following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation. We're going to talk with all the details with John Tazi next. We're also going to talk to the CEO of a publicly traded dairy healthcare company, Lifeway Foods. If you've ever had kefir, maybe it's
kefir,
from Lifeway Foods. We're going to ask how to pronounce it. Kefir, apparently. She's working to push back on a takeover attempt from a larger rival. We'll get all the details later.
Also, Trump's freebie Qatar jet is a nightmare scenario in spy world. Jamie Tarabby joining us a little later in our program. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. We got 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, and got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out right now. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red, though. Do want to begin with another developing story involving Coinbase. Hackers had access to customer data since January. It was a topic we were just discussing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Coinbase shares now down by 6.6%. The other major story today involving Coinbase, it says it is cooperating with the SEC on user metrics probe. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on Coinbase. Again, Coinbase down now by 6.5%. Stocks are moving higher with the S&P up 21 right now at 59.13, up 0.4%. Traders driving stocks higher as bond yields sink after the latest economic data. The Dow up 250 now, up 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 51, a drop there of 0.3%. The 10-year at 4.45%. The 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold is trading higher by 1.5%, $32.24 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $61.78 for a barrel of WTI. JP Morgan Chase economists currently put recession odds in the U.S. at about 50-50, and CEO Jamie Dimon told us earlier today it's still a possibility with trade policy unresolved.
I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. Walmart after earnings down now by 0.8%. Dick's Sporting Goods in the process of buying Foot Locker. Dick's Sporting Goods down 15.2%. Foot Locker is up by 85.6%. Recapping, S&P up 16, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. United Health shares down 12.3% right now. They plummeted as much as 19% earlier in the session. It followed a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. It adds to an already tumultuous week. John Tozzi is Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Hey, guys.
John, the Justice Department had a probe into the company's Medicare Advantage business since at least last summer. This is according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. The journal cited unidentified people familiar with the matter. What does this mean? What's going on here?
Yeah, and so to be clear, the company has said that they have not been notified by the Department of Justice of this investigation, and they have said they stand by their Medicare Advantage business. So we don't really have a lot of details right now. And we know that there have been previous reporting on a civil fraud investigation into United Health Medicare billing practices.
That's completely separate from this?
I mean,
or would it be the same type of is it the same business?
I don't think we know. I mean, it's the same business, yeah. And, I mean, potentially similar business practices that are, at issue in both of these reported investigations. But, this is coming off, as you know, a tumultuous week for the company. They pulled their guidance and replaced their CEO just 2 days ago. So the stock has already taken a beating even before this news.
Yeah. United Health shares have dropped every day for the last 8 trading sessions. And the company sank more than 17% on Tuesday. What is the biggest problem here?
I mean, I think so this is a company, just to step back for a minute, that was reliably beating earnings quarter after quarter after quarter for years, right? They were kind of regarded as rock solid by Wall Street, and had a long-range plan of growing EPS 13 to 16% a year over the long term. And then in April, they missed their earnings and cut their guidance, which is something that this company just never does.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first shock. Then less than a month or about a month later, they withdraw the guidance entirely and replace the CEO. So you've already kind of shaken investor confidence. People don't have any numbers to go on. And then on top of that, you see this headline that just sort of, I think, triggered another round of people rushing for the exits.
How much of United Health, I'm not talking about these problems specifically, but problems before today, perhaps even problems over the last few months, how much of it has to do with negotiations with the government?
So it's less negotiations with the government and more, the way the programs that it makes a lot of its money on are structured. United Health gets 40% of its revenue from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which runs Medicare. Most of that is through private Medicare Advantage plans that people choose to enroll in, so you can get your Medicare benefits from United Healthcare or from Humana or from other private companies.
And this is not supplemental. This is
not supplemental.
If you qualify for Medicare, you can buy it through or get it through a separate company or the government.
Right. Well, and it's still a federal benefit. It's just sort of flowing through United Healthcare. So they're getting essentially a premium from the government for your care. So one of the things that's disrupted the company, and this has happened, really over the past 2 years, is costs in these plans have increased more than they anticipated. So that's put some pressure on earnings, even coming into this latest quarter where they've seen a real acceleration in costs.
Was this like one guy with an Excel sheet who got a number wrong?
I mean,
because this is a company that is separate from the other companies that offer this, in that they're getting hit a lot harder than the other companies.
Yeah, I mean, and we have seen some other companies blow up in recent years. Humana had a big earnings miss. A lot of the problems at CVS's Aetna unit. CVS replaced its CEO last year, basically because they had underwritten Medicare Advantage so badly they were losing money on it. So it's not unique to United Health looking at recent history, but the magnitude of the of the miss and or the whatever's going on is pretty shocking to Wall Street, and especially a company 400,000 employees, incredibly sophisticated data technology. This is not supposed to happen there.
So you write that they had been focusing on Medicare for, it seems like, quite a while now. Where does United Health go from here? Are there alternative plans to try and grab profit in maybe other sectors of healthcare?
Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans have been driving growth and profits throughout the health insurance industry for years, not just at United Health, although United is the largest seller of those plans. That's not going away. That's not going to stop. And actually, government reimbursements through the program under the Trump administration are looking to get a little bit better than they have been in the past couple of years. So that's sort of a tailwind for them in 26 when those payment rates come in 2026. So, there's still, I think the organization is still going to be heavily oriented toward Medicare, but they've clearly got some problems to work through.
What's the analyst community saying about the woes over the last few days? I mean, this is a company, if you look at the stock, it's down more than 50% just in a few days.
Yeah, I mean, most analysts had a buy rating on United Health going into this event. Price targets have come down. I think in general, the reception from the sell side is that, the new CEO, Stephen Helmsley, who was previous CEO for about a decade and then was board chair in the interim, that he is someone who knows the business thoroughly and is capable of, turning it around. So in general, just given the circumstances, I think they seem fairly positive on that decision.
It's down 55%, Emily, since April 11th.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, it feels like the public, Americans, are against insurance companies. You can look at the internet support that rallied around Luigi Mangione in the wake of the alleged shooting of one of the executives. I'm wondering if that weighs on the stock, just general public dislike of companies like United Health.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has certainly been, I think, a factor in the public perception of the company in the last 6 months. And I think that has weighed on the stock, even kind of, before the recent, earnings guide down and withdrawal. I mean, listen, that event is sort of unlike anything any other company has gone through in recent memory. I know it's traumatized people there. It is a really hard situation to operate a business in. It's a difficult business to manage to begin with. How any of that kind of contributes to the performance, I don't think we know.
John, we started our conversation with the news that shares were down today following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. Just in the last 30 seconds, remind us what the company has said about this.
Yeah, so they have said that they have not been notified by the Department of Justice about the reported criminal probe and that they stand by the integrity of their Medicare Advantage program.
Okay, John Tozzi, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Once again, shares of United Health Group Right now, down 11.7%, down as much as 19% earlier in the session, but that decline of more than 54% from April 11th. Wow. So that's just...
when the rest of the market has rallied.
Oh, I should correct myself. That was that's a month ago.
Yeah.
So not a few days ago.
Right.
Just have my months mixed up. A quick correction. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Catching complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
News when you want it. Get the latest headlines from Bloomberg News updated continuously throughout the day with Bloomberg News Now. Listen anytime on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Audiences are calling Can't Look Away a must-watch documentary of 2025. Based on investigative reporting by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, filmmakers Perry Peltz and Matt O'Neill confront tech giants, exposing how social media is addicting our kids and impacting mental health.
You say goodnight and you think your kids are safe.
These are children that have been addicted by these apps.
Every parent in America is terrified.
Stream Can't Look Away now on Jolt.film. That's JOLT.film. Watch today.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, we visit Torrance County, New Mexico, a town that runs on ice. Host Sarah Holder speaks with Bloomberg's Rachel Adams-Hurd and Fola Akanibi to examine how private detention facilities across America are becoming key to the U.S. government's immigration crackdown.
ICE now needs a lot more detention space. So the federal government is finding new counties to sign the same types of agreements as the one in Torrance County.
It's happening all over the country. There are well over 100 of these agreements. This is how ICE gets bed space. There are not very many ICE-owned facilities. And so this is how they are able to quickly get and fill beds.
And the numbers are only growing. Since Trump retook office in January, the federal government has arranged new agreements with about 30 U.S. counties to use their jails to detain immigrants. And ICE wants to spend up to $45 billion more on these detention contracts. For ICE, the arrangement in Torrance County makes its job easier. CoreCivic handles staffing. And working directly with county governments helps ICE move faster. The agency doesn't have to enter a competitive bidding process to decide who gets the contract or do all the paperwork that comes with that process.
The county government is sort of smoothing this process for both the federal government and for the private prison company.
The county has a reason to sign these detention deals too.
They pay taxes, they provide jobs. In some of these deals, there's an administrative fee that they pay the county as well. And in the case of Torrance County, they also get beds for their local detainees. And they say that without this, they would have to take people to Santa Fe, which is an hour and a half or 2 hours away. It's a long drive.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P both higher, NASDAQ in the red, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P right now up 16 points, 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 257 now, higher by 0.6%. But the NASDAQ Composite Index does remain lower now, now down by 82, drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 1.5%. 10-year 4.44%. The 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $48 the ounce. That's an advance of 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, 61.81 a barrel. Fed Chair Jay Powell says policymakers are weighing changes to keep parts of the framework that guides their monetary policy decisions. The changes would include how the central bank thinks about shortfalls in U.S. employment and approaches its inflation target.
In the current review, the committee is engaged in discussions about what we have learned from the experience of the past 5 years. We plan to complete consideration of specific changes to the consensus statement in coming months. We're paying particular attention to the 2020 changes as we consider discrete but important updates reflecting what we have learned about the economy and the way those changes were interpreted by the public.
And Fed Chair Jay Powell, and we do have a developing story headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service to bring you, according to the Wall Street Journal, Meta Platforms delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, Behemoth. Again, that headline right now from the Journal, worth repeating. Meta Platforms delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, Behemoth. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on this developing story. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, it is today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about who is poised to benefit from the atomic energy revival. It's not Japan. It's not Russia. It's not China. It's not the U.S. or any country in Europe. It's South Korea. Will Wade is Bloomberg News energy reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Will, we're going to get to your big take in just a second, but we got to update everybody about why you have not been in this chair for 3 months. You did a job swap. You've been in Tokyo, but you've also been traveling as well.
Yeah, they sent me to Tokyo for 3 months. It was a job swap program at Bloomberg. I highly recommend it if you get the opportunity. But I also did spend a week reporting all up and down South Korea to see their nuclear industry, and that's what we wrote about for this story.
Yeah, you and the team crunched the numbers. So a Bloomberg Businessweek analysis of the more than 400 planned and proposed nuclear reactors around the world show that South Korea is positioned to win business with as many as 43% of them. So it sets the country up, you and the team, right?
Yes.
To become one of the biggest exporters of atomic tech over the next decade. Why is South Korea doing this so well?
So the thing about South Korea is they built their first reactor in the 70s. They've got 26 now. They just never stopped building them. They've been doing this for decades nonstop. I mean, you think about nuclear, you probably think about the U.S. because we invented it. We have more reactors here than anyone else.
We do.
We do, yeah. Well, for a little bit. China's going to pass us probably by 2030.
Wait, more operating reactors? Like currently operating reactors.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And also you might think about France. It's the most nuclear powered country on earth. They get like 70% of their power from electricity. But in the U.S., the industry pretty much just stopped after 3 Mile Island in 79. We lost that expertise of building power plants. France, similar story. After Chernobyl, there was a lot of public opposition to nuclear power. They also kind of halted the industry for a while. And it's tough to come back once you stop that. Meanwhile, Korea just kept building them and building them and building them. They only were building them in Korea, but they've got that expertise. They just never stopped the industry. And then about 2009, they won this huge contract to do 4 reactors in the United Arab Emirates. And they did it. They did it on time. They did it on budget. Meanwhile, here in the US, we finally finished a new project last year. It was like massively over budget, massively late. France just opened a new reactor last year. Massively late, massively over budget. They're doing one in England, massively late, massively over budget.
I'm sensing a theme here.
It's a theme. And meanwhile, people are like, wait, who did that project in the UAE? Who pulled that off nicely? The South Koreans? So now they're getting a lot of attention. They just got awarded a contract last year in the Czech Republic. It's not finalized yet, so it's not a done deal. But when the Czechs looked around, they're all like, let's go with the Koreans. Everyone thought the French were going to get the deal, but nope, they went with the Koreans because they've got this reputation for just doing it right these days.
So what we're mainly talking about, most of the business is manufacturing the parts for reactors in South Korea and then they export them to other countries?
No, we're talking
they're
about
also building plants that are stationed in South Korea.
That's another part of the whole thing. We're talking about everything. They manufacture the parts in South Korea. They got companies that build them wherever in Korea, in the UAE, in the Czech Republic. They got their own homegrown design now. So it's really beginning to end. Everyone in Korea works together. They call it the Team Korea approach.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we're going to, here in the US, start using
Team America?
Yeah, well, I mean, if they can do it under budget and on time, or on budget and on time, and we can't, can we outsource this? Can companies in the US
hire the Koreans to do it here?
Yeah. Like, how are they doing projects for the Czech Republic? How are they doing projects for other countries?
You know, the whole export industry for nuclear is a big thing. I mean, the Americans are trying to export American technology around the world. The French, everybody wants it. It's not just a company selling things. It's a diplomatic thing. It's a decades-long relationship with servicing and fueling. So it really is a diplomatic relationship to get into business doing nuclear power for companies. So that's why we're starting to see less Russian and Chinese in other parts of the world. They're a little reluctant to work with them. And the Koreans, they're kind of seen as like more neutral.
I feel like I have to ask, the next natural question would be about tariffs, and potentially the United States is pushed towards de-globalization. Does that impact the nuclear supply chain at all? And is that an issue for South Korea, or not as much?
It's not so much an issue when South Korea wants to do business with anyone but the US.
Mm-hmm.
I did talk to a company there that's working on a project here, and they told us, yeah, it's going to make that project in Michigan more expensive. It's going to make electricity more expensive for Michigan people because the parts are coming from Korea.
Emily was talking a little bit earlier about, in this story, the supply chain and this network effect of being able to effectively build these reactors in Korea. What allows the country to do this? Like, what are they doing right?
They collaborate really well. And it starts at the top.
What do you attribute that to, though? Is it organizational? Is it cultural? Is it based on a history of the way that companies have worked together?
I think it's kind of all of that. I think there's some cultural things. I think partly it's, they have the chaebols, these huge conglomerates that make everything.
Like a Samsung, for example.
Samsung, LG, Hyundai actually is the company that I talked to a couple of different units of Hyundai here. So they're used to sort of all being the same corporate umbrella, even if they're different companies.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not that many of them, so they've been working together for decades.
So you were in, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, I think it maybe helped that it's a smaller country.
That's true.
It's easier to manage things.
The United States is quite large. I just did a transatlantic flight. It was long. You were actually in South Korea.
Yeah.
How close did you get to the manufacturing plant? Did you go inside?
Yeah, I went.
You're not glowing, so that's a good sign.
Well, I went to this factory in Changwon. That's this all the way down on the south. It's near Busan, and we went to this factory. It's operated by a company called Doosan, and they've got this thing that's called a forging press, where they take red hot chunks of glowing steel and just pound them into shape. And they use this to make the big reactor vessels for nuclear power plants, but they do everything else. I mean, when I was there, they were making the propeller shaft for a cargo ship, and it must have been like 4 feet wide and like maybe 50 meters long. And it was red hot glowing steel, like 1,000 degrees. I could feel the heat from 50 feet away in another room through an observation glass.
Wow.
And they're just pressing on it with like hundreds of thousands of tons of pressure.
Will, I mentioned that you were in Japan for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about that and the state of nuclear power in Japan. I think people, at least, of a certain age, might think of nuclear power in Japan and think immediately of Fukushima.
Sure.
But what is the state of nuclear power, nuclear energy in the country?
So the story in starting after 2012, right after the 2011 Fukushima disaster, was very simple. No nuclear power. They used to get about a third of their electricity from nuclear. And after that disaster, they shut all of it down, which was really kind of a problem for their electricity system. They've gradually been restarting them. I think they have about 14 up and running now. They're working toward restart some of the others. But as you pointed out, there's strong public opposition. Here in America, you get a lot of public opposition to nuclear power from some environmental activist groups. It's much stronger in Japan. And, they're the ones that'll say, hey, we've got a real reason to be concerned about this. Mm-hmm. It's not just theoretical in Japan. So people feel it very strongly. But you know what? I met with some college kids there, and they were super pro-nuclear kids. In Japan, they called themselves nuclear youth advocates. I'm still working on a story about these guys, but they were just really enthusiastic. And I'm like, not everyone in the country feels this way. And they're like, oh, we know.
Are these kids maybe they're 20, 21 years old? So back in 2011.
Right. They were in grade school. They remember it.
So they remember it. But okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. They were like, I remember when my dad put on the TV when that happened. He said, this is important. I'm like, okay, but I wanted to watch my anime.
And then, culturally in South Korea, did you feel like there was a stigma, or there was generally there was more acceptance of
absolutely
energy?
Yeah, I mean, Korea still gets, I think, is it 60% of its power from fossil fuels, and Japan, it's very heavily fossil fuel powered as well. So they're really conscious that if they need to get carbon emissions out of their power system, nuclear is one of their few options.
Will, we're glad you're back. It sounds like you had an amazing trip. You didn't bring me any goodies, but that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Next time you're gone for 3 months.
I brought some goodies, but the rest of my team ate them last week.
He brought goodies, but they've been eaten. Check out his story. It is today's big take. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. It's written along with Hee-Soo Lee. It's all about the winner of nuclear's $9 trillion comeback. It'll be South Korea. It's a Bloomberg exclusive. This Bloomberg Business Week analysis, it's pretty awesome. Check it out. It's on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, we're driving to the close. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News Brief. A Maryland audit shows at least 36 deaths in police custody should have been classified as homicides but weren't, particularly if the person was Black or had been restrained. Maryland's Attorney General.
These findings have profound implications across our justice system. They speak to systemic issues rather than individual conduct.
A boy who's accused of planning a Texas school shooting and his mother are facing charges, San Antonio's police chief.
We don't know if he was armed when he showed up at the school in tactical gear and a mask, but the mother assisted him in buying that tactical gear. That's why the charge of terrorism.
The U.S. Supreme Court today heard arguments over President Trump's order to ban birthright citizenship. Washington State's Attorney General convinced a federal judge to temporarily block the order.
The unfortunate reality that we are facing now in America is that it is incumbent upon attorney generals to stand up and protect Americans from their president.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
The U.S. and China have agreed to cool off their trade war.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
Israeli forces have taken over large areas of Gaza.
Aaron Judge, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
President Trump pushes higher taxes for the wealthy.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Emily Chang. Join me on The Circuit, where I speak with the biggest names in tech, business, and culture, and find out what drives them. Hear my conversations with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, and all three Microsoft CEOs past and present, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, and Satya Nadella. Watch Season 3 of The Circuit, Thursday nights, 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television, and streaming on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg.com. Or listen to The Circuit anywhere you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
Stock in Walmart is slipping as the company reported weaker than forecast sales in the just finished quarter and is suspending its profit forecast for the current quarter due to tariff policy uncertainty. The retailer is warning prices at Walmart stores will start heading higher as soon as this month. First, it was Microsoft cutting 6,000 jobs. Now Amazon is trimming its corporate workforce, eliminating about 100 positions from its devices and services division. That unit works on products including the Alexa voice assistant and Kindle e-reader. Dick's Sporting Goods is adding to its retail footprint and is buying Foot Locker for $2.4 billion. The deal brings together two companies that rely heavily on selling sneakers but have vastly different business models. Dick's is usually a standalone business. Foot Locker is usually mall-based. It's a mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow is up 0.5%. The S&P has gained 0.3%, while the Nasdaq is down 0.2%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
The latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Mary Shore, Senior Equity Analyst at Columbia Threadneedle Investments on U.S. retail sales.
The tariffs are definitely creating some monthly noise. When we look year over year, the growth has been a little more consistent and actually showed acceleration in April versus March. But on a month over month basis, we did see softness in April versus March, given the pull forward that we saw in March ahead of some tariff-driven price increases that the consumer anticipated in some big ticket categories like autos. When I look and really step back and getting off of Walmart's earnings call, I think their tone on the consumer is very consistent. Obviously, tariffs are creating a lot of noise in the spending trends, but in their words, the consumer is still very focused on value and speed of delivery. And that is what we've been seeing for years now coming out of the pandemic.
I'm glad you brought up consumer because for Walmart, we saw traffic, which is the number of shoppers, less of a boost to the figure than ticket. What does that tell you? That maybe there are less shoppers, but they're buying more expensive things?
Right. So that could either say they're coming in less frequently, and when they are in, they're buying a lot more, right? They're stocking up more, or to your point, they're buying more expensive things. But we did see relative weakness in their general merchandise category. So I think it suggests that the consumer is, coming to Walmart for their stock up trip.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow higher, the S&P advancing as well. NASDAQ, though, in the red. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. But right now, let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shai. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now, with the Dow currently up 243 points. S&Ps are higher by 13, and NASDAQ is lower by 0.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.45%. Gold is in the green. Oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 0.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were utilities and consumer staples. Consumer discretionary was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Cisco and IBM, while UNH fell 12% and led to the downside. In the tech space, Facebook to delay the rollout of its flagship AI model. And in others, Chubb is buying back $5 billion in stock. After earnings, Walmart was little change, while Deere traded to an all-time high. And wrapping things up, Applied Materials and Take-Two report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok is what Carol Masser says.
Oh,
we got about 18 minutes to go.
TikTok, we got 18 minutes to go.
Until the close of
I can't
trading.
even try to be Carol. She is just so great. She's in another league.
You know
so
what?
I don't even try.
She is indeed the best. Everybody loves her, and they love her for a reason. She's back on Monday, but we are also very happy to have Emily Grafeo in for Carol, Bloomberg News cross asset reporter. Thank you. You were not even scheduled for both these days. I want to say you jumped in at the request of many people. So thank you.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and it's time for the drive to the close. One of my favorite segments because it's all about markets. As we get into that 4 o'clock hour, we're joined now by Matt Miskin. He's co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments. He joins us from Boston, and they have about $870 billion in AUM. I want to start with the data because we got a ton of economic data. The PPI, traders seem to like that this morning, but it was really a mixed bag. What did you make of everything that we saw this morning?
We actually saw some more disinflationary data, and the markets have just been hypnotized, under hypnosis, where the markets have not cared about the disinflationary data we got this week. The 10-year Treasury yield is down a little bit today, about 8 basis points, but still pretty much elevated around 450. And what we're also seeing is some good corporate earnings coming out, especially in the United States. But again, what the markets have been focused on have really been politics. So this hypnotic trance that's been driven across markets has been follow politics, not fundamentals, not inflation. So it's been an interesting day. Some of this stuff is shaking off a little bit, but overall still one where disinflation is not driving down yields like it used to.
Right. I'm wondering how you're kind of talking clients through what we've seen in the equity market over the last month, because we've rebounded almost 20% in the S&P 500 since the April 8th low. How are we supposed to interpret that? Is that investors saying all the worst case scenario fears when it comes to geopolitics influencing markets are over? We're out of the woods on that?
It was almost like it was a dream at this point, a bad dream. But what we really focused on in talking to clients is it wasn't fundamental. We kept looking at initial jobless claims throughout the whole thing, did not see a rise in unemployment. We did watch high yield spreads widen some. That was the thing that we kept focusing on. It got to about 350 on high yield spreads. That's kind of a measure of liquidity, borrowing costs for lower quality companies. That rose a bit, but then it came back down. We leaned in a bit. We actually said, look, high quality US stocks are on sale for the first time in a number of years. We would actually take a look at this. And so we leaned in a bit, but now we're kind of back to the same problems we started the year at. We're at 21 times forward PE. The earnings estimates for 2025 have been trimmed. They're now high 8%. They were 14% at the beginning of the year. And so we're kind of back to where we started, where we're sitting here saying, hey, stocks are kind of expensive. Yields are elevated. Bonds are actually cheaper. And we actually are saying, look, now is a great time to look back at income driving potential out of the bond market and stocks. If you leaned in, great, but we'd probably wait to add at these levels.
When would you start to add? I mean, would you have to wait for earnings next quarter for these maybe perhaps levels to be justified? Or do you think we'll actually see a buying opportunity in the next few months?
So we use the economic cycle still, and this economic cycle is one for the history books. It is as unusual as ever, but we're still at elevated interest rates. I kind of think of the old cream or cash rules everything around me, only this one is rates rule everything around me for modern day. And so rates are still elevated. We think the Fed is in essence behind the curve. They're still relatively tight. And in our view, you're going to have to see a new economic cycle really start with lower interest rates, housing to recover. After we're seeing housing data, that was another thing that came out today. The NAHB housing index really hooked lower. And so we're being patient here. We still do have equity allocations. We actually think Europe is a bit rich here after this huge run. We probably redeploy some of those assets into high quality US stocks that are on sale. But in terms of overall equity exposure, we're looking for the end of the cycle, a resetting of this cycle. And we did get volatility. We could nibble, but for kind of a more all-out increased equity exposure, I think we need to see a better valuations and the start of a new economic cycle.
Okay, so I have to ask about buying bonds right now. If you look at the TLT, this is the long bond ETF. If you run COMP on the Bloomberg terminal, it shows you total return. I looked at every single time period on this function: 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3, 5, 10. Right now, it's negative total return every time period. So how do you convince clients to buy bonds right now? Is it staying at the shorter end, or is it hold your nose and expect that hopefully we won't see this positive or negative return in the future?
Yeah. And, often the best investment opportunities are ones that have actually fallen in price. The price is really, and the yield are the only things you can control in terms of when you buy. The 30-year bond yield is flirting with about 5%. That's of the highest since 2006. If you can lock in 5% for the next 30 years, we actually don't think that's going to be a bad thing. Now, the long end offers a lot of volatility. And this is something that, the volatility in the long end has really increased. We haven't gone that far out on the curve. We think you can get it done from the short to intermediate part of the curve, take a little bit of corporate credit risk, mortgage-backed securities, and we're yielding at just over 5% right now in a lot of key strategies. So in our view, 5%, and again, you're focusing on something that just experienced one of the biggest bear markets in the history of the country. If I said that about stocks in 2008, you would say the same thing. Hey, the 1, 3, 5, 10-year in stocks in 2008 were terrible. That was one of the best buying opportunities in history for the U.S. stock market. So we're trying to think about where we are today, the value that's there today, and what we're looking out 3, 5, 10. We know the trailing performance isn't as good. Hey, the stock market's up 15% annualized over the last 5 years. That's great. Maybe that's a lot of valuation that's in that. And we actually think bonds are pretty competitive.
Matt, before you go, did you make a reference to Wu-Tang Clan when you said rates rule everything around me?
I tried. I've been on the open interest with Katie and team before. I've used that. Matt Miller too. And
Matt would get it. I don't know if everyone else would. 1993, 94 is what I'm saying. A shout out to, you know who you are, viewer, listener, getting in touch and making sure that didn't go over our heads. Matt, good to chat with you. Rates rule everything around me. Matt Miskin. Cash rules everything around me. It's the Wu-Tang Clan song. Go back to 1994 to find that one. Coming up next, it's our cross-platform coverage. Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up now at Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Live business news, breaking global headlines, and conversations with the names that move markets. Listen to Bloomberg Radio on command anywhere you have an Amazon Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. CVS Health is bidding to buy stores and patient data from Rite Aid that's going out of business. According to the CEO of Rite Aid, CVS, which is the largest drug chain in the country, has put in a bid for a significant number of stores in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, as well as patient prescription information. The additional stores would broaden CVS's reach in a part of the country where it has a smaller presence per capita than in other regions. United Health Group is seeing its shares tumble today. The company is trying to recover from the death of its top insurance executive. And now we're hearing the health insurer is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. According to the Wall Street Journal, the Justice Department has been looking into the company's Medicare Advantage business. Heading toward the close, stocks are mixed. The Dow is up 0.6. The S&P has gained 0.25%, while the Nasdaq has lost 0.5%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Catch up with the biggest names in business. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts. The Circuit with Emily Chang.
I speak with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed president.
And Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston.
The discussion with BlackRock's Larry Fink.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
We have the perfect guest for this topic.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Don't miss the 5th Qatar Economic Forum powered by Bloomberg this May 20th to 22nd live in Doha. Programmed by Bloomberg News, the Qatar Economic Forum will convene the world leaders and international CEOs who are providing unique perspectives on the critical issues facing the global economy. Join us in Doha and be there as it happens. Request an invitation today at QatarEconomicForum.com.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From the Middle East,
the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over.
To Europe,
Keir Starmer and Donald Trump have discussed trade.
And anywhere in the world news happens.
So let's go now to the climate talks in Dubai.
The luxury reporter in Paris.
Bloomberg's Stefan Kufner has more from Ecuador's capital.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Emily Grafeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. She's in for Carol Massar this afternoon. And we are just a few minutes away from the close of trading, at least in the equity markets on this Thursday, May 15th. The S&P 500 up 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.2%, the Dow Jones, which Emily tells me is the only index she pays attention to. Why are you laughing? Up 0.7%.
That's the opposite. And
I know.
I watched the NASDAQ 100.
What are you seeing?
Which is just in positive territory.
Okay.
Up 0.4%.
You know, I'm going to front run one of your stock movers a little bit just because of this Meta story that we got to hit. The Wall Street Journal is reporting, and I'm reading right from the Journal here. Meta is delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, prompting internal concerns about the direction of its multi-billion-dollar AI investment. This, according to people familiar with the matter. Shares of Meta platforms right now down about 2.4%.
So this AI model, Behemoth, I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with what it does. However, I do know that AI it's critical for all tech companies. Meta, people aren't using Facebook as much anymore. They need AI to succeed here.
Do you use AI?
Do I use AI?
Yeah. Do you use? Do you use
AI.
Do you use any LLMs?
I use ChatGPT.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT too. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence reminds us that and we learned this from Meta Platforms in its most recent earnings report, that a lot of people are using its embedded AI in WhatsApp and in Instagram as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's not just for...
Do they know they're using it?
Yeah, they know they're using it. They're doing searches. Okay. They also don't know they're using some of the AI tech, Mandeep reminds us, because it does have the ability to show ads that are more targeted and be more efficient with those companies that are spending money to reach people. But check out this story. It's in the Wall Street Journal. We should note a Meta spokesperson declined to comment to the Wall Street Journal. I wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on over at Delta Airlines. I know Charlie Pellet's got his eye on this type of story.
He's a big traveler. So,
he is. He goes transatlantic and he goes...
I know. He goes across the water.
Transcontinental too.
And he also goes transcontinental, which is crossing a continent. Does he fly Delta? And does he buy the cheapest ticket?
That's a good question. We'll ask Charlie when he comes in. He always flies whatever cool plane he can fly. So he wants to get on an A380.
Right.
Or 787 or something like that. You were talking about Delta, though, because the company's going to stop selling tickets under the basic economy label that many large carriers have adopted in recent years to compete with no-frills offerings of discounted competitors. Mary Schlangenstein reporting this.
They announced a reorganization of fare categories aimed at giving passengers more options within each cabin section, with varying features such as assigned seats, the ability to change flights, or loyalty benefits. So they're still going to offer low-cost fares as a subcategory of the Delta main ticket, but I guess you don't buy the basic economy ticket. We have to,
this is confusing.
We should ask Amanda Mull about this.
Yeah, she might know about this.
She would have a really good take on just the transformation of the airline industry as they're catering more to the premium customers and like building out first class and building out business class. And then they're just making the economy.
Okay, so the change applies to flights departing on or after October 1st. Delta may risk creating customer confusion with all the new options, including both classic and extra versions of their Delta Comfort and Delta One fares. Henry Hartevelt He's the founder of Atmosphere Research Group. It's an advisory firm for the travel industry, telling Mary, the traveling public is going to greet this with a gigantic huh.
Mhm.
My concern is that it risks making it so confusing to customers that they seek out a competitor whose offerings are more straightforward. I think people do want to compare apples to apples when it comes to price.
Yeah.
So who knows?
But this seems like it's a ticket where, you pay for the ticket and then they ask you, okay, do you want all these add-ons? $30, you can bring a carry-on. For $10, you can get an extra meal. The slicing and dicing is definitely not stopping anytime soon for airlines.
Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, it is Bloomberg's The Closing Bell, our global simulcast. And if you're listening in New York, Boston, and DC, we're going to bring you live play-by-play coverage of the PGA Championship after the closing bell and all weekend long on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast that starts right now. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Emily Grafale in today for Carol Master, Alex Steele on assignment as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, and our partnership with YouTube. Tim Stenovic, an attempt here. Oh, wow, I looked awful in that picture. Tim Stenovic, what do you make of this mini rally, if you will?
I guess. I don't know. In the context of what's happened since April 8th, it's kind of not much, but it's pretty remarkable to see the rise in equities just in the last 5 weeks or so from those lows, because what, Emily, we're up 20% since then?
Yeah, about 20% since the April 8th low, which is just incredible here, really the strength of the rally. So maybe all of the fears about an upcoming trade war are just not on investors' minds anymore.
Well, 25% if you're talking about the NASDAQ 100 since that April 8th low, which just gives you a sense of how quickly things can shift. The question now is what happens next and which headline we would be looking at in terms of whether it's going to be earnings or some kind of tariff update that could give us the next leg up.
Well, that's why I'm curious as to what the next catalyst would be. I mean, we've kind of gone through the meat of earnings season. I know we get a few retailers next week that might shed some light on the tariff situation. But beyond that, we're down in that sort of a zone where it's going to be maybe much more driven once again by Washington and maybe not by the White House. I mean, remember, Congress is finally getting around to addressing some of the other fiscal proposals that the president had on the campaign trail. We'll see if they can make it through the gauntlet in Washington. Meanwhile, here on Wall Street, we do get the closing bells, and we do have green on the screen for most of the major indices, including a 0.7% gain for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up about almost 300 points on the day. The S&P higher by about 25 points, going to close above that 5,900 level, a gain of about 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 is going to finish the day in the green, only about 0.1%. We should point out the RSI, basically the relative strength indicator that determines overbought or oversold conditions, that remains in overbought territory. The NASDAQ composite, though, is down 0.2% on the day, and your outperformer on a relative basis comes from two different areas. One, the Russell 2000 up 0.5%, and the other, the S&P 500 equal weight index, which is up 0.9%.
Okay, look at that. In the S&P 500 non-equal weight index, 375 stocks did move higher. We did see 128 stocks move lower, though. I guess it would be the same in the equal weight index too, Romaine.
I don't know. Is that true?
The number of decliners and advancers, yes, that's the same.
Yeah.
Whether it's
just
a non-equal weight or
just doing
equal
some
weight.
quick calculations in my head, it would be the same.
It would be the same. You're right. All right, let's take a look at what happens when you look at it on a sector by sector basis.
Now I'm kind of doubting that. I don't know why.
Because I said it.
Because I know it's that. Go ahead.
Well, it's because the equal weight index is higher than the market cap weighted index, that this IMAP looks kind of lopsided, right? Because you have tech, communication services, and consumer discretionary. These are the three sectors that encompass mega tech. They are the only sectors in the red, but you could see that they take up fully half of the pie. Utilities, consumer staples, real estate investment trusts doing the best, all up at least 1.8%. These are all dividend paying stocks that are classically defensive. So it tells you where investors' heads are, at least for today.
Hey, before we get to the gainers and decliners, we are getting some earnings. Speaking of tech, Applied Materials, of course, in the semiconductor space, saying that net sales in the most recent quarter did come in a little bit light, roughly about $7.1 billion. The street was just looking for just a few million more than that. So a modest miss on that front. And on adjusted EPS, they did beat $2.39 a share. The street was looking for $2.31 a share. And the company says that for the fiscal third quarter, so basically the guidance for the fiscal third quarter, they do see net sales in a range, a pretty wide range of 6.7 to 7.7 billion. The street on average, Tim, was looking for 7.2 billion.
Okay, there you have Applied Materials down about 1.9%. A reminder, we're still expecting results from Take-Two, Virgin Galactic, Kava, and a few more as well. In the meantime, I do want to take a look at some of the gainers on my radar today. Got to start with Foot Locker having its best single day ever, 85.7% to the upside. This after we learned that Dick's Sporting Goods agreed to buy the company. It's a cash or stock deal. It implies an equity value of about $2.4 billion and an enterprise value of about $2.5 billion. But even though this is the best day ever, the stock surged 85%. It's really only at levels that were last seen just in December of 2024. The stock has gotten hammered really in recent years.
It's kind of interesting, too,
yeah.
to see some of the analyst notes on that. I mean, really just kind of slamming this deal. I mean, TD Cowen was basically just saying, I just don't get it. $2.4 billion or whatever they're paying for Foot Locker and the softline retail space to scale up.
Look, Dana Telsey was on our program a little earlier.
What'd she
Telsey
say?
Advisor. She's really optimistic about this. She said, wait and see. She reminds everybody the way that Dick's Sporting Goods in recent years was able to really reinvent the way that it sold things in its stores and attract this demographic that isn't necessarily attracted to the Foot Locker store. So like young men, 18 to 25, for example.
Can I tell
She's
you,
pretty optimistic about this.
I set foot in the Dick's the other day, last Saturday, to get something for my wife, a T-shirt. I hadn't been in one in a long time. I have to say, they were insanely friendly in there. All the people were. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know what I was looking for, and they were really helpful. It was quite an experience.
Yeah.
I won't go back, but it was quite an experience.
Did your wife like the shirt?
She did. It was very great. So I'm doing my part here.
Okay, you are.
Nike shirt.
All right. Happy
Look
Mother's
for that
Day.
in the earnings.
All right. Cisco. Let's look at what shares of Cisco did. They ended up rising on the day today. This after the company issued a solid forecast for revenue, up close to 5% today. Solid forecast for revenue for the current quarter. Sales expected to be $14.5 billion to $14.7 billion. The company, like many others that have reported in recent weeks, is benefiting from demand for systems using AI tech. Corporations and cloud computing providers expanding their networks to handle the surge in AI software. We also got some news about a little executive shakeup at the company, including the departure of Scott Herren as the company's CFO. Once again, shares of Cisco up by more than 4.8%. And finally, back to retail, Birkenstock Holding, BIRK, shares up close to 6% today. The company raised its earnings forecast for the year due to strong sales of its high-end sandals, expecting adjusted earnings of $740 million to $750 million. Sales rose 18% on a constant currency basis. They saw growth in all regions, including Americas, Europe, Middle East and Africa, and Emily, Asia Pacific.
It is sandal season coming up, and so that makes sense why sales would be going up and people are bullish. I put a couple of things in my shopping cart not so long ago, so there you have it. Let's also look at Take-Two because those results just came out. And the ticker here is TTWO. And we are looking at the first quarter. Let's give you the numbers for the quarter that ended. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS was $1.08 compared with 28 cents a year earlier. Not sure we're comparing like with like here. But in terms of adjusted EBITDA for the period, $291.3 million does miss the average analyst estimate, which was just under $310 million. As for the outlook, it sees first quarter adjusted EPS of 20 cents to 30 cents, and it sees net bookings of anywhere from $1.25 billion to $1.3 billion. Analysts were looking for, on average, $1.27 billion. Right now, the stock is lower by about 5% in after-hours trading.
Okay, I'm watching what's going on with Virgin Galactic, ticker SPCE up 3% in the after hours. Some headlines crossing. Astronaut sales are expected to open up in the first quarter of next year. We also got results from the company. First quarter revenue beat estimates, did report a loss per share of $2.38 versus a loss per share last year of 25 cents. The company sees second quarter negative free cash flow from $105 million to $115 million. The estimate for the cash flow was a negative $106.1 million. Shares higher by about 3.6%. First quarter revenue coming in just above estimates at $500 million. Is that $500 million? Yeah, $500 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $72 million. The estimated loss was for $70.9 million. Excuse me, that's $500,000 for first quarter revenue. Excuse me.
Those shares higher right now, but let's look at some of the decliners today. United Health shares closed for the 8th straight day, closing lower, down 11%, but the stock did plunge as much as 19%, hitting the lowest level since April 2020 after the Wall Street Journal reported that the health insurer is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. The company said in a statement late yesterday that the DOJ hadn't notified the company about the reported investigation. And they said, quote, "We stand by the integrity of our Medicare Advantage program," but still a really rough string of days for that company. I'm also watching shares of Meta. That stock closed down 2.4% after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Facebook parent is delaying the rollout of its flagship AI intelligence model. It's called Behemoth, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see that full rollout. And finally, Coinbase shares closed down 7%. It was the worst day since March 28th. And this is just after it was announced that it was added to the S&P 500. It was up over 20% earlier this week, and yet this morning got hit with two pieces of news that really weighed on the shares. First, a hack over at the largest crypto exchange. Hackers had near constant access to some of Coinbase Global's most valuable customer data since January, according to Bloomberg reporting. And then additionally, the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures.
All right, and we should point out Bitcoin right now down fractionally on the day. So too is the dollar, and down in a big way are Treasury yields, roughly about 9 to 10 basis points across the curve, as a lot of people now start to reprice in what they expect the Fed to do. That, of course, that was on the back of that slew of economic data that we got this morning. Real mixed bag here for economic conditions that at least has some investors thinking the Fed might actually act.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Scarlett, you mentioned what's the next catalyst. Do not forget May 28th, NVIDIA earnings.
Yes.
Maybe that's the big one.
That's what, still another 2 weeks away.
Still another 2 weeks away.
There's a lot of meandering.
I got to look forward to something, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and at Bloomberg Originals. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, well, Qatar's offering of a luxury Boeing 747 to President Donald Trump has set off alarm bells within the U.S. intelligence and diplomatic community, where gifts from foreign powers have long been viewed with suspicion. Jamie Taraby writes the story today. She's Bloomberg News national security reporter, and she joins us on Zoom from Washington, D.C. to discuss. Give us the latest on what is going on right now. Trump is potentially getting a plane.
He has been offered a reportedly $400 million luxury jumbo jet by the Qatari government for his use, because he has been quite vocal about his frustration with Boeing for the delays in the delivery of the Air Force One jets that he has asked for during his first administration. The current Air Force One planes that he uses are decades old, and they certainly don't compare when you stand them up against the sort of the luxury furnishings, French interior designed comfort that a Qatari royal family would enjoy in the air. But obviously, the question of the gift, the question of the plane itself being used by the President of the United States has raised all kinds of concerns, whether they're legal or ethical. But I've been focusing a lot more on the security concerns that are inherent with accepting any kind of gift, let alone a plane.
Let's talk about those security concerns. I can't stop laughing when you quoted Thad Troy, a former station chief with the CIA, who said, if we had built the plane knowing it was going to a foreign government, we would probably have bugged it. Like, that's just the way it works when it comes to one country and another country, when it comes to national intelligence when it comes to the CIA. What did you learn in your reporting about this being a national security challenge for the U.S.?
There wasn't a single person, whether they were former three-letter agency, intelligence, foreign service, international intelligence officers that I spoke to who said for sure that plane would be bugged in some fashion, whether it was by special interests from the host family or from self-interest within that country or allies or friends or adversaries hacking into surveillance systems. It's very porous before it gets the word that they used a lot to me was hardened, and it gets hardened when it becomes a DoD approved aircraft. And I didn't even know a lot of these things when I was working on this and talking to all these people, but the airplane itself needs to be hardened to withstand an explosion. It needs to be able to continue. It needs to be able to fuel air to air. It has a surgical center. It's basically a flying White House, complete with a situation room. So the idea of having something like that being given to the US by a foreign government and not doing all kinds of security sweeps to establish that it's clean and it's fine, and then going in and fortifying it, weaponizing it, getting it ready for the president. It just seems, I was told it would take months, if not years, to accomplish everything to everyone's satisfaction. So I don't know if those security concerns will make a difference or not, but that was definitely something that the people that I speak to, that was immediately where their minds went.
So in terms of the security concerns, we talk about potentially bugging spyware. Are there any other concerns, like tech related security concerns that come about with a foreign party giving the US a plane?
The technical concerns that there were people who were talking to me who said they didn't want to say what they were thinking because they didn't want to give anyone ideas.
Oh, but I like this.
Well, installing a kill switch, playing with the mechanism.
That is some seriously scary stuff. I thought you were going to be talking about a microphone hidden behind the wall of the plane or something. Well, that is some seriously scary stuff.
I spoke to someone who was living across the road from the US Embassy in Moscow during the Cold War, and he said that the listening devices were inside the concrete in the bricks. So the idea of wiring and behind the molding and all these beautiful furnishings is not out of the realm of possibility. Mm-hmm. So, you just have to have an imagination, and you can imagine how creative you can be with what you install and where. There could be cameras inside. There could be a location tracker that will tell you exactly where the president is at any time. So these are all things that not only endanger his safety and security, but also could give anyone intelligence on the sort of communications and conversations that he might be having with people on the plane with him or with people, elsewhere.
This is remarkable. Yeah, have
I scared you enough?
Well, yeah, you actually really have. But what you also point out in your piece, the criticism that the president has gotten from people who've been allied with him, including Ben Shapiro, Laura Loomer, and others. But he's kind of holding firm, at least with his public comments, that this is the type of gift he would accept.
Well, it's become a poison chalice in a way because, it is a tremendous honor that he has been paid by this Arab country to accept this gift. And, the Arabs, I'm Lebanese, so I think I know something about this, but they're big gift givers, and the hospitality is really embedded in the culture. So this for them is it's a huge gesture. But it also, it runs completely counter to what a lot of Trump supporters stand by. Not just the sort of the ethical concerns and the idea of what's the quid pro quo here, but Qatar is it's a complicated, it has complicated relationships with countries that may not have relationships with the US, that have strained relationships with the US. And it has been a very active participant in the Gaza talks because Hamas for the longest time has a political office in Doha. So, there's a lot there. And so, I was talking to one person about the capabilities of the Qatari intelligence service, and he said to me, well, we trained them. So, if they're good, a lot that has to do with the fact that they have the strategic security partnership with the US. The US has a military base in Qatar. So it's very, very, very complicated, and I think it just should be treated with a lot of caution and wariness. And, what we used to hear, like trust but verify.
Right. I mean, this story, you've given us a lot to think about, Jamie. Appreciate you joining us. Jamie Taraby, she covers national security. She's out of our Washington, D.C. bureau, but she spent time in Baghdad. She was the bureau chief for NPR News. Close to 20 years ago, she reported on the unraveling of Iraqi society. She was with Al Jazeera America. She was with CNN. She's been doing this for a long time. Check out her stories on the Bloomberg terminal, and of course at Bloomberg.com as well. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Catch complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Money talks. And at Bloomberg.com, we know it speaks in different languages, and the conversation never ends. It takes a global newsroom to translate everything the markets are murmuring. And with over 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus around the world, we're always paying attention. When you look at the world, what do you see? Learn more at Bloomberg.com. Context changes everything.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, we talk with Natasha Hall from the Middle East program at CSIS about President Trump's visit to the Middle East.
This is very much a symbiotic relationship, that there is going to be hundreds of billions of dollars in investment from the Gulf. And in return, I think the Gulf gets some foreign policy wins. And we saw that with the sanctions announcement yesterday. And hopefully we see some more movement on the Gaza front today or tomorrow.
So what is Benjamin Netanyahu thinking right now after witnessing this meeting between President Trump and Syria's new leader, knowing that President Trump is not making a visit to Israel? What does this mean for their relationship?
I mean, this is truly astounding, Joe. If you think about just a few months ago, this was a man, Ahmed al-Shara, with a $10 million bounty on his head as a former al-Qaeda affiliate. And, we didn't know what the optics would look like with this meeting, but they were very conciliatory, shaking hands, smiling. President Trump has said he's a great guy, strong past, things that I couldn't have possibly imagined just a few months ago. The other thing to consider is that President Trump continues to say that he is consulting with Erdogan, which I'm sure raises some alarm bells for Israel, which sees Turkey as an increasing threat with the fall of Assad, its neighbor to the north. So I'm sure there's a lot of concerns coming from the Netanyahu administration, but I still think that this is probably for the best for Israel over the long term.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 4 in a row for the S&P 500 index. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. It's for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Moments ago, we heard from Applied Materials. It is the largest American maker of chip manufacturing equipment. It gave a lackluster forecast for the current period, highlighting the potential cost of the U.S. trade dispute with China. After ours, we got Applied down now by just about 4.4%. As I mentioned, another update for the S&P 500 index, climbing 24 points, up 0.4%. Lots of moving parts to today's trading. Wall Street traders drove stocks higher as bond yields sank after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession, but also lots of earnings news to digest. Today, the S&P up 24, up 0.4, the Dow up 0.6, up 271 points, but NASDAQ declined by 0.2%. 10-year, 4.43%, the 2-year, 3.95%, gold up $60 the ounce, up 1.9%. 32.37 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 61.78 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. I want to bring back Julie Smolansky. She's CEO of Lifeway Foods. She's been on with us in the past. We last spoke to her back in December. The company Lifeway Foods, you might know it if you're a listener, if you're a viewer, or if you've been to a grocery store, because it's a $350 million market cap. They make kefir and farm cheese, so you might have seen their products on the shelves. They reported earnings earlier this week. Tuesday, they came out with the numbers. The market reaction was on Wednesday. Shares surged to higher by more than 14.5%. The company reported a 44% year-over-year increase in earnings per share. Net sales up 3.3% year-over-year. And it was the 22nd quarter of consecutive growth under Julie's leadership. Julie joins us once again from Los Angeles. Julie, there's a lot to talk about. I mentioned that you were on with us back in December to discuss the company rejecting an unsolicited offer, a takeover offer by Danone North America. What is the status of the back and forth now between the two companies?
We're in court. And we are working to defend this hostile takeover. It's a classic David and Goliath story, but their offer farly undervalues the company, and we're fighting for all shareholders. And we know that we're at the tipping point right now. We have a strong balance sheet, and we're not a distressed company. So, we feel that the offer is really undervalues us. And we feel that the reason why they think that they can take us over in a hostile manner, the very contract that we're disputing, is invalid. It's against Illinois state law. All shareholders did not agree to it. And it gives a minority shareholder control over management and board decisions. So we believe that the Cook County courts will side with us. And this situation is really unprecedented. And, we're fighting against the largest B Corp in the world who's behaving like an activist. It's unprecedented. And it's not something we typically see in the natural food industry at a time when, other companies are being valued at exceptional rates. We just saw Poppi being acquired by Pepsi for $2 billion. We're in the probiotic space. We have a lot of science behind our product. And 2,000 years of history. This is not a fad. This is not a trend. This is a 2,000-year-old staple product that my ancestors, my great great-great-grandparents, grandmothers, developed and protected. And, my father brought kefir to America, and he pioneered this, and we pioneered this. Lifeway is the premier kefir company in the world. And so it's no surprise to me that they want to steal us. But I'm going to make sure that all shareholders benefit from a good value of our company, one that we know. And we're on target to continued strong performance.
Well, I do want to say you sent a message out on social media earlier saying that you would be on our program a little later. You said you were going to defend Lifeway kefir against corporate raiders and bullies, and you called it shameful when the largest B corporation in the world behaves like greedy hedge funds. Danone did send us a response to that, a lengthy response. I'm going to read from it and get your reply. It says, in part, Julie Smolensky's allegations against Danone are false and detached from reality. There's no raid or hostile bid since Lifeway's board decided in November 2024 to reject Danone's highly attractive $27 per share acquisition proposals, depriving Lifeway shareholders of a very significant premium. Danone has been a major shareholder in Lifeway for more than 25 years and is defending a legally binding shareholder agreement. The statement continues to say, the only greed demonstrated here is by Ms. Smolensky at the expense of Lifeway's public shareholders. How do you respond to that?
I think the language speaks for themselves, for itself. This shareholder agreement is illegal. Many lawyers have looked at it, as well as Illinois legislators have looked at it and have all agreed it's illegal, improper, and it harms Lifeway. It harms the public at large. It benefits nobody but Dannon, and we believe it's void, and the courts will work through that in the courts. But they themselves are on the record as saying that they're going to make a move, that they're making a move on kefir in the United States. They have already christened their hostile takeover by example of their photograph on the front page of their annual report with Activia Kefir. They already have shared their plans, and that those plans are to wipe us off the face of the earth and get rid of our brand and take over the space. They're unable to grow organically on their own. So they do this this is a standard operating procedure for them. And you can see that by the debacle of their Horizon takeover, their White Wave takeover, their Wallaby takeover. They have a history of corporate raiding. And I don't think farmers in America or our community here in America or around the world, is going to benefit from such actions. And we will continue to defend them. And I'm not going to be bullied.
We're speaking with Julie Smolensky, CEO of Lifeway Food. She's also chairperson of the board and president of the company.
Julie, I'm wondering if there is a price that is fair for potentially a merger. Would you be open to that if the price was right? And what would it be?
We're open to any offer that makes sense for all shareholders, that values the company in a proper way, in a way that also looks at the potential and the growth when there is a tipping point right now in food, and they know it, which is why they're trying to take this over and steal this, because they know it. We own 95% of the most hottest global categories in the world. Kefir is the subject of intense science and research studies all around the world. Just recently, a couple of months ago, out of Boston, they did a long study of over 30 years that followed 130,000 people and found that people who consumed probiotic fermented dairy foods, like found in Lifeway Kefir, were able to reduce colon cancer by 20 to 30%. This is groundbreaking research. We also know that kefir can help prevent ADHD. We've seen research showing that. We have seen the mind-gut axis and the way that kefir can help reduce stress, depression, and anxiety through the vagus nerve.
I want
There is a skin gut access. We know that kefir is beneficial to the skin. This is all
Julie.
science and research backed. So, and the GLP-1 conversation, just to throw that one in, we have a high quality bioavailable protein product loaded with calcium and nutrients that people want.
We only have a couple minutes left.
There's a lot of potential.
We only have a couple minutes left, so I want to jump in here. Emily did ask you what the price would be. Remember, Danone offered $27 per share in their acquisition proposal. They called it highly attractive. What number is fair to you?
I'm not going to name a number. The board and the consultants, the investment bankers and the board will have that determination. But I can tell you, you could look at some of the recent transactions and the valuations there, and I'll name Poppy, Simple Mills, of which Lifeway was an early investor in, and we benefited greatly from. But take a look at the Simple Mills valuations. Take a look at Lesser Evil. Take a look at RX Bar, Annie's Organics. I mean, I can continue to name other companies in my space and the valuations that are there. That is, I absolutely disagree that they are offering an attractive offer. They're offering an offer that only benefits Danone. And the contract is illegal. Let's run a fair process.
I do want to touch a little bit on some of the other points that Danone made in their argument. This idea that compensation, they note, accounts for more than potential compensation, rather, would account for more than all of Lifeway's net income. How would you respond to that? They say together with the severance and retention figures.
I mean, I feel that that's the pot calling the kettle black. I would say take a look at their compensation. I mean, I think that, there's I think everyone deserves to be compensated fairly, and my team is no different than their team.
Let's switch gears a little bit. I think we covered this latest, and I know this will be ongoing. Very briefly, before we switch gears, when do you anticipate this to be out of the courts and there to be a decision?
Oh, I can't predict what the court's timeline is. That's up to the courts.
You think it'll be years, though?
I don't have a crystal ball.
No idea. Okay.
But I know that we're going to continue to, control what we can control, which is continue to build the business. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay. Well,
really growing the category.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because last time you were on, you spoke a lot about farmer cheese and the growing category there. What's the product pipeline look like when you want to branch out from kefir?
Yeah, this is really exciting because farmer's cheese is one of the hottest things happening right now. It is a kind of a product of the moment. As you know, cottage cheese really became viral recently. We saw this trend in demand for soft, unripened cheeses like cottage cheese. This is sort of like a blended cottage cheese already, so it's a recipe hack. And because of like the high demand, I mean, you have to be under a rock to see the demand for high quality bioavailable protein is off the charts. And this offers a tremendous amount of protein. People, even Bethany Frankel is raving about it and sharing it on her Instagram. She paired it with caviar on a crisp. Looks great. But, there is sort of a buzz around farmer's cheese, so much so that we've already started shipping into 1,400 Albertson stores around the country. And we have commitments for another 2,000 distribution points for farmer's cheese in mass market. This is the first time we're scaling a legacy product. This was product number 1 and 2, along with original kefir that we launched. So this is a product where we're the number 1 manufacturers in farmer's cheese. So not only are we the category leader of kefir, but we're also the category leader of farmer's cheese. We're going to see a lot more about this in the coming weeks and months out of Lifeway and on your grocery store shelf.
Are Americans coming back to dairy? Because oat milk, almond milk, all of those trends were very popular, but obviously, this is a dairy product.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, it's a fermented dairy, which is not the same as just regular milk. Fermented dairy offers a tremendous amount of extra benefits. There are peptides that are released when through the fermentation process. Those peptides create a healthy microbiome in your gut. They restore kefir helps restore all of the good bacteria. And consumers are starting to learn about the microbiome and the importance of fermented dairy. And, they are going to the shelf, and they're recognizing that there are a lot of options on the shelf, but, this is not just a fad or a trend. Kefir, again, it's been around for 2,000 years. It's been a product of intense study for over 100 years, but it's really just now hitting mass market, and people are starting to make the connection and the tipping point that, food is medicine or it's poison. You can use food to heal your body, and that's what Lifeway Kefir does. It heals the body, and that's something that's really special, and it's authentic. This is a recipe that was brought by my family to this country, and so it's the original. It's the OG of kefir, of probiotics. We were the first to talk about probiotics, and most of the disease in our body, most of our budget in our healthcare is from diseases of lifestyle. Kefir can actually help prevent some of those diseases of lifestyle. This is an important piece of health that all of us should be integrating from cradle to senior. Kefir, Lifeway Kefir is for everyone. And, it reduces inflammation in the body, which is the cause of almost all disease, is because of inflammation and dysbiosis in the gut. And we're learning that, and people are starting to understand, and it's available everywhere from Walmart to Target to Amazon to Whole Foods. We're in club stores, we're in mass market grocery to ultra premium. And so there is something for everyone. And our goal is to democratize it, to make it accessible and available to everyone, not just in America, but we ship all over and make sure that as many people have access to Lifeway Kefir.
I'm curious, the shares are down about 8.7% so far this year. They're still shy by $5 of the acquisition price that Danone offered back in November of 2024 of $27 per share. What do you think investors are missing with this story?
Well, I would take a look at the five-year history and the trajectory. We have brought the company from $1.50 to, whatever it is today, $25. That's 1,200% growth. Our EBITDA has gone from $3 million to $27, and we are on target to continue to $45 plus in 2027. We've grown our gross profit 100%. We've grown our gross margin by 300 basis points, more than 300 basis points. I mean, we are just starting to hit our stride, and we have invested in our equipment and capacity. We have great capacity. We have, the ability to, we have a strong balance sheet. We have no debt. We have cash in the bank. We have a great team. We have incredible demand for our product that we manufacture ourselves. We have access to capital. The list goes on.
We only have a minute left, and I know Emily has another question. I just do want to point out, I'm looking at the 5-year chart. It's up 872% in the last 5 years. Shares 5 years ago were trading at $2.27. That was on June 11th, 2020. That was the 5-year low. Up now to $22.64, where shares are now.
Quick question, Julie.
We're a brand that meets the moment, and I was going to say we're a brand that meets the moment and a brand on the move, as you could see.
Speaking of on the move, everyone's talking about inflation. Do you feel like Lifeway Foods is feeling the pressure that you'll have to raise prices just to keep up with competition and keep up with inflation?
I mean, that's something that we've navigated and managed for over, 39 years. We're about to hit our 40th anniversary. So we've seen these kinds of things in the market, and it's something that we're used to. We still have a lot of price elasticity. Again, we are 95% of the kefir category. And, if we need to raise prices, we certainly will. We know that when consumers are feeling the pinch in the rest of, other categories and things, household good items and other things that are essential, they do tend to go back to the grocery store and go back to the essentials like Lifeway, brands they know, brands they trust, and especially brands that have a functional element that are offering them some benefits like Lifeway Kefir does. So, we are battle tested. We've been through so many various elements, but, we managed a global pandemic, a global supply chain shortage, and a global labor shortage, and it really worked to our advantage. And I have no doubt that the same will be true as we look to the future.
Julie, appreciate you taking the time and joining us once again. Please do come back. Don't be a stranger. Keep us up to date on everything happening at the company. Julie Smolyansky, CEO of Lifeway Foods. She is also chairman of the board, as well as president at the company. She joins us from Los Angeles. A reminder, $350 million market cap maker of kefir, farmer cheese, and more. You've been drinking this stuff for a long time.
Yeah. My mom would put it in my smoothies when I was growing up, and I would drink it for the probiotic benefits.
Okay.
It tastes pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a little tart, I would say, but I don't mind it.
I mean, it is.
So, and they have flavors too.
I do love your question. I did love your question about dairy having a moment, because a few years ago it was all about oat milk and
Oatly went public.
yeah, and now it's like people are looking at milk again, dairy-based products again, yogurt huge.
I just want to say I never left. I was always a cow's milk girl. I don't know.
I left.
Are you done?
No, I'm like back to 100% dairy.
Okay, yeah.
But that happened when we had our first kid.
Mhm.
You start buying milk again.
Right.
And now I'm like, yeah, this is all.
It's very good.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of protein.
Don't touch the other stuff. Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet, because he's got an update on everything happening after hours. Hit it.
Indeed. Also putting in a plug for grape soda and frappuccinos. We have got the Dow, the S&P up 24, gain there of 0.4%. We've got the Dow up 271, up by about 0.7% today. 4 in a row, by the way, for the S&P, if you are keeping track. And yes, we do that here at Bloomberg. Your 10-year, 4.43%, with the 2-year, 3.95%. Gold up $60 the ounce now, up 1.9%, 32.37 for the precious metal. And a retreat today for West Texas Intermediate crude, 61.75 a barrel, down by 2.2%. Bitcoin right now, 103,321 on Bitcoin. Applied Materials after the bell, which is the largest American maker of chip manufacturing equipment, gave a lackluster forecast for the current period, highlighting the potential cost of the U.S. trade dispute with China, down 4%. And after the bell, Take-Two Interactive Software reported quarterly sales that did beat analyst estimates. So bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P both higher, NASDAQ lower, but what is the market watching? That question for Matt Miskin, co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
What the markets have been focused on have really been politics. So this hypnotic trance that's been driven across markets has been follow politics, not fundamentals, not inflation.
And again, after the close of trading, we got earnings from Applied Materials. The stock is trading lower after ours. Applied Materials down now by just about 4.5%. Also reporting earnings today, we heard from Walmart. That stock fell by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I'm checking out the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. We got a lot to get to, Emily Griffeo. I want to start with one, forgive us, it's a little bit local. It has to do with what could happen if New Jersey Transit goes on strike.
Carol Massar can't come to work?
No, she'd be okay. She's on the PATH train. We've established this, that she'll be safe.
But New Jersey Transit rail service is on the brink of a shutdown as its train engineers prepare to strike as soon as Friday. It's Thursday. This could be coming. Potentially stranding riders from Wall Street bankers to fans of Shakira. I guess Shakira has a concert coming up.
I guess that's the case. I did not know that. For healthcare workers, teachers, and other employees who need to be on site for work, they're going to likely scramble to find other modes of transportation. For example, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan warned patients of the possible strike, telling them to plan for extra travel time, check for alternate routes, or reschedule appointments. This would be the first strike in decades, which surprised me when I learned about this, because there have been so many service disruptions over the years during my 15, 16 years in New York or so, that I thought there had been strikes, but the agency and union, they haven't. The agency and union are at odds over a wage agreement, with the union seeking parity with engineers working at other major U.S. railroads, and the agency warning that agreeing to higher salaries could pressure it financially.
What's interesting is that the New Jersey transit system is urging people to work remotely. And we were talking about Jamie Dimon, of course, the head of JP Morgan, is all in on working in the office. And maybe if you work for that bank, you can say, you know what? I got to listen to New Jersey Transit. I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond, I can't come in. I don't have a way to get there.
925,000 weekday trips across its system.
Yeah, it's
pretty
huge.
massive.
And all these people are going to maybe bus? Is that what? How are they going to get to
they
the
could
city?
bus, they could car, they could ferry in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a lot of work to get to the ferry for a lot of people.
That's right.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on this story. In the meantime, I want to go to a different part of New York City. I want to go to Brooklyn because our next guest is looking, New York City area, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, New Jersey is not part of New York City, but New Jersey Transit runs into New York City. Before everybody gives me a hard time
I didn't even
online.
notice it, Tim.
Our next guest is looking to increase diversity when it comes to fashion. She's worked with companies including Target, Marriott International, Verizon, Prudential, CoverGirl, Pandora Jewelry, Nissan, Macy's, Coca-Cola, and more. Brandis Daniel is back with us. She's the founder of Harlem's Fashion Row. She's also the founder of the nonprofit Icon 360. She joins us once again from Brooklyn. Brandis, it's been a while since we've had you on the program. Good to have you with us today. I want to talk a little bit about the problem that you're solving at Harlem's Fashion Row. What prompted you to start the company and the problem that you saw?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. When I started the company back in 2007, I started to go down department stores' websites looking for designers of color and realized at the moment that, department stores would carry hundreds of designers, but less than 1% of those designers were designers of color. And that really prompted me to do something about it. How do we increase representation within retailers and within the fashion industry?
And talk about the work that you're doing right now in terms of grants to these companies and elevating companies from Black designers.
Absolutely. So in 2020, right after the pandemic hit, I started a nonprofit, Icon 360, to benefit designers of color, but also HBCU fashion departments. And so we got our first big grant from actually Vogue and the CFDA, which is $1 million grant, which we were able to deploy to 27 designers of color, which helped their businesses actually stay alive during that pandemic time. Since then, we've donated over $1 million to HBCU fashion departments, thanks to companies like Gap. We've gotten incredible support from Nike and Nordstrom, and so many other companies have allowed us to be able to support these HBCU fashion departments as well as designers of color. And just to give you an example, there was a student who just got an internship at Tiffany & Co. Recently, and he wanted to take the internship. It was a super competitive, amazing opportunity for him, but he didn't know how he was actually going to pay to stay in New York and actually travel to New York. And through our nonprofit, we were able to provide him with housing and flight and travel as well, because we had the funds there to be able to do that.
I just want to jump in real quick with a headline unrelated to this. The Department of Justice, is probing Live Nation and AEG for collusion on COVID-era refunds. The U.S. Justice Department is conducting a criminal antitrust probe into how companies responded to mass concert cancellations at the outset of the pandemic in 2020. This is according to people with knowledge of the matter. Our own Josh Sisko and Lucas Shaw reporting this just minutes ago. In the after-hours session, shares of Live Nation Entertainment are down just about 2%. We'll bring you updates as we get them. Brandis, the environment has shifted quite a bit in the last couple of years. If we think back to when you started the nonprofit in 2020, it was a different conversation that was happening when it came to representation, when it came to DEI. Right now, though, I think it's fair to say that DEI has sort of turned into a bad word. It's certainly being attacked by the current administration. Companies left and right have come out and said, we are no longer doing DEI at our companies. There's been a public backlash against it. How are you watching all of this happen right now?
We're definitely watching. We are not blind to what is happening. It's very disheartening to see what is happening. But I am proud to say that as we're going into our 5th year with Icon 360, that we continue to receive so much support from the retail and fashion community. And so there is so many brands, while there are some that have walked away from their commitment, there is so many that have kept their commitment in this, in retail and fashion. And so we're really happy about that.
What are you seeing at the HBCUs? Are you seeing more students wanting to get into fashion, or is your role really maybe approaching people who wouldn't be interested in this space and getting them more interested on it?
I think there's more students interested in fashion. You have to think about the fact that, 15 years ago, there was no fashion shows on TV. There was no Project Runway or any of those shows. And so I think now with social media and the TV shows that are on, students are a lot more exposed to all the different opportunities that are in fashion and retail. And so we're seeing a lot of students that are very interested. But I will say on the HBCU front, I have seen a lot of regression in terms of support for those schools. And so, that is a place where I see so much opportunity for brands to really step up and continue their support of these HBCUs.
Are you seeing still a reception? I mentioned a lot of the brands that you've worked with, Nissan, Macy's, Marriott International, Target. Are you seeing that brands are still receptive to this type of work?
They are still receptive. We are actually hosting an HBCU Fashion Professor Summit in the next few weeks. And we've got incredible support from so many brands that are either sponsoring the event, donating to the event, or either speaking at the event. And so what I'm seeing in the fashion and retail space is that I believe companies know that in this space, there is no way that you can move forward and really capture a large consumer base without being committed to DEI. It is a space where, people don't really, I don't think have a lot of choice but to continue that path. And if they don't, they're also seeing what that backlash could look like.
Gonna have to leave it there, Brandis, but it's good to check in with you again. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Brandis Daniel, the founder of Harlem's Fashion Row, as well as the founder of the nonprofit Icon 360, joining us this afternoon from Brooklyn. Taking a look at how the markets closed today. The S&P 500 was up 0.4%. The NASDAQ composite fell 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 0.7%.
The VIX is also down majorly. I don't know if you and Carol talk about the VIX.
Oh, it depends on what's happening in the broader market, but I wouldn't say we mention it every day. Why?
I mean, it's below 20. That's often seen on Wall Street as like the level of whether investors are panicked or not. And it's just been incredible to watch the rebound in the equity market since April, since Liberation Day, and all these other metrics like, the Wall Street fear gauge moving much lower significantly. I mean, this was really people were saying that this was going to be very volatile, and we've really had an incredible strength in the market here, but who knows how long it's going to last? I feel like that's the next question.
That's a point that Eric Weiner brought up with us yesterday on the program. I'm Jim Stanovic along with Emily Griffeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Joining us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Knievich. She joins us here in the Bloomberg studio. This is the one that, I guess it's two, everybody is talking about. Foot Locker and Dick's.
Exactly. So we do see huge price moves. So for example, now Dick's Sporting is down by 14%. On the other hand, Foot Locker is up by 85%, guys. So for Foot Locker specifically, right? So the company was a little bit struggling with this turnaround. We know that it relied on Nike heavily. Then Nike chose direct to consumer approach, and Foot Locker was really kind of struggling with assortment and goods. So this deal is largely viewed by the market, right, as a positive development. On the other hand, we see that for Dick's Sporting is not such a good idea, right? It's at least how analysts see this move. When I asked people why this deal is happening, why do they need this Foot Locker in their portfolio, they said basically Foot Locker can bring a little bit bigger exposure to because this is a lifestyle thing, and they can have they can have more access to a wider range of consumers. Plus, Foot Locker also has global exposure.
Yeah, Dana Telsey on our program a little earlier today. You can check out that podcast from that interview. And she mentioned the same thing, that essentially, hey, look what Dick's was able to do to its brand over the last few years, the way it was able to change the retail experience and also the footprint that they have with these stores and the different demographics that Foot Locker would bring to it.
Like the young males.
Yeah, she's optimistic, Emily.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what else are you watching? CoreWeave.
CoreWeave, yes. So we reported on this company before the IPO. We followed the IPO pretty closely. The stock is currently, if I'm not mistaken, is still trading above its IPO price. Earnings, everyone was watching what they are going to deliver. Two things. So first of all, of course, we know about this new kind of extension of this deal with OpenAI, which is a positive development. However, we do see that the stock is down because some analysts were disappointed with increased CapEx plan. The reason why it's so important, because analysts I spoke with, I did a preview on earnings, and they said the biggest problem for CoreWeave is that, yes, it's an AI story and AI infrastructure demand is still there, but the company has an huge amount of debt. The problem here is that CoreWeave wasn't able to get as much equities because they basically cut the IPO price, and they weren't able to get as much as they wanted through equities, and they have to borrow. They have to now they increase their debt, and they one analyst told me that they borrowed somewhere between 10 to 14% interest rate. It's pretty. It is a lot. And this is one of the biggest issues for some investors and analysts. But other than that, it's a pretty positive, story for AI.
Yeah, the shares bounced around a little today, but they still reached an all-time high.
Exactly.
Which is pretty remarkable. The market cap, Emily, $31.5 billion.
I was going to point that out. When did it IPO?
Just a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, this was back in March.
That's bigger than a lot of car companies.
Oh, yeah.
And airlines
it is.
are about the same.
Steris, ticker STE.
Exactly. I don't think that our viewers or listeners have heard about this company potentially before today, and including me, actually. But the reason why I decided to cover this stock it still is at the close the best performing stock in the S&P 500 today. It's up by almost 9%. This is a very good example of how the small stocks in very niche areas of the market can deliver really good returns. The stock is up by 20% on a year-to-date basis. It focuses on patient care, infection prevention, sterilization, and analysts were pretty optimistic about those results. So it's just like a good, reminder that we should keep an eye on smaller stocks as well.
Yeah, medical equipment. I'd be curious to see their supply chain and where they're manufacturing. They're based in Ohio. There's a lot of factories in Ohio. Potentially, they're doing a lot of business there.
Yeah, at 18,000 employees.
Yeah.
It's pretty massive. A market cap of close to a little over $24 billion. Natalia, thank you so much for joining us. Natalia Kenny-Javich. She is Bloomberg News Equities reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. I want to get back to a story that we mentioned a little earlier, Emily. It's getting a lot of attention right now. The U.S. Justice Department is conducting a criminal antitrust probe into how companies responded to mass concert cancellations at the outset of the pandemic in 2020, focusing on whether Live Nation Entertainment and AEG Presents illegally colluded on refund policies. Checking out Live Nation right now. Shares were down about 2% right after this was reported. Taking a look at shares right now in the aftermarket, down about 1.8%.
The investigation, it's looking into whether the companies dealt with artists to limit losses, and prosecutors have weighed bringing charges, including against Live Nation and its CEO. A lot of people lost out on concert tickets during COVID.
Did you have any scheduled that you can recall?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, I think so. That was kind of all a blur. But I do go to a lot of concerts, so it was a disappointment.
It really was. Kind of crazy. That was 5 years ago. 6 years ago? 5 years ago? I don't even know. It was all a blur. Balance of Power starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.,
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, time running out for GOP consensus on the Hill.
I'm not going to tell you what I've offered. We're negotiating with a number of members, a number of caucuses, and we'll get there.
The state of play in the House with Speaker Johnson trying to referee warring factions of the Republican conference as lawmakers work furiously to find compromise on the tax bill.
The state and local tax deduction still a key sticking point, and we'll speak with a member of the SALT Caucus and Ways and Means Committee, Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis of New York, on what it'll take to reach a deal.
Plus, after several days touring the Mideast with tech and business leaders in tow, we take a look at the investment wins the White House is projecting and key takeaways from President Trump's trip. Treasury Deputy Secretary Michael Faulkender speaks with us.
Plus, it's a landmark case with national implications. The Supreme Court hearing arguments today in the birthright citizenship case, with the potential not just to set precedent for that issue, but also for judges' jurisdiction. We'll hear how the justices grilled attorneys on both sides. But we begin tonight with the tax battle on Capitol Hill. Blocs within the Republican Party warring with one another and very different priorities depending on what group you're talking about. At the center of this multi-pronged fight, blocking the GOP's $3.8 trillion tax bill. Louisiana Congressman and House Majority Whip Steve Scalise saying this after walking out of closed-door meetings a short time ago.
This is always what happens when you have a big bill like this. There's always final details to work out all the way up until the last minute. So we're going to keep working. There's a lot of work left to be done. There's a timeline that we've got to stay on. And so bringing this bill to the floor next week is still on track.
We'll take a look at the SALT deduction and the cap on it at play, specifically when we speak to Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis just moments from now. But first, we want to take a look at where things stand overall with Bloomberg's Megan Scully, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Megan, obviously, the speaker was still sounding optimistic this morning about the prospect of sending this to the Budget Committee tomorrow, then to the Rules Committee on Monday, full floor vote by the time they leave for the Memorial Day recess. But there's questions this evening as to whether or not this can even get through the Budget Committee.
Tons of questions. Yes, there was a 2-hour meeting this morning in Speaker Johnson's office with various factions where, everybody left that meeting saying, we'll continue to talk through the weekend. That seems to be the only thing that was agreed to in that meeting, was that they would continue to talk. Now, tonight, we're hearing that this sort of procedural step that we have all taken for granted for a long time. This bill needs to go to the House Budget Committee, whose job is essentially not to amend it or debate it, but essentially to put it together, all these various portions of the bill, rubber stamp it and move it along so it can get to the floor. We're now hearing that is not certain, that there could be as many as 3 Republican ultra-conservatives in that committee who are opposed to it. There's another on paternity leave. Their concerns among the ultra-conservatives are that the bill doesn't do anything for deficit reduction. And things like the SALT cap, could only worsen that if that is increased.
Bloomberg's Megan Scully. Megan, thank you for the state of play as we now turn our attention to Capitol Hill and a lawmaker in the middle of this debate. With us now, a member of the SALT Caucus, Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis of New York, serves on the House Ways and Means Committee. Congresswoman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Steve Scalise just mentioned the timeline here, and I wonder if you can bring us up to date on what's happening. This idea of being assembled in the Budget Committee tomorrow, Rules Committee Monday, floor vote before Memorial Day weekend. Is this sliding?
Look, those are the goals, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow, particularly with the budget. This is new news that there may be enough members in the Budget Committee to not allow for it to pass. So that obviously would mess up the timetable. However, we had a very good meeting in Ways and Means this week. We were able to pass the tax portion of the bill. We were able to extend the Trump tax cuts from 2017. We were able to reinstate things like research and development, bonus depreciation, and other measures that are so important to the business community. And in that, we also did triple the SALT deduction for middle-class families while also preserving the corporate SALT for property taxes and income taxes, which was very critical for New York City. And so we feel like we've come together to get this measure out of the House Ways and Means Committee, which was a huge hurdle, as you know. And also the Energy and Commerce Committee passed their portion. And those were the 2 biggest items in this entire big, beautiful bill. So we'll have to get it through budget next. And I think that we will eventually do that.
Well, and when we consider the Energy and Commerce Committee, that is of course, where Medicaid cuts were finalized. Part of the pay for is the spending cuts, if you will, to help offset some of these tax policies. We heard from the speaker today that if the SALT cap is to be raised higher than $30,000, that you're going to have to find offsets for that. And I wonder, Congresswoman, if your colleagues in the SALT caucus are successful in getting this above $30K, what you're expecting to happen in return.
Well, look, I think there's different options here. I think the idea here is to live within the parameters that we've been given. SALT right now is roughly, it's about 215 billion. We want to stay within that piece. Now, that may mean we need to adjust the dials. Maybe instead of 10 years, it's for a 5-year period. Maybe we have to adjust the income levels. Maybe there's a phase out. You know, there's different things that we can do to still stay more or less within the amount that was provided for the SALT relief. And so we're still working that out. Obviously, we've fought very hard to stop certain cuts to Medicaid, particularly the lowering of the reimbursement rate that New York receives, which is currently 50% federal match. We were able to successfully stop per capita caps also on Medicaid. And so we don't want to budge there. We want to see how we can work within the tax space to find the savings to provide the SALT number that will not only satisfy the SALT caucus members, but as I like to call the other side, the low sodium diet members.
Okay. You know, Congresswoman, we've been talking about SALT with you here on Bloomberg TV and radio for years. And this morning, while speaking at the Economic Club of Washington, we heard from the chair of your Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri, about the status of this debate and why it's so difficult. Here's what he said.
It's not everything that some of the SALT members want, but I have members of our conference that doesn't even think you should be able to deduct $1, let alone $30,000, but it's a fair and balanced approach.
So with that said, Congresswoman, and I know that you're optimistic here to reach a deal, but if you did not, would you vote no to allow the cap to expire?
Well, in my situation, being a House Ways and Means member, I pushed very diligently to get to a number that would cover my district. And the tripling of the deduction to $30,000 covers 98% of my district. Now, would I have liked a higher number? Sure. But it's not what you want, it's what you need. That's how this works when you're working with so many other people who represent very different districts. And so I'm proud of the work that I did on this committee to get to where we are. If my colleagues and I can get a little more so they also can be covered in their particular districts, because we've got to remember, they're advocating for their districts. What may be good for me in Staten Island and Brooklyn may not necessarily work in Long Island or Westchester, where there's a higher property taxes. And so we got to come to a resolution here, and I think we'll get there. But again, you don't always get what you want, you get what you need.
Sure, but if you don't get a SALT deal, would you vote no?
We're going to get a SALT deal. Oh, look, my 30,000's in there. So it'll be in there. That has already been approved by Ways and Means. That's the lowest it can be at this time. And I'm happy with the 30 for my district, but I do also want to support my colleagues who have districts with higher property taxes, and they need a little bit of a better number.
When we consider the timeline here, Congressman, obviously began this conversation with questions as to whether the actual budget and rules, procedural steps may be delayed here. Knowing that you're up against a deadline to raise the debt ceiling that the Treasury Secretary says realistically needs to happen by mid-July, do you see a chance here that House Republicans might have to separate the debt ceiling hike out of reconciliation and work with Democrats to make sure that gets done while you work out all the difficulties on subject matters like this?
Absolutely, that could always be a possibility. That's why I'm a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus, which is half Republicans and half Democrats who are centrists that want to come together to solve problems in that type of situation. Hopefully we can do this with just the Republicans. Let's take advantage of our trifecta and deliver real results that will help working families, American workers, as well as our businesses and children. We have the opportunity here to do so much. Our senior citizens are going to see reduced taxes. We're doubling the child tax credit. We're doubling the standard deduction, increasing it as well. And we're going to be delivering significant results here for all of America. But if we have to negotiate with the Democrats, what happens is, those tax brackets may very well change. They want to see increases on Americans. They do not want to do a lot of the things that we want to see happen, particularly when it comes to senior citizens and children with families. They've voted against a lot of these ideas in the past. And so we have to make sure that we just get this finished. And hopefully the first option here is to try to pass it on our own. But if we have to work with the Democrats, I'm prepared to do that as a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus.
Yeah. Well, I know you had an important family meeting today, House Republicans behind closed doors with the Speaker, Congresswoman. I don't know who was loudest in that meeting, but is the Freedom Caucus what's standing between you and passage of this bill?
No, I think it's a few members from all factions. I mean, people have some outstanding concerns. And again, I understand it. We're all here trying to fight to get the best for our districts. But at some point, we have to say, you know what, we got what we can. And we're gonna do what's in the best interest of the country, and certainly passing this agenda to secure the borders, to ramp domestic energy production, to keep these across the board tax cuts that, if they expire, will be a $4 trillion increase on this country. It'll hurt our economy. Think what happens then to the markets if we were to allow this to happen. So it can't expire. We have to do our job, and we need to enhance these tax cuts and deliver on the president's promises, and also our commitment to the American people to put more money in their pocket and root out waste, fraud, and abuse. We can get it done, and we have to, because the consequences, I think, would be dire.
All right, Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York, thank you for joining us live from Capitol Hill. Still ahead, one of the most influential names in finance gives his take on the odds of a recession. We'll speak with Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Faulkner about that and more. But up next, President Trump's Middle East trip is still underway, and we'll check in with our colleague Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern live in Abu Dhabi. Next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Monday, Michael McKee sits down with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic.
I am hearing more concerns about the trajectory of the economy.
What are his thoughts on tariffs, inflation, and the Fed's rate path?
My projection of where inflation is going to go this year is pretty much sideways.
Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic, live from the Atlanta Fed Conference.
We are open to all possibilities.
Monday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:13 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and sources tell Bloomberg the U.S. Justice Department is conducting a criminal antitrust probe into how companies responded to mass concert cancellations at the outset of the pandemic in 2020. There are signs American families are trimming spending as inflation squeezes household spending. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Retail sales squeaked out a 0.1% increase in April. Consumers cut spending on cars, sporting goods, and other imports amid worries about the cost of President Trump's tariffs. 7 of 13 retail sectors dropped, including apparel, another product that's largely imported. Now, turning to America's labor market, the government says the total number of workers collecting unemployment benefits rose in late April and early May. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg News.
After the bell, we heard from Applied Materials, the largest American maker of chip-making equipment. It gave a lackluster forecast for the current period. Shares now down by 5.1%. The S&P 500 index today made it 4 in a row, up 0.4%. The Dow up 0.6%, and the Nasdaq Composite Index was lower by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
We have now, I think, substantially over $10 trillion of investment. And now when they add the $1.4 trillion, we easily break that number. So that's investment or investment that we think will soon happen.
President Trump earlier today in Abu Dhabi after the UAE pledged to invest $1.4 trillion in the U.S. over the next decade. The White House says it has secured $200 billion in firm deals during the president's visit there. For the latest, we turn now to Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who's live in Abu Dhabi for us at Bloomberg TV and radio and has been traveling with the president. Anne-Marie, give us the details.
$200 billion in some of these hard, firm deals we heard about the president talk about today. You have Etihad looking at buying 28 Boeing jets, ExxonMobil, Occidental, teaming up in a partnership with the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, ADNOC. And then really the most important, I think, significant plan to come out of today's meeting has to be something we've been talking about really for weeks and teasing out. This idea of building the biggest AI data center outside the United States. The Commerce Secretary released this statement. He signed on to this deal, and standing in between President Trump and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the leader of the UAE, is no other than NVIDIA's Jensen Huang. We've been waiting on potentially details that more advanced high-tech chips can come to the UAE. They clearly are going to be securing that if they're going to be building the biggest AI data center outside the U.S. One thing to keep an eye on, guys, the next few weeks and all of this as the details roll out, how much is the UAE and also the likes of Saudi Arabia going to be able to make sure that the technology coming from the United States, those advanced chips, none of that tech gets into the hands of China?
We're lucky to have Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in Abu Dhabi tonight. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. We have much more to talk about ahead and what our reporters learned from inside the Supreme Court today as the justices sounded off on a case that could impact birthright citizenship in America. But up next, the pro-business strategy the president employed in the Gulf and what, if any, tangible wins Americans can expect when Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Faulkender joins us next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Michael Darda, Roth Capital.
You know, it's a bit of a cautionary tale here, I think, for the Republican Party and the Trump administration, because obviously, even with this simmering down of trade tensions, the average effective tariff rate is going up meaningfully. You know, the highest in 100 years. So you have to go back to Smoot-Hawley. Herbert Hoover, President Hoover, signed that in June of 1930. And then he also signed a gigantic tax increase, big rise in the top marginal tax rate through the Revenue Act of 1932. The Republicans would not see the presidency for 2 decades. And obviously Smoot and Hawley got run out of office in 1933, never to be heard from again.
Do you perceive that tariffs will be pulled back ever further from the ridiculous numbers down to 13 or 17%, whatever Ernie Tedeschi says, and it will bring them down even more so in the coming weeks and months?
Well, I think, Tom, that the China deal announced over the previous weekend is important because those tariff rates were clearly in the prohibitive portion of the Laffer curve. You essentially had a trade embargo with those rates up at 145%. So no trade, no revenues, right? I mean, this is a good lesson in supply side economics. So getting those down to around 30, I think, is important. So it's still a big step up in tariff rates from where we were prior to the administration coming into office.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
This morning on Bloomberg, Jamie Dimon, of course, Chairman, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, discussing whether he believes the U.S. will enter a recession. A new Reuters poll out finding public fear over a recession waning slightly. This month, the poll found 69% of people concerned over a possible recession, down from 76% a month earlier. Still a large majority feeling that fear amid the current trade wars. Joining us right now with a lot more, including today's data, Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Faulkender. Deputy Secretary, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. As you join us from the North Lawn of the White House, I'd love to just touch on the data out today. Producer prices unexpectedly declining as some companies held off on raising prices amid tariffs. But we also saw growth in retail sales slowing last month to just 0.1%. Factory production declining the first time in 6 months, and confidence among home builders slumping to the lowest since 2023. From your view, are some of the weakness we were seeing in the soft data finally now creeping into the hard data?
So I don't see that softness, no. So when I look at the inflation number that came out and the CPI number, the PPI number you referenced, it looks like that we have got inflation under control. That jobs report that came out a week ago that showed that we had 177,000 jobs created in April seems to suggest there's a lot of demand out there still. We recognize that there is some uncertainty, but you saw over the weekend that the secretary negotiated a pause in the tariffs with China in order for us to get to strike a final deal that will ease some of the uncertainty that's out there. Your previous segment talked about all the work that we're doing on Capitol Hill to get tax reform finalized, and then all, of course, the deregulatory activities of this administration. What we're doing is setting a foundation for this economy to really take off in the second half of this year as we make all of the necessary changes to address the imbalances that have been growing over time, but we're getting those resolved, and we're really setting ourselves up for a very strong second half of this year.
Well, Mr. Deputy Secretary, as we look at the results we got from Walmart today and the company executives' characterization of the price hikes that could stem from the tariffs that are still in place, this is a direct quote from the CFO, John David Rainey. If you've not already seen it, it will happen in May, referring to price hikes, and then it will become more pronounced. I understand we have seen softness in the backward-looking inflation data. Can you really guarantee there won't be a pickup as we look forward?
Again, as we continue to move more activity onshore, as we continue to provide certainty for taxpayers and for business providers, we expect that things like tax certainty, things like taking the compliance burden off of businesses, things like easing the access to capital for companies, all of those things are disinflationary that are going to more than offset any temporary adjustments that are taking place from these negotiations that are going on internationally. And so, no, we are not seeing, or we are not concerned about there being persistent increases in prices. If anything, again, the data shows that we have got things on the right direction, and that as we provide that certainty, we are going to continue to see strength build. But most importantly, as the president has made his top priority, we are going to see a rebuilding of the industrial base in this country, and that is what truly is going to provide long-term economic power and economic growth opportunities for the American people.
You mentioned the pause in reciprocal tariffs. Michael, I'm curious about the stickier tariffs, the 10% baseline tariffs that appear to be in place indefinitely. Maybe you can tell me otherwise, but if this is going to be a permanent fixture, have you modeled how much money this will bring into the Treasury? How much revenue are we talking about from the...
Welcome to our TV network, your ultimate destination for all things exciting and essential. From mouth-watering food to the latest in fashion, health, education, music, movies, and news, plus thrilling sports and breathtaking travel. Our TV network brings it all to you. Tune in today and experience the best of every world. All in one place, rtv.network.